going on, everybody? How you guys doing? Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Oh, what's happening? What's happening? Let's see. Okay. Uh, What's going on? How you doing? I was trying to go live on Twitter X, but I forgot that I don't have a prescription of some sort. It's all good. Shout out to all of you all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. What's going on, Mister? How you doing? What's going on? As you guys come in, hit the like button. I wanted to get live yesterday, but I worked a little late and I was just tired. Just tired. My son had to get ready for school today. So, hope everyone had a great new year and so far having a great week. And we are on it. We're going to start with the episode from Candace the Alien. She's come back. Girl, I got a little bit of her live stream in Paramount Tacticals show, and it was just like, what is she doing? And I'm sitting here, I'm just like watching her play someone else's video from the good 15 minutes I saw. It's like, why are we watching this guy? I don't remember if it's Tim something, but it just seems to be bonkers. So she's already starting off with this nonsense. Shout out to Jay Witt, my brother in Christ, my big bro, who had some issues live streaming. So, I go on a limb and say that it seems like it might be these Candace cult members that are still acting as if free speech only works one way. And then you say something about their dear cult leader that they don't like, and they want to have your broad stream, your broadcast and your live streams and stuff shut down. It's insane. It's insane. So abusing copyright strikes and all this other stuff on YouTube, it actually ends up backfiring because those same accounts can be reported for filing false copyright strikes, whatever they did to try to get it blocked, because it's just out of nowhere. It's so random. So I appreciate all of you all for tuning in, and we're going to get started on this. And then once we go through this stream she did yesterday, by that point, I guess we'll be into the new one she's going to do today. So you guys, make sure you hit the like button. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and subscribe to the LLC if you have not done so already. We are growing, and I am just excited about this new year. Happy New Year to everyone. Let's get some comments right quick. Tracy, what's going on? Oh man, Lainey Stewart, Happy New Year to you. The alien has returned, yeah. Candace, we're only calling you what you call yourself, though. She called herself an alien and American ignorant. So we're going with that. So who are we to say she's not an alien? Okay. She told us. She told us that she want us to know that. So we're gonna go with it. I'll just put a little music on. Let's see here. I want to get some more of your comments in before we get started. Oh my god. I am live early. I want to get in this episode she did yesterday. What's going on, Francisca? Shout out to you. Hello from the UK over there. Shout out to my mods. I appreciate you guys so much for holding it down in the chat. Thank you so much. And my mods are only going to say once. Be respectful in the chat. Anytime after that, they're going to time you out. I mean, it is what it is. Because freedom of speech means we also have the right to not read dumb comments. So thank you all so much for tuning in and being respectful in the chat. And I appreciate it. All right, and feel free to be engaged in the chat. And have questions, give your commentary, give your thoughts. I appreciate that. What's going on, Bernard? Happy New Year. How's it going? Hit the like button on your way in. Thank you so much. She's come back with nothing new. She's a disgrace. Candace, you still haven't mastered reading, girl. I keep saying reading is fundamental. She refuses to do it. Oh, Candace, you can't make this stuff up. Come back with a whole lot of nothing, CC. Oh, man. Well, then we should have a good time just laughing at her ass if nothing else. Candace, you have not learned that no one speaks alien but you. We don't speak code. We don't understand your language. She starts going in on this random nonsense. It's like, oh, child. We're gonna need a translator at some point. We'll get one. If anyone speaks Ewok, let me know. Oh God. You will be back in business today. Who? Oh, Jay Witt? I don't know. I don't know. I did text him to see what was going on. He said he has no idea. He was just told he couldn't stream. YouTube is weird. It's so weird. Marty says, I think Mitch is acting exactly how he should, for example. Exactly. Yeah, he's trying to get that money, y'all. It's still fundraising. Oh my God. I can't believe they raising $250,000 for that idiot. MB Burke, what's going on? Good afternoon, all. I am at work and happy to be here. Enjoy your work. Thank you for listening in. Miss Faye said you are live early today. Yes, because we have these episodes that we got to get in, and plus there was some updates on the cyberbullying case in France against the Macrons, and we're going to go over that. Yes, we are, because Candace, they lost and the Macrons won. Oh man, Candace, you're so screwed. Oh man, every day you see one more card, you take it on faith. You take it to the heart. The waiting is the hardest part. There you go. Hello everyone. All right, y'all ready? He'll be back at 6 p.m. Okay, cool. All right. Well, we'll still be live, but shout out to him. Just like in Old Testament, Joseph's brothers threw him in a well. Charlie's TP USA brothers threw him in that well of an amphitheater because it was a Zion something show. Tyler Robertson was the scapegoat. Charlie was Judas was pro. You got a whole lot, Marty. That's a long comment. Obviously, you love Candace. Okay, you want us to know that. Thank you for telling me. I don't care. Yeah, I know I don't care. I never care about people who like her. I don't. I only care about her telling the truth and showing evidence. Something she refuses to do. Marty, can you tell Candace to post that FBI text message she supposedly sent to that high-ranking FBI official? Or any of those transactions from Club de Sant? How about those court documents from Mitch? Can you get her to post that up? I don't care if you are obsessed with her, you continue to worship the ground she walks on and treat her like your personal Jesus. Can you get her, you and your cult members, can y'all get her to post up any evidence? Especially if she says she's going to post it. Not a redacted ID card. The court docs. Where are those? Or that 18-minute video? We're still waiting. We're still waiting. You guys can't get her to post anything up. Then what's the point? I mean, what's the point? Oh my God. All right, Mitch is going to take the money. Who cares? Mitch is taking the money. 11-1. Oh man, you can waiting for the PPV event. Candace's yeast infection versus Mitch, son of the Zodiac Killer. You know, Candace has had this yeast infection thing going on for at least 5 good years. Lots of brain rot. Yeah, I think I don't know. I think the Zodiac Killer thing, though, that might have a harder impact. God, you can make this up. He didn't present any evidence to prove he's the son of a Zodiac Killer. Like, why would he want to confess to that? Oh yeah, I'm gonna sit here and brag on being the child of a serial killer. Why would I do that? It's just dark. It's dark and evil. Like this he's weird. He's weird. You don't sit here and connect yourself to being the child of a serial killer like that. He murdered people. Like that's the last thing you should be proud of. Oh man, see, this is proof that people are soulless and evil, like Mitch and Candace. This is mighty funny how she acts so much like Umar, and yet she won't think twice about Umar. They will make a happy couple. Umar, you oompa loompa. You and Candace wouldn't make an actual good couple. You and Candace Owens. Yeah, just like Can't make this up. Oh man. You read much? Yeah, I do. That's why your cult leader needs to post up all the evidence she said she would post up. And tell her to stop lying like hell. You know, if she wants a cult, why can't she have this cult outside of the United States of America? You people don't follow laws either way. Like, why? Yeah, it's still sending in idiots in the chat. All right. Yeah, let's get started. We're gonna get to this, and then we're gonna get to the new episode that she's gonna do. I think at what 5? When does she go live? I don't know when she go live. When does her live shows typically start? If it's around 5 something. Yeah. Then after that, we'll check into the because Nicholas Brooks has a series of videos he's done covering certain aspects of the Macron v. Owens case that Candace Owens is going to lose. They're gonna mollywop her face on the floor of that courtroom. And the news reporting of the video, it's a video clip rather, of the people who were charged with the cyberbullying were found guilty. You know, because Candace, they were. That goes to show that cyber crimes is bad. You're going around cyberbullying and, you know, harassing and defaming and doxing people. It's a crime. I know you and your dumb cult don't read at all. And they don't care about laws. And they certainly think that the First Amendment, free speech here in the US, is one sided. So you'll learn. Easy way or the hard way, you've chosen the hard way. You will learn, girl. Let's get to this, you all. So this episode she did yesterday, you won't believe what happened while we were off the air. Blah blah blah. What y'all can see and hear, put a 1 in the chat. Let's get to it.
All right, you guys, Happy New Year. I hope you missed me because I definitely missed you. I have so much to say. It is the year 2026, and I am feeling sparkly and brand new. New show icon, new YouTube and Rumble banner. I'm even wearing a new shirt that I got for Christmas, which is why it truly pains me to report that our...
Shout out to writer Albert Lanier, another fantastic content creator. We've also had the pleasure of having him here in the LLC. And we are going to schedule something forthcoming. I just have to get my work schedule and the lives on, you know, on a good pacing here. So, I saw the Cam James, who's done some pieces on Rashad Ritchie, who's on the Young Turks. And he's lying like hell about his education and degrees. And he actually wants to try to file a lawsuit against somebody not caring about discovery, you know, because you can't bring fraudulent documents to court. Yeah, no, that stuff goes over his head. So, but all right, let's get to it, you all. She's wearing a maroon shirt. Is that maroon? That was brown. All right, Candace, you alien, let's go.
Our government is up to the same old Fed sloppy tricks. Speaking of which, many of you have already messaged me regarding the Daily Wire seemingly reactivating my old social media accounts and releasing an old promo, an old trailer rather, from when I used to work with them. It's very confusing, but I have the answer for why it happened. And no, of course, it did not happen because I said it could. It did not have my permission. I'm going to tell you what those guys are up to. I'm a little bit terrified. There's been a lot that has transpired over the last 2 weeks while we were off air. Many things that I have wanted to respond to.
Why is she terrified about a video or about account? Candace, you have bots working for you. You have commentary accounts on Twitter X. Girl, if you don't kick rocks.
So buckle up because it is going to be a long week, and I suspect it might therefore also be a very long year. Welcome back to Candace. Where should we begin? I'm going to begin with Johnny. I ran into an 11-year-old boy at the bakery this weekend, and his name is Johnny. He's from St. Louis, and he watches my show every single day with his mother. I thought that was really sweet, and I told him that when I was back, I was going to shout him out on the very first episode of the new year. So Happy New Year to Johnny from Missouri. Happy New Year, actually, to everyone except for Andrew Colvett, the spokesperson of Turning Point USA. who has been working behind the scenes to have me smeared. Yeah, Andrew, you got caught. And today I sentence you.
Candace. Stop obsessing over these people at TPUSA. They're not working to have you smeared. You're just an asshole. It's that simple. People are going to talk about you because you keep lying about dumb things that are not even worthy of you lying about. And you still refuse to post up evidence. Where the hell is that FBI text message you sent to this high-ranking FBI official because you claimed that someone was trying to assassinate you? You know, because you wanted to take the spotlight away from someone who was actually assassinated? As if she couldn't get more soulless and heartless about everything. You tried to take the attention away from someone who was actually assassinated by claiming someone was after you to assassinate you. You can't even leave this about Charlie Kirk. You're bringing everybody else into this. Candace, no one cares what you think or how you feel. If you have information on a possible shooter, because you don't, but let's just say you did for, craps and giggles here. Wouldn't you just give that to the feds, give it to the authorities, to the state, Utah State Attorney General office, the prosecutor spearheading that investigation? Wouldn't you just give them that evidence so they can use it in court? See, when you're not adding to what's going on in the court of law, Candace Owens, you're an utter waste of time. You're just here for our entertainment. And we're going to laugh at you. Yep, we're going to debunk you. Yep, we're going to have fun doing it. I am. Because otherwise, you're absolutely useless, girl. You can't believe this. This heifer here.
To truth. And that's never a good thing for people who lie on my name, okay? I always have things that I'm keeping, and I know some things about you that now the public is going to know. And before I tell you guys how Andrew got caught, and I mean caught, I'm talking hand in a cookie jar, red-handed, orchestrating attacks against me via obscure YouTubers, I would like to at first go back and revisit Turning Point USA's end-of-year conference, AmFest, supposed to be America Fest, because I was not on air for all of it. I was just on air for the beginning.
Yeah, they didn't invite you, because remember now, Candace was not invited.
I have a lot of things that I feel that I need to get off of my chest about that event. And it's never too late.
Candace, big
I want to say this also. History books, they're not going to be fair to me. I think we know that. When I am long gone from this earth, the history books are not going to tell the truth about the things that I did. They're not going to tell the truth about my contributions. But I want to be clear that I want to be remembered as 11, the person who was holding.
I have 13 and 17-year-old. My kids don't watch Candace Owens. Like, that's so weird. An 11-year-old. I thank you for that comment. An 11-year-old is sitting here watching Candace Owens with his mother every day. He should be doing homework. What are you talking about here? Candace kids doesn't even watch their own mother. Candace, your oldest son doesn't even watch you. Why in the world would you think an 11-year-old with a brain would want to actually sit down and watch you talk about things that, is beyond this world? That kid has to be tortured. That's torturing. To have an 11-year-old boy watch Candace Owens talk about things that are beyond this planet. Literally. So, Johnny, I hope you know that Candace Owens stated that she's an alien. Perhaps you find that entertaining.
The internet back. Last year, I was in earnest holding the internet back. Everyone was coming at Turning Point USA, at all these allegations. I was like, no, chill. Just give them some time. Everybody grieves differently. Just give them some time. It's just different. But now I quit, okay? Hands down, I am letting the internet go. I am done, okay? I'm already the media's public enemy number one, but now I feel ready to fully embrace that. I want to let that hit me like a tidal wave, because there was one solitary thing amongst a great many other things, I should add. But there was one solitary thing that happened at AmFest, which was the straw that broke this camel's back. What do you guys think it was? What do you think it was that happened at AmFest?
Ben Shapiro chewed you out, rightfully so. And then, the other people that call themselves being your friends covered everything under the rug. And Megyn Kelly reminded us why she will never be mother of the internet, because she doesn't have a spine. And she obviously doesn't read the Bible. And she refuses to correct you and give you rebuke. And she used to be a litigator. Go figure. Woo, she had to suck.
That just sent me over the edge. Before we hone in on that detail, I think the bird's eye view of AmFest is that it looks like a convention for a pyramid scheme. I think that's fair. I think that is a fair interpretation of everything that we watched. The conference looked and felt like a weekend in Las Vegas,
hey,
like
cute.
Disney World for adults, because that's what Las Vegas is. It's like Disney World for adults, or rather adults at Disney World with no kids, because there was something about it that was disturbing. And I think that the comedian Tim Dillon did a fantastic job of summing up how everybody felt watching it. Here is what he had to say. And I'd like to remind you, you should be mad at Tim Dillon and not at me. He's the person that is saying the quiet part out loud. Take a listen.
This turning point kind of abomination that the right wing of this country has turned into like a bad reality show. And it's all of the fault of...
Pause. Who the hell is Tim Dillon and why do we care, Candace? Why are you making this clown more relevant than he should be? Candace, you're too narcissistic for this. What's your angle here? Yeah, she doesn't let anybody else get the spotlight. So why is she doing this? Candace, do you need some comforting? You do have Boys Club over there. What is he doing? George, between the times you're playing in the studio, making these weird ass videos, talking about, something, and then you got your silhouette with a purple screen going on. Why can't you just show Candace Owens some time and attention? Because obviously she's starved for it. Candace, you heifer. They don't care about you at TPUSA. They don't care about you. Would you be surprised to learn that they probably don't even talk about you? They wouldn't talk about you if you didn't say their name first. Candace, does that hurt your feelings to know that Turning Point USA could give two craps that you're walking the earth? Because they don't care. Who the hell is Tim Dillon? Ugh. Why does she keep picking these clowns to pull their videos in? She's got wolves in finance who lies like hell and refuses to look up definitions of terms like endowment. Now she's got this guy here. It's like anyone that would kiss her ass and make her feel better. That's who she plays. Not someone that's reading a book or anything.
Everyone, by the way. It's the fault of everyone speaking and everyone attending. And there's nobody that gets... Everything about this is weird and uncomfortable for everyone. And obviously, I'm not saying she killed her husband or knew about it or whatever. I'm saying the guy got shot 3 months ago, and she walks out to a pyrotechnic to...
So you wanted him to say this part, Candace. You've been trying to say that you think Erica Kirk has something to do with it. Why are you using this fat slop? Because, you call fed slop, even though they're not spearheading the investigation at all. And you keep blaming things on the FBI when they're not spearheading the investigation at all. Mind you all, Candace Owens admitted the FBI is not spearheading the investigation at all regarding the assassination of Charlie Kirk. But yet and still, she keeps talking about fat slop because it sounds cute to her. So when you have fat slop here, that's sitting here saying this part out loud, haven't you always said that, Candace? I'm baffled as to why she has someone else saying this again. Candace, why don't you grow a spine and just say it? That way, all of that attention and whatever you want out of this comes directly back to you and not to Tim Dillon. You don't even look out for your friends because you want them to catch the backlash. You wanted some Mitch idiot guy that's claiming the Zodiac Killer is his father to take the backlash for saying he spotted Erica Kirk in a hotel. You want Tim Dillon to take this backlash because he's saying something that you wanted him to say, I guess? How do we know you didn't pay him to say this? As opposed to you just growing a, letting your sack descend, Candace. Let the ball sack descend. Drop that sack, girl. You're an alien. We have no idea what your gender is. Let that sack drop and go ahead and just say exactly how you feel about Erica Kirk. Stop being a coward, Candace. You're a clown.
Display. And then she goes, we're going to elect J.D. Vance. It's weird that that's where her head is at. It's difficult for many people to relate to. It's not relatable for people that talked about how Hollywood isn't relatable and Hollywood is out of touch, this looks a lot like Hollywood to most people. And to go out through a stream of fireworks and sparklers and stand there in a glittering pantsuit and talk about electing J.D. Vance 3 months after your husband was killed, many people feel...
Wait a minute. Don't they have these pyrotechnics at Amfest when Charlie Kirk was alive? Don't they do this stuff all the time? What the hell is wrong with her? Let's pull in the Amfest 2024, shall we? Didn't they have some pyrotechnics when he came out? Why is she acting like this is something new? Like they never do this? You can't make this up. I'm trying to find like a video clip where they got pyrotechnics at Amfest. Candace, this is so dumb of you. You know, because you're a moron. Why are you making an issue about this? They do this all the time. This is absolutely absurd. It's absurd, Candace. I'm trying to see. Hold on. I'm trying to see like the part where he comes out and they have the shooting pyrotechnics. Charlie Kirk speaks at Amfest 2024. Let's see his entry when he walks out or something like that. They had this stuff here when he was there. So what is the issue now? Like they have this stuff here. What did she not know this? They do pyrotechnics all the time. They did it when he was alive, when he came out. You can't make this up. I'm gonna just show y'all this thumbnail right quick because I can't see the beginning part of the video for some reason. It's not showing me the whole thing. Hold on a second. Hold on. I was trying to see like the beginning when he walks out. That's what I was trying to see. And I'm not seeing it. Y'all look here. Y'all see the pyrotechnics right there in the thumbnail? That's Charlie Kirk. Candace, what the hell you talk? What is Tim Dillon talking about? Why is he complaining about something that happened when Charlie Kirk was alive at the same event, Amfest 2024? All of a sudden now it's a bad thing when Charlie Kirk was doing this. So Tim Dillon had nothing to say when Charlie Kirk came out with pyrotechnics and all this other stuff. But now he's got a lot of shit to say when Erica Kirk did it. The hypocrisy. See, here's why the word of the month here in the LLC is hypocrisy. This is why. It is highly hypocritical to sit here and have an issue about something that happened when Charlie Kirk was alive. You can't make this up. Hey, Maria, babes. What's going on, girl? How you doing? Another simp for Candace. Tim Dillon is simping like hell. He's sipping so hard where, the cult members have to dip into an alternate reality because in this reality, Charlie Kirk came out with pyrotechnics, but they want you to actually forget parts of reality that occurred just so you can agree with her dumb point that she's not proving. Candace, this is not a point you're proving here. You're bringing up some nonsense and buffoonery. And for what? Who the hell? No one cares about a Tim Dillon. I'm just going to say that right now. I'm not interested in knowing anything about him. I don't care. He can kick rocks, fall into oblivion. I would sleep peacefully. It wouldn't even bother me. Candace, the fact that you want to sit and go after Erica Kirk and you don't have the spine to do it is enough for me to see that you're a coward. You're a hypocritical coward because you know you would not have standing if you were to go after her and then she sued the crap out of you because you know that's a possibility. That's the only reason why Candace is not saying this stuff herself. Because this little alien is scared of court. That's what this is. And she's already about to get mollywopped by the Macrons because, like I've been saying for months, they're showing us how it's done. The Macrons are showing us how it's done. They didn't get a victory over the cyberbullying simply because. No, it's because cyberbullies need to learn a hard lesson. To cut the crap. People don't have to agree with you. I don't go out and bully people because they don't agree with me. It's stupid. It's all because people don't fall in line with what you want them to do and think the way you want them to think. And then when you give them disagreement, they want to bully you and dox you. Keep you from going live on YouTube. Try to have your channel blocked, videos taken down. All because they actually are trying to actively silence your voice. Silence critics. Because they're aliens from outer space throwing tantrums on Earth in our country. Not giving a damn about our laws. That's what's going on. Because Candace is an alien. She said so herself. So now that we see Charlie Kirk had pyrotechnics, everything Tim Dillon says is an absolute joke. And no one should take it seriously. And Candace, you're still a hypocritical alien from not even from the planet itself. It's from one of the moons of Jupiter. From one of the moons that go around Jupiter.
That there is something off about that. And we're starting to see that political people are the exact same thing as the Hollywood elites that they all love to dunk on. And we all look at this. This is Megan Thee Stallion twerking at the Kamala rally. This is deeply unsettling to a lot of people. It feels like you're being played. You feel it. It seems off. You feel like this is a coordinated and choreographed spectacle so that you are played. They want your money. That's what they got mad at Candace about. They're like, why are you telling people not to give us money? She's also saying you killed the guy.
No, because she doesn't have any standing. Or else we could say the same thing about Candace. People should stop giving Candace money. You know, who said that though? Seriously, has Erica Kirk or anyone at TPUSA ever said, people should stop giving Candace supers? They should stop sending her cash apps and Zelle. They should stop joining her book club. No one has ever said that about Candace. Because people aren't just naturally sitting around trying to keep her from making money. We're just pointing out the fact that she is making money off of the death of Charlie Kirk. It's not something for us to stop. But we recognize that's what she's doing. And her dumb cult members and the sock puppets and the bots continuously confirm that when they come to my chat at their own peril, talking about how she's making all this money and getting all these views. We know that. Thank you for confirming. That's the issue here. She doesn't get to say that people should not donate to a nonprofit organization. And then want to sit here and bring in wolves in finance who can't define the word endowment and lie about why endowments exist. It's unbelievable. So she wants them to fail. So TPUSA should sell Blexit. They need to sell it. Stop being nice to Candace Owens. You owe her nothing. Pretend her like she doesn't exist. Like she never crash landed on our planet. And sell Blexit. Sell it. And then do it on an open bidding type of thing. Do like an open auction for it. That'll really piss off.
Why are you mad about the money? They're just mad that they're not getting money.
Sell Blexit.
They want your money. And they want to be celebrities.
Okay, so that's an honest take. That is just a very honest take. And you can be mad at Tim Dillon. You can be mad at me for playing Tim Dillon on this show. Or you can be someone that...
Candace, no one is mad about that because he's a simp. He's a fat simp in a Santa suit. You're too much of a coward to say it yourself. Why not, Candace? I thought you want to be sued. For subpoena power and all. More concepts you can't define or understand. You can't make this stuff up.
Concerned about the direction that the Republican Party is taking, and you can recognize that that's the truth, okay? You can keep deluding
She
yourself.
was
You
a
can keep
Republican.
pretending that this is not how the public received this event. This is not how Republicans are feeling. But you would, again,
so she's still a Republican. Wait a minute. Are you Republican or not, heifer? Pick one. Either you're not political or you're a Republican. What did she talk about how Republicans feel? I thought Candace stopped being a Republican. All of a sudden, she gives a crap.
Yourself. That's the truest take right there on the internet about how people felt when they watched it. It felt like everything that all of us on our platforms said that gave us the ick about Hollywood when they got up on stage and they mocked people that lived between LA and New York City, and they mocked the farmers and the ranchers and people that supported Trump in 2015. That's the vibe that it's getting. It feels like we're being mocked. Now, for clarity, that's just broadly speaking. Like, broadly speaking, it was not relatable to the general public to see a situation where a man is murdered in broad daylight and the company that he built allows the very people who hated that man while he was still alive to simply pay enough money to speak main stage and pretend that they were best buds. There's something about that people just can't relate to. Like, yeah, Ben Shapiro didn't really like Charlie when he was alive, but he gave us $1 million. So he's going to be at AmFest, and he's not only just going to be at AmFest, he's going to walk out right after Erica Kirk opens up AmFest. And we just sort of expect the public to be fine with that. That actually happened.
Even though Charlie Kirk did that, and that actually happened. And she just wants to ignore that part of reality. Candace, stop claiming to be a Republican if you're not a Republican. If you don't represent the conservative party, you're not a Republican, you're not a Democrat, you're not a libertarian, you're not trying to be anything. If you're trying to be apolitical, then why are you worried about what Republicans are talking about? Make that make sense? Because of the hypocrisy of it all.
Now, maybe Turning Point USA is not striving for relatability, and that's fine. Money can, in fact, be your motive. But for me, when it moved toward becoming an abomination, the thing that sent me over the edge was when I saw the tent. Okay, I am never going to get over this tent. I could spend a week discussing this tent. I could.
No. Why? If she wanted to do something in memorial of her own husband, you don't get to dictate that, Candace. We can spend a week talking about Boys Club and the allegations that another man has levied against him that you refuse to even address. Yeah, we'll do that. Every time you talk about this tent, we're going to talk about George Farmer quite possibly, or at least having been alleged to have SA'd another man. We'll keep talking about that. We will bring that up every time she says that tent. George Farmer has had allegations levied against him for SAing another man. Make that make sense. Candace, we could do this all day with you two, girl.
I could probably do a month of content describing what it was like for me when I saw the tent and how I felt seeing the tent and what this tent actually now represents. What am I referring to? Let's take a listen to a reporter who was at AmFest describe the scene behind her in the hallway outside of the speaking area. Take a listen.
And you can see from behind me, this is a recreation of the tent where Charlie Kirk lost his life at Utah University in September, and people are taking selfies with it.
Mad about it.
I cannot. I am not capable of whatever that. When I saw this, I realized I do not know enough words. I had to consult a thesaurus, and I still could not land upon the correct adjective to describe how I felt when I saw that tent. People taking selfies under a recreation. I don't know if it's actually the tent. It looks like it.
That's like someone taking a picture in front of parts of a recreated portion of the Titanic, or any shipwreck, or any event that might be even closely related to a horrible event. Do you understand that there are museums, Candace, that have recreations or even parts of original pieces connected to bad events, connected to tragedies? Is she not aware of this? See, Candace, when you don't learn the ways of human beings here on earth, and you don't have a soul or a conscience, it's impossible for you to feel anything. So therefore, you go flying off the handle about things you don't understand, such as emotions, or what it's like to lose a husband, what it's like for TPUSA to lose their boss, the president, the CEO. This is no different than going to the Titanic Museum. The Titanic Museum represents a catastrophic shipwreck where over 1,500 people lost their lives. And she's sitting here whining and crying and being about a tent. So what?
It's pretty old, or a tent that Charlie died under. That's what was happening at AmFest. Horrified. I was aghast. I don't think I ever described myself as aghast. I was aghast. It was ghastly to look at that and to realize that they made a conscious decision to allow that to happen. To what end? Okay. I was so aghast. I messaged people inside of Turning Point. I said, I want to know who approved this, because I know what's going to come next. You're going to say, oh, we don't know how it happened, and something fell through the cracks, and so much was going on. And we had no idea the tent that Charlie died on was being brought in as a display. We had no idea that was happening.
Girl, if they did, so what? They don't need your permission. Once again, TPUSA should sell Blexit. This is a good point you brought up, Lisa, here. The tent is where Charlie began. The tent represents his roots, connection to the young people, his dream that she is trying so desperately to burn down. Because he did all of these the events with the ask me or prove me wrong. What's it? Ask questions or prove me wrong. He did all of those on the tents, right? This is coming from somebody that didn't follow Charlie Kirk. I'm not an unfeeling Kurd like Candace Owens. Like, if this is something that represents TPUSA, then either way, if you, let's say he was still alive and he still wanted to do like a museum and a tent putting in that museum because it just represents the beginning of how this started, she would have a problem with that or no? I mean, because what is she talking about? They get to do what they want to do. They don't need her permission to operate, to maneuver. She controls nothing at TPUSA. Not one damn thing. If they want to have an exhibit set up that is designed to be a memoriam, to be a symbol of their beginnings, and they want to do that everywhere they go, that's their prerogative. There's nothing she can do about it. Legally, she can't do shit. So what is she crying about? She can't do anything about that tent. Nothing. But be mad about it. So, Candace, when are you going to respond to these allegations from another man claiming that your husband tried to essay him? When is that going to come up? You know, because we do this all day. Yep, we can do this all day. What's going on, Heather? Hello to everybody coming in. Hopefully I'm not missing anyone. What's going on, Sifa? Thank you all so much for the support. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button coming in. Bumps is up in the house. Candace Owens believes that, I believe she's the spiritual CEO of TPUSA. All must be approved by her. Yeah, the delusion is crazy up in there. Candace, we all know your brain is melted a long time ago because those monostat 7s must have been something else, girl. All right, let's move on.
So I messaged and I said, who did this? Who approved this? I want to know, because I have no authority to fire people, but I want to pretend like I can fire people who made this decision, everyone involved. And the answer that I got, you're not going to believe this, or you will believe this, that the person who approved this tent was the amazing Elizabeth McCoy. Potentially more amazing than her husband, Michael McCoy. Elizabeth McCoy was the person who approved this tent, so there's no way that they can come out.
So what? What does this have to do with you talking about you don't believe Tyler Robertson is the shooter? Or, you know, the allegations that George Farmer allegedly essayed another man here?
And pretend like Erica didn't know this was happening, because she's very close with Elizabeth McCoy. Okay, she's very close with her. So for everybody on the outside looking into this, AmFest is when we realized that something very disturbing is happening in America. I feel like AmFest is, or what it did for me was it contributed to my realization that the future, the dark future that everyone's always predicting, like the AI future, it's here. We're actually here. I think that we are fighting machines. I think that these people are not humans, that they're sentinels that maybe look like humans. That's how I feel. I feel like it's the single solitary event that contributed to my realization that the future is happening right now. And the issue that a lot of these, the gap that's between us and the rest of them is essentially they don't know how to behave like humans. You know what I mean? Like we're fighting an algorithm,
Candace.
A computer code that is presenting as a human being, but actually
an alien trying to tell us how to behave like humans. Go figure. Let me tell you something, you she-wolf. You don't get to dictate how anyone else feels. That is not for you to control, you heifer. This heifer thinks she can actually tell human beings how to feel, how to express emotions, how to run a nonprofit organization. She literally thinks she gets to dictate this stuff. How do you put up a tent? Show homage and respect to their president and CEO who's assassinated in front of everybody. This heifer thinks she gets to do that. This alien-like heifer. Man, you can't make this up. How much more ridiculous is this gonna get?
It can't comprehend real human emotion, and the programmers can't quite write the code specifically enough to emulate real human emotion.
Oh my God.
And so in response, they're just multiplying the sentinels. Like they're sending more of them to say and do things that are obviously abnormal, that are obviously inhumane, and they're hoping that with enough of them pretending like it's fine, they can override our humanity. Like, well, everyone's saying this is fine, so it has to be fine.
You don't have no humanity. You need a soul, you soulless miscreant from another planet and hell. You're in the wrong realm, Candace. You don't belong in our realm. This girl crawled straight out of Lucifer's toilet. She's trying to tell a human being about emotions. You can't.
It's fine. So it absolutely is fine. And there's something wrong with you if you don't realize why it's fine that we're hanging up this tent and taking pictures and selfies under it. I don't know. There's something wrong with you. You're just upset.
The tent.
Or something. The result of what's happening right now, and Tim Dillon is about to explain this, and I have a lot of Tim Dillon clips because he just spoke to me when I heard his.
No. You told that simp to speak for you, and that's what he's doing, and you're giving him likes, views, subs, and money for it. You're helping to catapult his platform because he's simping for you. You know, all these men turn into hardcore wimps and simps when it comes to Candace Owens. Boy, they just act like they've lost their manhood. Candace is walking around collecting ball sacks for 5 cents.
Everything. But the result is that right now what's happening in this country and really all over the world is that everything feels weird and wrong. That's why I kept saying last year that everything is fake and gay. It feels like we're watching a movie. It feels like we're all in a Truman Show and everyone around us are actually robots. And things have gotten so abnormal that even things that should be abnormal, like RFK sexting, which is what Tim Dillon's about to describe, feels like that.
No. When are you going to get to the part where the allegation against George Farmer of him essaying another man is a concern? It's a serious concern. When are you going to get to that? That's fake and gay. You can't make this up.
That's the most normal thing going on. Take a listen to Tim Dillon.
What a profoundly dysfunctional society we have. There's nothing to look up to. There's no one to be excited about. Really, the least controversial member of this administration is RFK Jr. Can you imagine? He's the least scandal-prone member of the administration. And every 3 days, there's another text leaking from him where he's like, open your mouth. I want to put my seed in you. And that's somehow the best part of this whole thing. His set.
No, I'm actually in Georgia. That's where I am. Yeah, you gotta be careful because her cult members like doxing and harassing people and bullying people. But I'm in Georgia. Yep, I've only been to California once. But when it comes to Candace Owens, I spare her nothing because aliens don't matter to me. Shout out to you all. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Let's get to it.
Are nowhere near as scandalous. Is like Cash Patel, the FBI director, is sitting there updating you on his girlfriend's country music tour. It's hell. It's absolutely hell. And Erica Kirk, God bless, tragic, and I'm sorry for what happened, but nobody knows why she's out there in a glittering pantsuit in a recreated tent that her husband tragically was murdered in, throwing merch out.
Yeah, he's repeating the same thing she just said. Candace, we didn't need to hear this from him. You ding dong. You didn't have to play this video. You just said exactly what you wanted to say. Candace is just walking around collecting ball sacks at this point.
She's out there talking to Nicki Minaj. People are confused. What's going on? Those are the 3 words that sum up
Candace has
this whole entire mess that we've created for ourselves.
He's right. What is going on?
Only Candace has a problem with it. No one else does. Except her cult. Because she commands how they feel. It's the hive mentality, you all. Plus the, recurring yeast infections that she keeps spreading around.
Sums up how we all feel right now. And I also would like to mention here another confusing part that we kind of didn't discuss enough. Another confusing
it's the yeast infections, because those confusing parts get hot and bothered.
Part of that Barry Weiss interview that we should discuss more. Everyone was making TikToks about the stop, just stop, but actually the most effed up part about that interview was CBS's decision to bring Hunter Kozak to ask Erica a question. Again, who approved this? I want to know. I don't know who thought it up and who said, okay, yes, let's do it, because
And what are you going to do about it, Candace Owens? Nothing. You're going to do nothing but whine and cry about it. There's nothing you can do about it. Here in this reality on earth, that moment has already passed. There's nothing you can do about it, you heifer.
Everyone involved in that process is what I think we're fighting right now. I think these are robots. There's no way that somebody comes up with that idea, and then a team of people at CBS approve it. Robot. Again, they wanted to recreate the moment that Charlie died, but this time his wife was going to survive it. Hunter Kozak, last time we all saw him, Charlie died. Barry Weiss, bring him back. Erica's going to survive it. Now, to the computer programmers, I want you to know that to us humans looking into that, the part that you're missing is post-traumatic stress, displaced anger. Like technically,
Candace, you're the only one that's walking around looking like the frail alien that you are. Why are you recreating this moment? You're the only one that said you've obsessed over watching videos of Charlie Kirk be assassinated over and over and over again. You said those words out of your mouth. You disturbed moo cow. This helpful.
Technically, Hunter Kozak didn't do anything wrong on that day at UVU, but I hate him anyways. That's how I feel. I hate him anyway. I don't ever want to hear his voice ever again, because
who should say she hate? Because her cult members love to say everybody else hates. Candace actually says that she hates people. She actually uses the term hate.
Didn't do anything wrong on that day at UVU, but I hate him anyways. That's how I feel. I hate him anyway.
I hate him anyways. That's how I feel. I hate him anyways. Because Candace, we got to snip this. Because see here, to the candy ass cult members, your cult leader is the only one that's hating. Here's the epitome of that. This is the prime example of someone hating, where she actually says that she hates people. Your cult leader is the only one that is showing hate. And it's not justified, because guess what, Candace? You don't have to pay that kid's bills. All these people you've got this gripe and this hate and angst against, you don't have to pay their mortgage. You don't have to take care of them. You don't have to feed them. You don't have to clothe them. You don't have to take care of their children. You are a non-MFing factor in their lives. So why are you sitting here saying you hate someone? That's a rather strong word. I hate something or someone. See, this proves even more that she's an alien. She's incapable of having human emotions and human feelings. And it's so easy for her to hate something or hate someone like this. Do you know how much anger you have to have welled up in you to actually say you hate someone? How much you have to despise that individual? We're talking about the definition of the word here. To allow yourself to mentally or emotionally get to a point where you're saying you hate someone. Candace Amber Owens Farmer, the alien, is the only one walking around on earth with a platform claiming to be a Republican still, I guess, who knows, saying that she hates someone and then turns around and says Christ is king. You go against the epitome of what Christ represented in the word of God. Jesus never said he hated anybody. You can't make this up. She is the only one saying she hates someone. What scripture in the Bible did Jesus ever say he hated another mere mortal? Another person? You hate sin. You can hate the devil. You can hate evil. But when did Jesus ever say he hates a person, another human being? The word of the month in the Lady Luck Club is hypocrisy. See, I'm very intentional when I do this. Last month it was evidence. This month is hypocrisy. Candace has to be the absolute biggest hypocritical alien heifer that's ever walked this earth for no good God-given reason. She could just go back to her home planet, but she chooses to just torture herself and others because no one is hating anybody but her. And she has no quarrels with saying it with such ease. It's like breathing for her to just so easily say she hates another human being. It's disgusting. It's the epitome of evil. Candace is pure evil. It's demonic. Let's not forget her having visions of another deceased person, to which the Bible refers to as witchcraft. And now she hates another person. But when we say something that is criticism, because we're going to say it because we have the right to do it, why are we hating her? No, she's the one full of hate. She's the evil gimp that's full of hate. It's disgusting.
I don't ever want to hear his voice ever again, because he's the last person on earth that tried to stress out Charlie Kirk, right? Asking him a stupid question about transgenderism, and then Charlie died. So it's not fair, but I don't like Hunter Kozak. I just don't. And I think that that's a normal human feeling, right? Bringing him back to finish asking a question, like this time Hunter's going to get to ask his question, that's not relatable to the rest of us. It actually makes people who have a soul feel icky.
You don't have a soul, Candace. You have no soul.
I want to invite you to go backward and to rewatch that moment and the manner in which Barry Weiss tees up this excruciatingly odd question. Take a listen.
Erica, as you know, the last person that Charlie ever spoke to was a Utah Valley student named Hunter Kozak. He was asking Charlie a question that day when he was shot, and he's here tonight, and he wants to ask you a question.
Hi there.
Peter Betty.
So it doesn't matter what the question is. I wanted to tee that up so you could see it. How does that make you feel? How weird is that? The way that I feel when I watch that clip is like when Barry Weiss goes home at night, she just plugs herself into the...
Candace, no one asks how that makes us feel. We didn't even notice. We don't care. You want people to feel hate like you. You want people to walk around being evil like you. You want people to be angry and bitter like you. You want people to walk around being fake and gay like you. You want other people to be heifers. You moo cow. It's absolutely deplorable. We feel nothing about this. You're not achieving any goal. You and your dumb coat, the candy ass cult members, the bots, the sock puppets. Most of them aren't even real people anyway. I mean, a bot is a program system. A sock puppet might be multiple accounts controlled by one person. Cult members are brainwashed and they've got a hive mentality. They're not even thinking for themselves or reading. So overall, the majority of us could care less about what is going on in this moment here. All we see is a young man asking a question. That's simple. We're not digging deep into this, girl. Why are you walking around talking about you hate people? You dumb demon.
The wall to charge. That's how I feel. I just feel like that is, we're just different. I don't know what species that is or what computer program that is, but I can't relate to that. I can't relate to the idea that if Jackie O, a few months later, decided to do interviews, that they would be like, hey, Jackie, are you down with like getting back into the car and we're going to drive back to the spot in Dallas, but don't worry, this time you're going to survive. Same people are going to be in the audience, but this time you're first going to recreate that. That's weird. So
what do you mean? What's she talking about? What's she talking about? Something being recreated? They're not recreating anything. What the hell is wrong with her? Well, did he even ask the same
real question that I have going into this year is how many of us humans are left? That's my energy in this year. How many humans are actually left? Because I think,
Candace, there are billions of us left. You're the alien. There's only one of you. No, you can't make this up. When are you going to talk about the allegation against your husband who's faking gay? That's saying another man. When is that going to come up? You alien?
The war is already happening. And also, what's going to happen now? What's in the forecast for humanity in 2026? Because we've clearly woken up to the fact that everything is fake and gay. And we are therefore now reaching an inflection point. The people that rule over us, they tried it the nice way, I guess. They increased the pageantry. They used even more pyrotechnics and fireworks. And it seems like we're not biting. We are still talking about Brigitte Macron being born
oh my God. Candace, didn't I tell you every time you pull that up, I'm going to pull up the photo of Jermaine Stewart on your ass? That's exactly what I'm doing. You can't make this up. Are we talking about the interview? The Erica Kirk, what was it? Erica Kirk CBS interview? It's crazy. I already need a little break from Candace. Whoo, child. Let's see. I'm just gonna go straight to that part. Hold on a second. Anybody know the timestamp? Okay, hold on. She's sitting here attacking this kid, and he hasn't done anything wrong to her.
Was a Utah Valley student.
Okay.
I think he was anything else than exceptional.
Erica, as you know, the last person that Charlie ever spoke to was a Utah Valley student named Hunter Kozak. He was asking Charlie a question that day when he was shot, and he's here tonight, and he wants to ask you a question.
Hi there. Erica, I want to tell you how much I appreciate your calls for peace and unity. And I'm likewise horrified by the people in my so-called camp who were cheering about Charlie's murder. I believe that they stoke the flames of violence. But even worse is when powerful, influential people on either side of the aisle stoke the flames. When they do it, the flames can become an inferno. And this leads me to Donald Trump, the most powerful and influential person on earth, who has more respect.
Okay, he asked about Donald Trump. What is Candace talking about? I don't even think he was asking the same question that Charlie Kirk was answering when he was shot. Because he gave based on the answer that Charlie Kirk gave, it was something from the LGBTQ community, right? You can't make this up. So, I mean, what is she talking about? Candace is just having a B moment, a bitch moment, because she's an alien and a heifer with no soul that hates everybody. She just hates people, just to hate them. It doesn't even seem like he's posing the same question here.
Responsibility than anyone else to put the flames out. Just last month, President Trump called on 6 Democratic lawmakers to be tried for sedition, which he clarified was punishable by death. He then reposted a simple message: hang them. I think that you've been making strides to bring peace to our country, and that turning point has been asking Democrats to decry the individuals who cheer for violence. I have and will continue to decry them. But any good faith effort to stop political violence must hold both parties to the same standard and expectation. So in that spirit, will you condemn the violent rhetoric of Donald Trump, the most powerful and influential person on earth?
And Candace hates this kid. She hates this kid. She dislikes Donald Trump, but still claims to be a Republican. But she hates this kid for asking this question. It wasn't even the same question that he asked at the tent. This is absolute madness. She literally says she hates this kid. What is there to hate? He's asking a question. But she hates this guy. Charlie never ever said he hated a person. Candace has said, I hate everyone. I got the snippet on that too. She says, I specifically hate this kid. I mean, she's hating people left and right. And yet her cult members who still refuse to read the definition of the word hate will claim that you're hating her for disagreeing with her dumb ass. This is absolutely ridiculous. All because Candace is an alien, and I guess she wants to sit here and accuse someone else of being an alien. See, here's the thing, Candace. Candace, while you're collecting the ball sacks of men who are becoming whole simps for you, see, you can't do that, Brigitte Macron. That's to me good enough confirmation to believe she was born a woman, because you cannot convert her into a simp. Yeah, no, she's not gonna let you simp her. She doesn't live her life for you. She had 3 kids. You want to do this, Candace? I got one for you. How about that? Because we can do this toe for toe. Because we're here for it, right? We're here for this. If she want people to become simps for her and they get mad when they're not, because they don't bend to her will. Candace, no one owes you a damn thing, heifer. No one owes you a damn thing. We owe you nothing. Why are you sitting here talking about you hate somebody? We don't owe you crap. So since she wants to go there, we can go there. Yeah, girl, we'll do this. Candace, y'all, pardon me while I have a conversation with Candace for a second. Boy, girl. How befitting Candace is wearing the boy sweater that says boy on it. Boy, girl, you alien. Candace. You're not proving a damn thing. The only thing you're showing is that you do not have a soul and that you came from another planet after you spawned from hell. I've never seen or heard anyone have so much hate and then turn around and hypocritically try to profess that Christ is king. And then talk about going to mass where you're praying to some beads. I've never heard so much hypocrisy come from one alien in all my life. Boy, go sit down somewhere. And if you want to address something that's of importance to the public, perhaps you should be giving us a heads up on, your boy toy husband, George Farmer, whom another man has made allegations about SA against him. You can't make this up. You want to talk about everything's fake and gay, you might want to start within your home. Look at your marriage and go from there. Y'all tell Candace, Jermaine Stewart, Owens, tell him her hello. Yeah, I'm gonna do this every time. You can't make this up, boy, girl. Go sit down somewhere. You heifer. You can't make this up. Candace, I told you we'll do this all day. You miscreant. This is absolute madness. That's why the Macrons are gonna mollywop Candace in court. We're here for it. We're here for it.
Dude, we're also still talking about the Epstein files. I'm sorry. So what's the next step? What's going to happen?
Candace,
are they going to just get crazier?
Too. I mean,
Yeah, I think the answers last year taught us yes. They want to start rewriting laws. They want to bankrupt people for knowing the truth.
Nope. When I put up that law, you alien. I quoted it as it is written. And that law has existed longer than you've been on earth, you heifer. You gonna come for me about me posting up a law? Why don't you speak plain and say exactly what you're trying to say? I don't have to recreate a law. No, I posted that law as is. You're impersonating an investigator, a federal criminal investigator. You're impersonating. It's a felony. You don't have to like it. Stop damn doing it. No one asked an alien to crash land on our planet, to come to the U.S. and disregard our laws. They've been here longer than you've existed. At least on Earth. You don't get to sit here and dwell amongst humanity in the United States of America and have a blatant disregard for federal laws that are designed to help protect and keep other people safe. You're doxing people committing more cyber crimes because you're lying to people saying that you're a federal or criminal investigator and you're demanding alibis, something to which no one owes your ass. Look, boy, girl, unless you want to be in court all day, every day, which no one cares at this point about suing you. They're just going to sue you. You might want to stop breaking our laws or just go buy some land in another country. And then you can start your own country. You can go do your own little commune. You and your coat can go live happily ever after. You can have all your other friends from outer space come stay in your area on your property. Tell them don't crash too hard on ours. They're going to stay over there with you. Or you can take you and your coat back to your home planet. Just get the hell on. You can't make this up. She want to have a problem with laws and not follow them. And then get mad when people sue her ass over it. Are you serious? Now, keep suing her.
Real headline today, by the way, Brigitte Macron, who's quite literally born a male and who quite literally committed statutory rape under the then French law against a 14-year-old student.
The United States has no bearing on French laws. We're not bound to uphold the laws of another country. And they are not bound to uphold our laws here until they come over here and come to our courts. There's nothing we can do about that. As a nation, we cannot do anything about what's going on in France or what went on in France over 40 years ago. We don't care at this point. They're happily married. What do you want? You're bringing up something that happened that you have no control over, and we couldn't do anything about it if we wanted to because it's not in our country, on our soil, and our laws don't apply. Whatever their age of consent is over there in France is what's over there in France. You don't have to like it. You also don't have to live in France either. Candace ain't trying to do shit about it. You think she would just move her ass to France and go help change laws over there? No one cares, girl.
Has successfully secured a conviction against 11 people in France for cyberbullying. And the media is now, of course, trotting that out, pretending that that's proof that she's a woman. No, it is proof that...
No. No one said that, Candace. It's proof that cyberbullying is a crime. Because that's how laws work. Over there in France, you break their laws, then that's what happens. You get charged and they was found guilty. Had nothing to do with about her being a man. You are the one lying about that. No, she was born a woman. Because if she were a man, you would probably have him being a simp. Like Tim Dillon. That fat simp. No, she was born a woman. Because she's standing up to you. She's not playing this dumb game with you. And I hope more men start standing up to Candace as well. The alien. Don't give her your ball sack. Shout out to Paramount Tactical for suing the crap out of that Mitch guy. Add Candace Owens to that lawsuit. You can't make this up.
France has now created laws and are willing to try people for telling the truth if the person who is lying feels bullied. That's what that means, just so we're clear. So if Rachel Dolezal is, as she is, actually born Caucasian and she's presenting as black, and you go online and you say, hey, you're actually a white girl, she could sue you if she feels cyberbullied. That's what's happening in Paris. And I think that's kind of an understanding of what they're trying.
If you cyberbully somebody, it doesn't matter what you're cyberbullying them over. If they can prove that you cyberbullied them, they can sue you. The end. That's how it is in the United States of America. She's talking about something going on in France. Why? We don't know, because she still won't read their laws either. She doesn't read U.S. laws. She won't read France laws. So what is she talking about here? Candace,
trying to make happen here in America. The deep state is insisting on passing speech laws, and they're going to bankrupt me for knowing the truth about Brigitte.
They're gonna bother whop you.
This is a longer clip, and it is so worth listening to because it's brilliant. I honestly think this is dark comedic brilliance from Tim Dillon. Again, perfectly explaining this exact moment in time that we are all in. So to tee this up correctly, essentially, Tim is discussing how our modern world and culture, we are all starting to realize, was created by powerful people who are into kids, like Jeffrey Epstein.
His laws are laws.
And yet the media just wants us to move on and keep going. So take a listen to what he says here. He's just kind of recapping the moment that we are in right now.
This was our culture for a very long time.
Yeah, this
it
is
was domination, evil, exploitation, bad, not good.
Exactly, Kiwi.
But it was our culture.
Legal age
it was our culture. You know, and you know we're coming to terms with that. We're coming to terms with that, and it's going to take. It's a little bit of a pill to swallow, is it not? It's a little bit of a pill to swallow, huh? It's a little bit of a pill. It's a little bit of a pill.
Candace, he's repeating himself about pills because he swallows pills. Why do we care about that? I mean, maybe he has to take 2 or 3 because, his body's got to absorb all that medicine. I told y'all these candy asses are high as hell. 24/7. Tim Dillon, the simp, is proving that point. He's high as hell, y'all. Why is he wearing shades in the dark? It's Christmas time.
You ever get sick as a kid and your mom's like, you got to take this one. And you're like, ugh.
He has.
She's like, this one is everyone that rules over you is a static pedophile. You're like, oh, no, not this one. It's a little bit of a pill to swallow, but that's where a lot of this comes from. What
color is the pill, Tim? You simp. What color is that pill you take? Sounds like you popping them like candy. Like M&M's.
This is the runoff. What you're seeing now is a runoff of people living to pretend that isn't true. It is the denial of that culture that has produced this culture. Listen up, I'll say it again. I should be paid more for this, frankly. I'll say it again.
Yeah, because Candace is not paying him enough. Candace, Tim Dillon, the simp, is asking you to give him more money. You might want to write a check.
It is the denial of that culture that has manufactured this culture of nothingness. It is the unwillingness to look that in the face
you can't make
that
this
has
up.
produced slop. That's what it is. It is the discomfort that comes from facing the fact that your greatest fears.
Tim Dillon, you might not do crack because you might be able to afford cocaine, but it's still bad for you. Candace's brain is not of this earth, so it is what it is. Candace, crack is wicked. He said I should be getting paid more for this. Yeah, it's a sign that he's getting paid to say this dumb crap. It's like a binge high thing type of rant. He's seeing the colors and then he just starts to think, like words just start to flow. Doesn't matter if it makes sense or not, people. The high is kicked in and he's like, oh yeah, turn the camera on. I'm there. Now this simp is asking for more money because she's already paid him.
Are true.
Candace is cheap.
And you're unable to process that, so you dive into the Eras tour. You backstroke through the restaurant that serves the thing from the app that you saw. You try.
Are we talking about Swamp Thing?
Vacation in the right place to take the edge off. It is the denial of truth that has delivered you here into nothingness, into emptiness, into a place where do you want to see the amenities? The building is really nice, but you've got to see the amenities. The amenities are really over the top. The HOA is really high, but you have to see it because the amenities are so worth it. The amenities are amazing. There's this amazing room.
Yeah, this dude is y'all listen to this transition. Hold on, I want y'all to take note in this transition. Look at here. Pay attention to how he's pacing himself when he speaks. And in the transition, it's like a flip of the switch. Y'all, this is how high people talk. He high as hell.
That has delivered you here into nothingness, into emptiness.
Pay attention.
Into a place where do you want to see the amenities? The building is really nice, but you've got to see the amenities. The amenities are really over the top. The HOA is really high, but you have to see it because the amenities are so worth it. The amenities are amazing. There's this amazing room. You can use it if you have a party, like 12 to 15 people. You want to do a dinner. You can bring in a private chef. It's so amazing. They'll set right up and they'll do a dinner. You can actually bring in servers and a bartender. I've done it before. It's amazing. It actually connects to a terrace. What's great about it is it's actually for everyone in the building to use. You can reserve it, but it's...
Yo, he must have did meth and cocaine at the same time. Oh, man. Oh, Candace. Boy, girl. Tim Dillon is just an entertainer at this point. You can't make this up. Yo, this is what people who are high as hell. Like, it's like his thought patterns are so erratic. He doesn't even know what to say or how to say it. He can't even keep his cadence the same. Look at this nonsense. He's talking
Very
about
easy. Just do it on the app. Is the world run by satanic pedophiles? There's also a rooftop garden. It's amazing. I go up there. I have coffee all the time. You can go. So you get a special key when you come here, and it'll only go to your floor. So you don't have to worry about any of the security. And at the top of the building, there's a rooftop garden. And you can sit there, and you can even do yoga. It's actually super private. There's like alcoves. Right. So let me ask you, do you think that...
Yeah, his cigarettes are dipped in embalming fluid. Right this. Yeah, he's gone in. He's trying to tell us the conversation that he and Candace had. In his mind, that's what he's repeating. He has no idea. He's telling us the conversation between him and Candace, you know. So the way he responds about the amenities and all this other stuff, that's how Candace talks to him. Candace, if you're going to get a simp and pay him to speak the words you want him to say, at least tell him to stay sober and on track. You can't make this.
Or civilization is run by like evil pedophiles that are murdering and torturing children. And next year the restaurant opens. So like I don't even want to talk about the restaurant because it's literally so amazing and you can't have it right now. But within 5 months we have a celebrity chef who's opening a restaurant. It's like Mediterranean, but it's also kind of like more on the Italian side. It's like super perfect. It's like amazing. It's great for like light bites in the morning, and then you can like even grab like coffee and breakfast, and then there's like a lunch, and then there's like a dinner. And even I've actually heard this. I can't confirm, but I've heard that they can actually cater your party in the private amenity space. Like the restaurant can cater your party in the amenity space.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Tell us how Candace talks to him.
That sounds really good. Why do you think that woman got shot in the face in Oklahoma? Well, anyway, if you want it, just speak to your real trucks. It's going to go really, really fast. We already have so many people coming back to see it for second and third showing. Cool. And I just heard that around the block, that like super exclusive restaurant that nobody can get into, Tate McRae was there last night. Wow. Well, thank you for this info. You've given me a lot to think about. And it is the denial of that culture that has produced this one.
I just had to play that in its entirety because it's brilliant. It spoke to my...
No, it's just, he's high. Anyone can do that. You know, Candace, when you take these simps off the street or wherever the hell you got them from, your planet, whatever, hell, and then you give them some money, they go and buy some stuff to get high as hell on. This is the rent you should expect. What are you talking about? You can get this out of any one of your simps. It doesn't have to be Tim Dillon. It could be anybody else. You could have did this to Tucker Carlson, girl. Hell, Megyn Kelly would have done it if she could, if she had a sack or something to drop. She would do the same thing. She could turn any of her goons into a simp, pay them some money, get them high as hell, and then they say the same thing he just said. What he was describing to us is the conversation that he and Candace had. And that's how she sounds to him. Candace, you still lose. The internet is undefeated.
My soul when I heard it. That's how I felt last year. I'm like, hey, guys, like, what's going on right now? And it feels like they're just giving us more stuff, more materialism, more trash music, you know, glittery suits, pyrotechnics. Don't understand that we are perhaps being run by society's being run by incredibly evil people, and it's been happening for a very long time. And I don't really care about the new iPhone that's dropping. I don't care if you got into Mar-a-Lago last night. There's something more important that's happening here.
No one cares.
And the droids keep droiding, right? They're fighting us, and they're just kind of telling us that we have to accept this culture, and we're saying no. So I guess in summary, the battle lines have very clearly been drawn this year. You now have to decide what side you're going to take. Are you with the Sentinel?
Yeah, they're going to sue the hell out of you, and we're all going to support them and root them on. You know, I never thought that I would root on the French president and his wife in suing someone named Candace the alien in all my life than I do now. Boy, when I say they're going to mollywop her in court, I wouldn't mind testifying. You know, I go in there and testify. Candace has been absolutely deplorable. She's doing this stuff intentionally. She's acting with evil and, of course, you know, bad faith and ill intent. And she thinks that she's got subpoena power and she doesn't understand what that means. And she keeps doubling down. She's even putting up pictures of E.T. with the wig on. So, in exchange for that, I put up the photo of Jermaine Stewart because, it's got to be her in another light. Wearing that boy sweater. Married to Boys Club. Who's being alleged to have essayed another man. Candace, you got a whole lot more problems you should be facing right now. Going into that alternate reality is not going to solve all of your issues, girl.
Are you with the human beings? I've decided very clearly, but I'm with the people. And I'm done holding them back because all of this is effing weird. And we're going to discuss more weirdness that's going on. First, we're going to take a brief break and throw it to our sponsors. All right, you guys, if you are trying to get healthier.
She's going to go to her sponsors. We don't care about that, girl.
Instagram, my old Instagram channel,
okay, here we go.
Privatized it and they brought it back. And as you can see, they premiered an old trailer from when I was joining the Daily Wire. And if this wasn't a mistake, this was not a mistake because they put a.
If they own it, they get to do what they want to do with it, heifer. Once again, you control nothing. If it's theirs and they have the rights to it, they get to do what they want. And there's nothing you can say or do about it. So what?
Card in the front that said this was shot in 2021. So what are they doing? They also did the same thing on Instagram. My old Instagram channel, they re-released my trailer from when I was first joining them. So clearly they're trying to get attention for something. And I can tell you what that something is. I love scooping people when they're just being weird. First, I should say, I did have a little bit of sympathy over this break. I would like to apologize to the midget horse. The midget horse never deserved the FU. There's nothing wrong with being a midget horse. And I was a little fired up and I attacked a small horse that probably did nothing wrong, if I'm being honest. Now, more broadly speaking, the reason I had sort of snapped at the end of last year is that it has been a very long road, as I showed you an example of me just trying to be fired like a normal person. Just so you guys know, in a normal world, your employer, if they fire you, that should be the last you hear of them. You should not then have them follow you to events, calling people to try to get you canceled from speaking events, putting pressure on people, lawsuits. That's actually toxic. And when I said to people that it was getting to a point where I felt like I was being stalked by them, I said this like privately. I said, I genuinely feel like when you break up with someone and you have a crazy ex, that was how it felt like being fired from the Daily Wire. Except in this circumstance, the ex broke up with you, but then I guess like
Candace, they're going to respond when you're sitting here trying to accuse Eric Kirk of being involved in murdering her husband. They have the right to disagree and to respond. The end. They have the right to criticize you. The end. You chose to be a public figure, you alien from outer space. No one told you to go out and be a public figure. You want all this public notoriety, all this power, the money, the views, the likes, the clicks, the subs, the bots, the sock puppets, your dumb cult members. Go have it. Don't get mad when people actually criticize you, though. They have the absolute right to do that. It's called free speech under the First Amendment in the United States of America. You don't have to like it. That's not stalking. And you would have to actually prove that if you're going to sit here and make those type of allegations. Because you don't read laws. This idiot is sitting here trying to give this impression that they're stalking her by calling her out on her BS. But yet, she's lying about someone being born a male and keeps doubling down on it. Her 3 attorneys they need to be withdrawn from this case. Because they're going to go to court and look so stupid when the judge asks them, why did you all not advise your client to stop doubling down if she didn't have any evidence? What are their answer going to be to the judge? Oh, we can't control her. Then you should not defend the defenseless. That's kind of like an unspoken code for attorneys, people who actually went to law school, unlike Megyn Kelly, and actually care about being a litigator. You don't go out and defend the defenseless. This girl has ruined her own defense about libel tourism. And they don't try to actually say to her, can you stop doubling down? You're making it harder when we go to court, because court is not YouTube channels. You can't go to court, treat the courtroom and the judge as if you're on your YouTube channel doing a pre-recorded show. No. You got to go in there and act like you have some sense. Now, I personally would love for Candace to throw a shoe, have a fit, throw a tantrum, girl, have outbursts, yell and scream. Yeah, so she can be held to direct criminal contempt of court. That's the only reason. Other than that, she gets in there and acts like a jackass and tries to go against the judge. He'll put her in check and then remind the 3 attorneys, if she continues on, not only will I put her in check, I will sanction the 3 of you for not saying anything. So she could cause trouble for her and her attorneys. Candace, you're still brainless, you simp. You can't make this up. So no, they're going to speak out. Daily Wire has the right to do it. We're going to continue to debunk her. And the candy ass cult members, as opposed to them forcing her to produce evidence on something, they'd rather go out, try to have people's channels shut down, abusing copyright strikes, DMCA laws, because, they don't read shit either.
Maybe change their mind or just didn't want to see you move on and be happy or successful. There was an element of this that felt, and I truly am not trying to be dramatic here, it felt like a crazy ex-stalker. Like, if I can't have you, nobody can have you. And so to connect this point, to build this corollary for you guys, that was how I felt. That was what I was expressing to you at the end of last year, that I was done with it. Right? I was like, I'm leaving Daily Wire in 2025, come hell or high water. Well, they want hell or high water, because it turns out the reason they're doing this and doing it on my channel is because they are trying to hard launch a young woman named Madison Bransford. Okay. Now she's apparently an intern at the Daily Wire, and they're basically dropping like an iCarly type Nickelodeon feel show where she's going to make fun of me. And the show is entitled In the No-No, because apparently they watch every second of my show, which they've been doing for a very long time. They used to send clips and have people make fun of me when I was first getting started. And so now, because they still can't let me go, and since Ben is now on stage bringing me up and saying, we don't know, no, but we know, like it's giving crazy ex-stalker. They're now launching a show with this girl. I'm sure she's a lovely human being. It's basically like they tried to find someone that's similar to Brett, but it's not at all because it's not mature. And she's just going to make fun of this show. So that's what the Daily Wire has in store. I'm sorry to have scooped you on the
Daily Wire is such a good idea. You should troll Candace until she wants to leave our planet. I saw she's live. We're going to finish this up and then we'll get to her live one. You can't make this up. It's a brilliant idea. Well done, Daily Wire. Troll the crap out of Candace Owens. Because Candace won't stop lying like hell. And she hates everybody now. Okay. You shouldn't care, Candace, if you hate everybody. You said we're all treasonous. I don't know who we are, but whatever. You and your cult. You're all traitors and treasons. Yeah, you should be trolled just for that. Just for that.
This new brilliant idea to hard launch something on my socials of somebody making fun of me. I'm sure you thought that was going to get some like huge applaud. It's weird. It makes me uncomfortable if I'm being...
I did a standing ovation. I'm okay with that.
Frank, I'd like you guys to move on. I understand now. Nope. You're never going to stop. This is just what we are. You're forever going to obsess about everything I'm doing. I think it's a bad idea. I would kill it if I were you guys, but I see that you've already made a significant investment. And I hope it works out. I hope a person dedicated to making fun of me in the note, I hope it works out for young Maddie. Anyways, we now need to turn our attention back now that we've recapped how I'm feeling about the new year. We obviously have to discuss Fort Huachuca because it seems to have driven people insane. Okay, insane. People are losing their minds ever since we mentioned Fort Huachuca, which signals to everybody that Mitch is telling the truth. Okay?
No.
Now, I should tell you that if Charlie were alive today, they'd be calling him demonic. They'd be calling him possessed. They'd be saying that he was crazy for not trusting the government because he was honest. He had an honest perspective about psychological operations. He noticed them. He knew the government was behind these psychological operations, just like the one they have put in place since Charlie was assassinated. Here's what Charlie had to say back in October of 2024 regarding the CIA and MK Ultra. He is speaking with Justice Smith. Take a listen.
Do you think the MK Ultra project ever actually ended? Or just went
we have no evidence that it ended. And I mean, also we have Operation Mockingbird too, which was another CIA program, which was that they were going to take over all the news networks and have symmetry in.
If that young lady is like Ami, I am here for it. It's going to be hilarious because Ami, when I say troll Candace, Ami is the perfect troller for you, girl. He is funny. I love it. When is he dropping a new video?
Their broadcast communications No, the Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation of people here domestically. And that is completely against the CIA charter. You must understand, we have Congress, and they're just kind of like a peanut gallery. And then we have a super government that exists above Congress of the Department of Defense, which is the Pentagon, the Central Intelligence Agency, which is its own thing out in Langley, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. They run the country. The intel agencies run the country.
I agree.
People don't run the country. The executive branch doesn't run the country. This is why they hate Trump, because Trump was the first candidate since JFK to actually want to declare war on the intel agencies and bring the power back to the sovereign. And both him and Kennedy got shot.
Yes, well, I am just in many ways, I think it would just pain Charlie to see everything that's happened since he passed. I think it would just pain him to see what Trump has become. He's become a deep state, obviously, and never have I ever seen a more aggressive psychological operation, or a more obvious operation, for that matter, than everything that the intel agencies have been trying to impart upon the public.
Charlie would definitely be appalled at Candace's ability to tear down his wife, his company, his organization, his friends, dog out his pastor, the pastor's son and wife. Yeah, he will be appalled. He will be disgusted. This is why we have the Bible to help us understand why we should rebuke those and give correction to those when they're wrong. Now, he would have did it with love and been very nice about it. Me personally, no. But he could have done that. And it needed to happen, because now look at the monstrosity that has allowed to grow and fester. That is now Candace, Amber Owens Farmer. Look at what she's plaguing amongst humanity here. Nothing but hate and angst and vindication and retaliation. Won't even post court documents. We could quite frankly give a crap about a Mitch Snow. Candace, you brought him up and made him a thing. Your story, your whole backdrop still would have been dumb without him. You made it even worse with him. And you simped him out, because he's another simp, to try to attack the military. You expect military personnel, active duty, and veterans alike to be okay with you accusing the entire military of being involved in the death of one civilian? You don't think people who were in the Army, especially in the Green Beret, will speak out against you and Mitch Snow when he's defiling the Green Beret, when he's sullying the military, the Army? It's like she hates America now, because she's willing to attack the military by involving them in a crime, by accusing them of having committed a crime or having been involved and being knowledgeable of a crime after the fact. That is the epitome of defamation. The U.S. Army should be handling her ass, specifically the Green Beret. They should have already sent her a cease and desist. This is how you combat the disinformation like that, when you're insinuating someone is involved in a crime. That is, that just so happened to be heinous, like a murder that people witnessed on national television. Some saw in person. Over 3,000 people were there in person. And she's trying to insinuate the military, involve the military into it. And somehow the United States Army has not sent her ass a cease and desist letter. What the hell is going on? You nip that stuff like that in the bud. Of course, people are going to be angry with you, Candace. Active duty and veterans are going to be disgusted by you. And here they are, here protecting and serving. You can't make this up, including her little ass. May I remind all of you all, she's an alien. You can't make this up.
Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Until, I should say, and relatedly, I saw what happened after we brought up Mitch Snow. Okay, so let's recap what happened in case you forgot. I mentioned Fort Huachuca on my show, and apparently the world exploded and imploded at the exact same time. The story was pretty simple. I was contacted by someone claiming that he was very certain that he saw two people at Fort Huachuca in the days leading up to Charlie Kirk's assassination. Okay. He contacted me specifically about Brian Hartpole and Erica Kirk. Now, I wasn't sure if I was going to have him on the show because he saw, to be clear, Erica Kirk on the 8th leaving the Candlewood Inn Hotel on the base on Fort Huachuca. She was with somebody who looked similar to Cabot Phillips. We're going to discuss him tomorrow. And
why? Then
they were just leaving the hotel. Then he says he sees that Cabot Phillips looking special force type person the next day with Brian Hartpole. And he's basically 100% certain he saw Brian Hartpole at this top brass meeting.
No video footage from the cameras at the hotel or the military base. Neither did she ask him, why didn't you just pull out your phone and take a damn picture? Why didn't you take a photo? Didn't say that at all.
That took place on the morning of the 9th, a meeting which was concluding on the morning of the 9th around 7:30 a.m. He sent me all of the receipts to back this up. Okay. Again, wasn't sure if I was going to have him on the show. Felt weird about asking him not to tell us the part about Erica Kirk because I was more interested, obviously, in the meeting because of the manner that he described it. Like, this is a final meeting before an operation. But what would Brian Hartpole be doing there? What sort of an operation are we talking about? Now, we couldn't jump to conclusions at that point because maybe Brian Hartpole was going to say, oh, yeah, I was there. I was there because I was picking up something from my brother. Maybe Erica was going to come out and say, yeah, I was at Fort Huachuca base because my mother has DOD contracts and I'm very familiar with this base and I was going to see a friend. We didn't know what to make of anything other than he said that he saw these two people on different days. Again, to be super clear, he did not see Erica at the meeting on the morning of the 9th. He saw her the night before, allegedly, obviously.
He didn't know. He didn't see her at the hotel either because he provided no evidence, not even a witness statement from one of the actual hotel staff that works there that checks people in. Nothing was provided to show as proof of that at all. So in the absence of evidence, Candace, we're going to just continue to make our assumptions. He didn't see shit and you paid him. And you're doing that by way of this fundraising. He's going to get $250,000.
That was the allegation. What happened after we allowed Mitch onto the show to share his story was it was just madness.
An
insult. What happens next is Alex Jones, of all people, the guy who brought us the gay frogs, and a couple of YouTubers that nobody had heard of, began a very aggressive effort to go after Mitch, right? To say, nope, this guy is illegitimate. We shouldn't listen to a single word that he says. Quite literally, Alex Jones went onto his show and declared war on me. I've never said a bad word about Alex Jones ever. In fact, only good words. I've spoken about Alex.
Yeah, because she's scared of Alex Jones. Alex Jones, go for the throat. Don't spare her 2 seconds.
He's always been good to me. I've played clips of him. I said he's very funny. And he's going to act like I've attacked him, never spoke to him about Mitch. No, nothing. Listen to Alex Jones quite literally declare war on me. And this is over Mitch Snow. Take a listen.
I remember saying that, like I said, I got to investigate her now. I got a bad feeling. I didn't have a bad feeling. God gave me a good brain. I already knew. I dropped the ball. I apologize. She's a globalist agent. I dropped the ball and I failed you and I'm sorry. I got to follow my gut every time. It's never wrong. And I saw so much more she did. And I love her people threatening me and all their doxing of people and all that. You think that's going to make me go away? All you did was wake me up.
And it's the thing. She doesn't care about her cult members doxing and threatening and cyberbullying, harassing and all this stuff. Like they're doing with Paramount Tactical over there on Twitter X. They do all this dumb shit and she never stops them. She never goes on air and does a video and say, can y'all stop bullying and targeting people? And then trying to do it in my name. I'm going to start outing you myself. If you go out and bully and threaten and harass and dox people, don't do that for me. I don't need anyone doing that. It's a crime. I guarantee you it will cease. She wants people to do this. She wants people to be doxxed. That's all she does. That's all she's ever done. You know that stupid ass social autopsy website? That's exactly how Candace is. Someone who has a complete disregard of the law and doesn't care about the rights and protections of others. She doesn't care. She cares about power and control and money. That's it. Oh, and she hates everybody.
Like a nuclear test site waking up Godzilla. So just get your asses ready. Because you want a war? I want your war. I want it all. I want the doxing. I want the lies. I want the attacks. I'm going to take you on. Because you work for the deep state and the Democratic Party and the CIA and MI6, and I see your ass. So you just get ready.
Okay, points for entertaining. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know.
Your cult keeps
I hope you do it. I hope you go after whoever it is. If the attacks are in the room with you right now, Alex, let us know. Okay. I literally have no idea what you're speaking about. I was off air. And
no, you weren't. And he's gonna come for you. And I hope he does. I hope he does. I hope he doesn't do what the other boy pulled one of them stunts that what's the other one? Nick Fuentes said he was going to investigate them and looking at them and expose them. Heart and Boys Club, and he didn't do it. He asked some questions on X, but it wasn't a full expose like I was expecting. And I hope Alex Jones does it. Do it. I mean, it won't make up for how horrible he was when it came to Sandy Hook, but at least do that because she keeps lying like him. So put her in check. Expose him.
Alex Jones was just burying himself, getting fact checked. People are attacking him because he's lying about what I've said. He's pretending it's personal. Like he and I had a conversation, or like I went after him on the show. I don't know what that is. Then I would eventually find out exactly what it is. First, the efforts from Alex Jones and these YouTubers. First, they played like they were friends with him. So you had this Paramount Tactical account and Valhalla who called up Mitch and pretended to be a brother, like a brother in arms. Yeah, brother. Yeah, we're trying to help you. We think, Candace could be potentially funded. This is, Paramount Tactical, potentially working with foreign agents. And like, you're one of us. At the exact same time, they had Ian Carroll calling me, and Ian Carroll was being a friend. And he's like, hey, you should get on the phone with them and you should come out against Mitch because Mitch is a fraud. And Mitch was never in the military and it's going to be really bad for you. Like, you need to make a statement against Mitch. So just to make that clear, they're trying to pressure Mitch to say something against me, and trying to pressure me to say something against Mitch, to believe that Mitch was a fraud.
No, we don't care what because you're going to lie, Candace. No. People are saying that he did not see Erica Kirk and Brian Harpole and that congressman guy or Cabot Phillips, and they're forcing him to produce evidence. There's a difference. We don't care if he dogs you out, Candace, or if you dog him out. We care less about that. What's the evidence that he saw these people on the military base or saw Erica Kirk in that hotel? Where's that evidence? Security camera footage.
And to have Mitch believe that I was a fraud, that struck me as odd. I did not take
the bait. You are a fraud, Candace.
Then after, through a third party, effectively threatening me and saying that lawsuits were going to be coming if I did not go back on my word of allowing, Mitch to be on my platform and share his story, that there were huge lawsuits coming. And I explained to Ian Carroll, I was like, Ian, this is not how lawsuits work. They didn't send me a cease and desist. What have I done?
They don't have to send you a cease and desist. That's not how laws work either, Heffa. This is the misinformation she puts out. That's not how laws work. No one is legally obligated or required to send her a cease and desist letter. Not at all. You can just file a lawsuit against her and sleep peacefully. Who is telling her that? She has 3 attorneys. This is what I mean by her attorneys catching it as well, because they're failing to even educate her on the law. You would think one of the 3 attorneys would have told her already, you do not need to get a cease and desist letter in order for someone to sue you. Stop saying that. That is absolutely false. If they send you a letter, it's a nicety, but it's not a mandate. This is coming from someone that people are saying is factually correct.
Wrong here. Then they said that he was never, that it was like stolen valor. He was never in the military. And then they had to admit that, no, actually, Mitch was in the military, but they were ashamed because he was a really bad dude who abused women in the past. And then they brought out the said women onto their platform. Like, suddenly we are being brought into Jerry Springer and they had to absolve his past.
People are saying
everyone's like, what does this have to do with Fort Huachuca? Can Suge Knight?
He's a pathological liar that never produced evidence that he saw these people, period. That's what that has to do with it, Candace. He's a pathological liar like you are. Evil and soulless, demon. That lied about seeing people somewhere because you told him to say it. And now he's going to collect $250,000 at some point. I don't give a damn about him saying he doesn't want the money. He's a pathological liar. That means nothing he says, I'm going to believe or trust. Just because he says, I'm not going to collect the money, or at least right away, does not mean he's not going to collect it. I have no reason to trust anything Mitchell Snow says or Candace, the alien. I have no reason to trust either of them. In the absence of evidence, I'm going to assume the opposite, actually, because they're pathological liars. I expect at some point he's going to withdraw. Once they hit $250,000, he's going to withdraw that money out. And her cult base are going to continue to blindlessly give this money over to him. Their hard-earned money. For him to still not produce one shred of evidence. They won't even demand it. They won't even say, can you get the video camera footage from the hotel and the military base? Can you explain to us why you failed to pull out your phone and take a picture? Can you get witness statements? And they need to be on an affidavit. We want this stuff under the penalty of perjury. To show proof, to even corroborate that these people were on the base or at this hotel. If we call the hotel and ask the hotel staff if they remember Mitch Snow being at the hotel, will they remember an Erica Kirk there? Because I highly doubt they remember him being there, and they probably would say he wasn't even there because they would have to show proof that he checked in. What are the receipts that he checked into that hotel? This is what I mean by evidence. And her cult members won't even ask for that. Where are the receipts that he checked into that hotel? That a hotel room was booked and receipts to show that he paid for it. Where's those receipts? Where are the reservation details? Have y'all seen it? Maybe I've just not seen it in a video. Perhaps she posted it up and I overlooked it. Has he posted up any hotel reservations or receipt that he paid for this hotel room for at least 2 nights?
See Brian Harpole at a military base. Do I care about Suge Knight's history? What does that have to do with anything? This is just illogical. So when the public didn't bite on that, they then said that it probably wasn't even true that he was at Fort Huachuca because he was a pathological liar and they could prove that this was a bad dude and a pathological liar. So I then dropped the military police reports, the actual incident reports from what happened on the base on that day, which proves that Mitch told the truth.
No, it's not. It's something you typed up, you idiot. You typed this up as opposed to actually showing the military police report. That is on the approved standard form. Part of their regulations they have. Those forms have an identifier number. You just typed this BS up. We don't have to believe this shit is real. You typed it up. Where is the hotel reservations? With the receipt that he stayed at that hotel for 2 nights. That's what I want to see.
So then they pivoted and they said the police report was fake. There were some points that it looked fake because it had typos.
It's fake.
And this didn't look like a real driver's license number for driver's license for Washington State. And apparently police officers never make typos, right? Everyone knows these are like English students. These are authors. How could a police officer typo in a police report? Goalpost was moved again and again. And finally, they decided, I'm not kidding here.
Trust me, bro.
They decided that as proof of how terrible of a human being that Mitch was, which again, I still can't compute what this has to do with whether or not he was at Fort Huachuca, but as proof, they were teasing this and Alex Jones was teasing this. They were going to bring his son on. His son, who he has not spoken to since his son.
They did bring him on. Has anyone seen the hotel reservations? Did she post up any evidence of hotel reservations or the receipt for that hotel that he stayed at for 2 nights? Because he claimed that he saw Erica Kirk at that hotel. What's the proof he actually stayed there? She doesn't even talk about those, just little details like that, where she could just provide evidence real quick. Because Candace, you still haven't even posted up those court documents you said you would post up. All the evidence he claims he gave to you, you won't even post it up on your website. Has any of this stuff been posted on her website?
Son was 2 years old and who was now an adult man. They were going to bring his son onto the show.
She said no. I can't
to speak about Mitch. And accidentally, and quite hilariously, the son confirms that the incident at Fort Huachuca actually happened. Okay, take a listen to that moment because it's perfection. It's hilarious.
You're a veteran, and I don't know. Have you watched his claims on Candace Owens? Do you know what he's talking about?
I watched some of them very briefly. I can only stomach so much of that bullshit. They're not going to let him go into anywhere ops center or anything like that on any post. Not Huachuca, not Carson, not nowhere, not in the States, not abroad. They're going to make him go through the same center that everybody goes through to get his ID, get it renewed if he doesn't have it to that point. They're going to let him go to the commissary. They're going to let him go to DX, maybe some of the other amenities on the post, but he doesn't have a security clearance.
Candace has no idea what a commissary or PX is. These abbreviations and terms are going right over her head. You can tell. Look how clueless she looks. Like the alien she is, a dumb one. She has no idea what these abbreviations, these building names. She has no idea what he's talking about. She's already said she's American ignorant.
Or if he does walk into the Joint Task Force staff duty, he might end up detained and outside getting the canines called on him as per this report, which, again, I don't even know if this report is real or not. There's so much craziness going on with this report.
I mean,
plate number.
They called me on September 9th.
Typing something.
Asking me if I knew anything about a Mitch Snow and telling me that I was listed as his number one emergency contact. And I just remember sitting there for like a minute, like, I don't know Mitch Snow. I don't know why I'd be on somebody's emergency contact list.
Oops. Not what they had planned. So yeah, Fort Huachuca, everything he told us happened that morning on the 9th happened, and they all...
No, it didn't. We want proof that he stayed at the hotel. We want the surveillance camera footage and the actual military police report from the Fort Huachuca. No, you got to produce evidence. A word you still can't define. This idiot thinks that him saying, because the son just didn't recognize his dad's new name because his father hasn't been in his life. Somehow that proves everything Mitch Snow said to be true. And you're putting this in a video, Candace. Do you know how easy you've made for Paramount Tactical to use this as evidence in court against you and him? You understand that? Because, see, the complaint will be that you're co-signing everything Mitch Snow has said. So if you're speaking on behalf of Mitch Snow, hopefully she gets named as a co-defendant. And in that way, he can, make these claims against her directly as well. But she's giving these responses on Mitch Snow's behalf, and yet there's still no evidence. This interview is not about debunking Mitch Snow, saying that he was on a military base or had a driver's license or was a Green Beret. This is about his credibility. It's because he's a pathological liar. And he did not provide any evidence on this. He has not produced any evidence to show that he saw Brian Harpool, Erica Kirk anywhere, Cabot Phillips, I don't care where. He hasn't even provided evidence that he stayed at the hotel. You all let me know if you come across a reservation or a hotel receipt. Because if he stayed there for 2 nights, he would have produced the receipt itself. You can redact out of his credit card number, whatever is on that, Candace. But why don't you post that up if he gave it to you? She won't even post the evidence up.
Also called his son because they probably looked up at his son, was his son. And yeah, oopsies. So then they pivoted again to hosting a stream to rather gloriously and definitively declare that Erica had an airtight alibi on the 8th. Or at least they were confused about days and didn't realize that we were speaking about the 8th. And this is when things went very sideways and revealed that Andrew Colvett was actually the hand behind the scenes communicating with these people, these obscure people who were obsessed with Mitch's past. Paramount Tactical is live and he accidentally reads his instructions from Andrew Colvett, but couldn't read fast enough to the part where Andrew Colvett says, please don't show this. Take a listen.
I asked him, hey, do you have proof of this? He says, but it's worth saying Erica wasn't in some fort in Tucson. The internet's gone insane. She woke up next to Charlie on the 9th.
She said, please don't show this. The photo. It's right underneath the photo where she said, please don't show this. Where he said that. He didn't say it at the beginning. Oftentimes, if you don't want someone to see something before you tell them, you're going to say it up front. He said it after the photo came up. Please don't show this. because you can't assume he was talking about the entire text message trail. You can only assume that he was referring to what was directly above the instructions of please don't show this, as in that photo with 2 minor children in it, which would make sense. But the rest of the information, what if he wasn't referring to that? This is what happens when you make these assumptions, because we're gonna do it as well. George Farmer is, faking gay. We can say this all day.
Went to the office with Charlie all day.
Can't make this
woke
up.
him up from a nap before Fox hit. Went to dinner with Charlie. Literally, people are lunatics. And then the next one, proof, she was with her kids at 8:33 a.m. Pacific time, which again, in September, Arizona's on Pacific time. Taking them for a walk. Apparently, I wasn't supposed to share that. But anyways, point being is that's 8:33 a.m. It shows the date on that. Sorry, Andrew. I screwed that up, man. I was trying to run a podcast and do everything else.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You should be sorry. I'm sorry for Andrew too, because that's what pissed me off. Honestly, I'm going to be honest with you guys. That was upsetting to me because we had all suspected that Turning Point was behind this. We had suspected that they were the ones, and I can confirm to you because also Alex said that he was in communication with Turning Point USA. The spokesperson is Andrew, obviously, and I confirmed that Andrew had been communicating with Alex Jones directly. But why that upset me was because they were willing to drag me through the mud to try to have me, I would say, threatened by these YouTubers, this very guy that then goes, oh, Andrew Colvett. And yet they wouldn't just communicate that directly to me. Like we were very open.
They don't owe you that. They owe you nothing, girl. They don't owe you that. If you bringing on an inveterate liar who's a pathological liar, according to everyone in his life, especially those that have multiple protection orders granted against him, at least 2 women have protection orders that a judge granted against him to protect them from him. His son simply stated he didn't know his name because he doesn't have a relationship with him. He didn't know he changed it. Otherwise, he could care less that his dad is walking this earth. That's the whole point of that. And he said after the part that you didn't show, because she never shows the full video, the son warning people, don't take his dad seriously. He's a pathological liar. He's a con artist. He's a fraud. He goes out and he says the same old lies and he repeats himself over and over again. And it has led to people having to get protection orders against him. He's violent. He's abusive. He's not credible. So let Candace find out the hard way what credibility means in court, because she is about to find out. Candace, you're about to find out what credibility really means, because your dumbass attorneys won't teach you that.
To him just having the wrong memory, being where he was, but maybe having the wrong memory and not having seen Erica or seeing Brian Harple. So what is this actually about, right? What is this actually about? And what was upsetting to me, especially first and foremost, because this makes no sense. Nobody accused Erica of being anywhere on the 9th, but yet we see her finger in there. We see that she is showing that she's with her kids on the morning.
You shouldn't accuse her of being anywhere on the 8th either, because she probably can prove that she was at home on the 8th, because Erica Kirk has security camera footages that's stored. She has security cameras installed on her home. Her neighbors have cameras. What the hell are you talking about? If I can say this, Candace. Okay? If I can say this, why in the hell are you not trying to find out? You're not even thinking perhaps her neighbors have cameras. You're not even thinking about that. And you don't know who people know and what information people are willing to share just to debunk your dumb ass here. So we'll let you keep lying about where you thought she was when she wasn't. And then when hopefully she sues the hell out of you, all of that camera footage will show up in court as evidence. So keep on lying, girl. This is why no one wants her to shut up. We want Candace's videos to be used against her in a court of law in a lawsuit. That's exactly what we want.
Of the 9th. And that to me ran counter to my meeting with Erica. I was left under the impression
They
after
don't
my
owe
meeting
you
with Erica
anything,
that Andrew Colvett had gone rogue, right? A lot of the things that I was saying and Turning Point was saying the opposite thing. And I felt like they were trying to make me look like a liar, right?
You are a liar.
The Charlie Kirk Catholic thing, me speaking about the threats that Charlie received the day before he died. And then Turning Point would come out and issue a statement. Their excuse was like, okay, no, you were telling the truth, but Andrew Colvett went rogue. And to be honest, I wasn't exactly sure what to believe when I left the meeting. Obviously, I wanted to take time to digest those things. But I'm very clear that that's what I was told, right? They copped to the fact that, Andrew Colvett did receive that text from Charlie the night before. And Charlie was worried that he was going to be killed. But, Erica didn't know this information and she was looking in his iMessages. Okay, so Andrew went so rogue that he didn't even communicate after Charlie was assassinated to the team that Charlie was afraid he was going to die. Also,
because he got death threats every day, Candace. What you don't realize is Erica Kirk didn't even have to go into that showing you a message, and you damn sure didn't ask for a copy of it. Because one would think if I've been talking about this on my show and I want to prove to my platform that I'm telling the truth, wouldn't you get a screenshot of that particular message? The average person would. Would you all not get a screenshot of that message? This is the smoking gun. Charlie Kirk is claiming that someone is going to take his life the next day, and he's concerned about that message of all the death threats that he and his wife and kids had already received. Perhaps he just saw that as another death threat. Maybe he didn't. Wouldn't you ask for a screenshot of that particular message, though? You had the chance to sit down across from Erica Kirk. And Candace, you didn't even ask her to send you a screenshot of that particular message. You have no idea what it says because you said so yourself. Candace said, I don't even know what's in the message. I can't state what's in it. I took a snippet of it. She can't even repeat what the message said. That is how pathetic this is for her. That's how much of a liar she is. A gaslighter, a manipulator. The most important message you're claiming Charlie Kirk received the night before he was assassinated, you can't even recall what the hell it said. And she walked away from that 4.5-hour meeting with Erica Kirk with nothing. Didn't even bother to ask for a copy of that message or a screenshot of it. Candace, you're bad at this. You're bad at this. And if you think Erica Kirk can't prove her whereabouts with video camera footage, you are out of your mind. You're beyond bad at this. You're soulless.
He was rogue, apparently, on the Superman text as well. Like, he was the one who issued that tweet and quoted the surgeon. I then told you that the surgeon never said that. That was not a quote from the surgeon. What I didn't tell you was that according to my source, which I trust very much,
who is your
the person that was on that phone that said that quote was actually Erica. It was a 3-way phone call after my episode. I am told, again, these are two disputed narratives. Erica claims Andrew went rogue and also the surgeon went rogue and violated HIPAA. My source says that no, the surgeon did not violate HIPAA and he never said that. But he answered Andrew Colvett's questions because Erica was on the phone. That the Superman quotation came.
It's not a violation of HIPAA if she gives consent, because Erica Kirk is the only one that can give consent about anything related to her husband's medical information. Any medical data that is given out, Erica Kirk gives the consent. So it would not be HIPAA even if the doctor said it. It would not be a violation of HIPAA. This is coming from the idiot that still won't look up HIPAA laws. Candace refuses to look up HIPAA privacy laws. It's so basic and fundamental, it's ridiculous. Even if the doctor said it, Erica was on the phone to give consent. Consent, Candace, consent. And you won't even look up the law. And you're talking about we're just writing laws here in the U.S. because of reasons. No, they're just going to be used against you in a court of law.
From her, and they thought it was sweet because she was trying to grapple with things. And that's why I just abstained from telling the public that, because I thought maybe she needed to believe that because he died.
You didn't know.
I was trying to be gracious. I don't know what to believe. What I see now is that I'm getting played because now I see that she's giving an alibi to Andrew. And Andrew's not going rogue. Okay. Andrew is being told to do these things. Andrew is being told to attack me, to attack my narrative. Andrew is being told to lie on my name. Andrew is allowing these attacks to happen, sitting there across from Alex Clark. Like, no, he just liked the architecture. And I no longer accept that he is just going.
Will I be able to show that on my show?
That to me shows coordination. There's no other way to read it.
Dear Lord.
We have to sentence Andrew Colbert to more truth. That's going to be the new vibe. You lie, I tell the truth. So
Candace, you don't know how to tell the truth. You won't even look up definitions of terms, you idiot.
Let's revisit the Hamptons. Okay, remember that whole debacle? Another thing that I said to the public was that Seth Dillon was pressing Charlie. I said there was a smaller meeting that took place. I said Bibi Netanyahu called and he offered to take Turning Point to the next level. And everybody had a lot to say and things were crazy. And, Candace is crazy. Max Blumenthal's crazy. He also reported this. Everyone's lying. That's not true. Everything was amazing. Well, the Hamptons debacle came up when I sat down with Erica. And she conceded that, she was there. I had no idea, by the way, that Erica was there. The first time I found out Erica was there was when I was staying across from Erica. I don't know actually why I wasn't told that earlier. Anyway, the point being is that she was there and she conceded that, yes, the Israel thing came up. And just as the people told me that his perspectives on Israel were being challenged. And then she said, I was there when Bibi Netanyahu called. Okay, how come no one has confirmed that? There's a piece of me that is angry about the fact that I have been telling the truth. And I feel...
No, you haven't. You throw out vague and ambiguous nonsense, and then you want them to confirm or deny it when you demand responses from them. That's not how the hell this works. Why can't you do some research and then you show us the evidence while you're talking? You don't throw out vague and ambiguous nonsense, and then you want them to confirm or deny it to be the truth. But when they say something, you try to gaslight it and configure it to be true. Oh, well, this was what I was saying. No one knew what the hell you were saying. You could have been saying the opposite. Who knows? You keep it vague and ambiguous. If you're telling the truth, you're going to be very specific and clear. Speak plain. You don't have to be vague and ambiguous if you're telling the truth. And you should be able to show evidence. Who the hell is her source?
Like I have been being gaslit about that. And no one has tossed me a little bit of rope, right? Hey, Candace, I'm you're out there. She's telling the truth.
Erica does not have to do that.
Bibi Netanyahu called. Erica says that Eric told me that, but he did not offer to take Turning Point to the next level. And I said, really? She said, yeah, I don't know who your source is on that, but that part's not true. He did call, but that part's not true. So what I told her, what I think shocked her, was that my source on that, which I had never previously revealed to the public, was Andrew Colbert.
You said this already. It was
Andrew Colbert who told me that Bibi Netanyahu offered to take Turning Point to the next level, and that Charlie Kirk said no.
I said this twice before.
Did he go rogue again? I don't know. I said I find it very weird that Andrew would make that up. And then I was sort of told, like, well, maybe it happened a different time or whatever. Maybe when she wasn't there. It was pretty specific that it happened. And then I said, and I confirmed that with two other people. One person who I'm not going to give the clue about on the show because it would reveal a source that was not.
Wait. Why won't you drop names from TPUSA when you said you would name names? She said 3 weeks ago, I will be naming names, and she won't do it. Is it because they have not decided to simp for your ass or because they threatened to sue you? Which one is it? I believe these people probably threatened to sue her. Because otherwise, why would she have a problem naming names?
Related to Andrew Colbert, who confirmed that very same thing. And there's no way Andrew would have known anything about that source. He was not communicating. He was not that source's source. Somebody else at that dinner was. And then I confirmed it for a third time with somebody that is very close to Andrew Colbert, that he said that he lost a lot of money when Charlie said no to Bibi Netanyahu.
Oh my God. Will I be able to show that?
That's your punishment, Andrew. Truth. So now you can respond to reporters asking the question.
No, he doesn't have to respond. Andrew Colbert needs to stop responding. That's the problem. Stop doing that BS. Take your sack back, Andrew Colbert, and ignore this heifer like most people doing over there at TPUSA. Stop responding. It makes no sense. It doesn't matter what you say. She's going to take it and twist it up because she hates you. You know, she already said that. She despises everyone at TPUSA, and yet she wants them to send her an alibi. They need to stop responding and start suing.
That's what you get. Don't lie on my name. Don't direct people to attack me. I'm done with all this year.
Go to court.
Now, regarding the Fort Huachuca story, I now very much believe there is something here. So I reached out immediately after
No
this
evidence,
moment
though.
where Andrew goes mask down. I reached out to Andrew Colbert directly, and I reached out to the COO. And in good faith, I said, hey, I am happy to communicate the facts to my audience. You don't need to submit your alibi to some obscure YouTuber. You don't have to have Alex Jones go after me or attack.
No, Alex Jones needs to go after her because that's what she's scared of, along with court. They need to sue her. Stop doing this nonsense.
We were just interested in the truth. We didn't know where this was going to end. And I had a phone call, not with Andrew Colbert, a good phone call. I do think thus far Justin Strife has maybe been the only person that has been well intended. And he's not on social media, so he kind of stays above the fray. And he was trying to understand what happened, and I explained to him that I was now pissed off.
No one cares.
I viewed this to be a violation of our ceasefire. Okay,
go to court
and
sue him.
He said to me that he would get me a message from Erica that was her quote unquote alibi, if we're calling it that. I never demanded an alibi again. But
yeah, you did.
That this was a conversation between her and Charlie about dinner, about them making dinner during that time frame when Mitch believes that he saw her on Fort Huachuca at the Fort Huachuca base at the hotel. So it would be impossible, obviously, if this is a conversation on the 8th.
Was it the base of the hotel? You see how she keeps splitting this up? Look how she spin this. Was it the base of the hotel?
Her quote unquote alibi, if we're calling it that. I never demanded an alibi again.
You did.
But that this was a conversation between her and Charlie about dinner, about them making dinner during that time frame when Mitch believes that he saw her on Fort Huachuca.
Yeah, because that's what you said at first. And then you lied and changed it up when people called him out about it and said, how would she get on that base? Because that's what she said in the video. She has like she hasn't said these things and it wasn't recorded in a video. They can just pull the video footage of Candace saying this in her show. This is what she was saying in the beginning. He saw her on the military base. Then he changed it because he got called out so bad about it. Oh, it was never the 9th. It was the 8th. You know, after she did that interview with Piers Morgan. Then it was the 8th. It doesn't matter. Where is the evidence to prove that he saw her on the 8th or the 9th at the hotel or the fort? Where's the evidence? This is why she needs to sue and stop playing this damn game with Candace. Stop it.
At the Fort Huachuca base, at the hotel. So it would be impossible, obviously.
At the hotel, at the base, at the hotel. Pick one. Is it the base of the hotel, Candace?
Conversation on the 8th between Charlie and Erica for her to have also been on the base. A conversation about dinner. He did send me that message, but
on the base.
Contact.
She said the base again. So it's not the hotel, it was the base. Candace, you're an idiot.
Her quote unquote alibi, if we're calling it that. I never demanded an alibi again. But that this was a conversation between her and Charlie about dinner, about them making dinner during that time frame when Mitch believes that he saw her on Fort Huachuca at the Fort Huachuca base at the hotel. So it would be impossible, obviously, if this is a conversation on the 8th between Charlie and Erica for her to have also been on the base. A conversation about dinner.
Yeah, I also been on the base, not the hotel. You know, because you're lying and you can't keep up with what the hell you're lying about. Shouldn't this say on the at the hotel? This is how dumb this is. She's winging it as she goes along. And she's not even smart enough to keep up with the same exact location, even in her dumb lie. She literally just said twice about the base. You can't make this up.
He did send me that message, but the contact name was blacked out. So I said, do you mind, just sending me, you can unblock the contact name, obviously, because I know Charlie's number. So, and he said, we thought you were going to release that to the public and we don't want Charlie's nickname to be shown. And I said, well, don't worry about that. I'm not going to release the message. I think the public trusts me. I'm not going to release the message. If I say I saw it and confirmed it, they would trust it. But I need I need to see Charlie's name. Could you just send me the quick video of her opening that? And I've not received that since. Okay. So that was,
you're not getting it.
I followed up about 4 times. I still have not received that. So I cannot confirm that conversation took place between her and Charlie. I'm interested in confirming it.
No, but you don't have to. No one, you don't. She literally thinks that she's supposed to be the one to get all the alibis, all the information. Like, no one else can talk about this, because she's making a lot of money and getting all the views and clicks and subs for it. Candace, if it wasn't about the money and the clicks and the views, then you wouldn't care about other content creators doing anything. because you're not the only person on YouTube. When you were allegedly on a 2-week break, you still went live, but it was on Instagram and on X. You didn't even go live on YouTube. You're not the only person that can disseminate information. You're the only person that's an alien trying to do this, and you're doing it on lies and failing to provide evidence. So if the hotel on base is called a military, called base lodging, why are they trying to make a distinction between him seeing her at a hotel versus the base itself? Because she said the name of the hotel is Candle Suites. Is that a hotel on the base? Because if it's on the base, then why even change it up? Why sit here and have a word salad about whether or not it's a separate hotel somewhere else versus a hotel on the base? Like, she's making a point to try to differentiate the two. No, if it's on the base, it's still on the base. It's just another building. The hotel wouldn't be any different than the CID building. It would just be another building on the base, right? It would be the base lodging. So it still comes down to him lying about seeing her on the base, because that's the whole lie. That's the lie in and of itself. He has not proven he saw Erica Kirk on the base, whether it's at the hotel, a Mexican sushi restaurant, the CID building, going into this private meeting. I don't care. He won't show evidence on that. He hasn't shown evidence he stayed at a hotel. So correct me if I'm wrong. Is the hotel a separate hotel, or is it on the base? That's what I'm trying to see. Because not one time did he ever refer to it as base lodging. This is new to me. This is crazy. What's going on, man? How you doing? I hope all is well. Candlewood on Fort Huachuca is part of Army lodgings. It has a building number like other buildings on the base. So people saying that he lied about seeing her on the base is still accurate, because the actual hotel is on the base. This is the gaslighting Candace tries to do. Well, I never said he saw her on the base, but it is on the base because the hotel is on the base. So we still get down to the fact that he lied about seeing her on the base with no evidence at all. Not one camera footage, not one photo or still image, nothing. No corroborating witnesses, no statements, no nothing. Not a receipt that he even stayed there. That's what's so crazy about this. She tries to make an issue about little things like that. Oh my God. Thank you, Al Miguel. Thank you guys for clearing that up with me. Because I mean, she's sitting here making an issue about, base versus hotel. No, if it's on the base, it's still the base. This is so crazy. That's how you know she lied like it.
I'm just and confirming it because I feel like something's there. I just sense, you know what? To use an expression that Daily Wire apparently loves. We don't know, no, but I think we know. Something happened at Fort Huachuca.
That's what they're going to
And tomorrow we're going to dive deeper. We're going to talk about Cabot Phillips. We're going to talk about Mark Amadei. Actually, I do believe that Mark Amadei, and again, remember, regarding Cabot Phillips and Mark Amadei, I was not contacted about them initially. He gave me descriptions of the people that he saw, and I started sending him faces. I do think that I do know who he saw. That was a congressman, and it was not Mark Amadei. So we're going to get into that. It's going to get very interesting because a lot of pieces are coming together for me.
Oh my gosh, you're going to
anyways, that is a lot to say today, and I wanted to recap that because I am just feeling like
dumb. She's dumb. Let's go on to the new one. You can't make this up. I believe after this, she goes into her comments, which I could care less about. Oh my God. Candace, you're an idiot. When they sue the crap out of her,
person,
she needs to take it like a champion. Okay, y'all. So we're into the actual current one today. And we're going to go into this. I'm starting from the beginning.
And we will start with a question.
I'm not going to look at her dumb chat because it's nothing but bots. I can't do it. Normally, I engage in the chat when I do it live like this in real time. I just can't today. I'm gonna tell y'all that right now. I don't. Her bots are just the worst. They don't read nothing at all. All right, y'all. So we're gonna get into this. You guys told me that she was playing a portion of a video. Oh God. I'll have to pause and see if I can play it in my live stream because YouTube will flag it if they believe that it shows some level of violence or inappropriate for certain viewers and all of that. They'll flag it. And I don't want my video flagged because Candace is a moron, an alien. You can't make this up. All right, let's get to it.
We're writing a Netflix series about a 19-year-old kid who had never been in trouble ever, actually. He'd never been arrested, had never committed any crimes. He has a perfect ACT score, so he's also pretty brilliant. But for whatever reason, you decide that this protagonist is going to become a murderer. He's going to, one day, out of support for his trans furry lover, maybe he's the furry and the other guy, I don't really know. The point is he's going to assassinate a political figure in broad daylight, who, it should be mentioned, that particular political figure isn't exactly known for raging against the LGBTQ community. But anyway, that's what this person decides to do, assassinate him. So one afternoon, he scales a rooftop at a university that he never attended, and he accomplishes what he set out to do. He murders Charlie Kirk. What would you expect that young man to do next? If you're just trying to sell this as what you would expect someone to do next logically. Well, today we are going to tell you where exactly Tyler Robinson went after he went to Dairy Queen. And it's interesting. And of course, it just pokes more holes in the Fed sloppy story. So welcome back to Candace. All right, you guys, before we get into this craziness, I want to tell you that this episode is being brought to you by Nimi Skincare. I am very intentional with the brands that I work with, and Nimi is one that I actually use every day because it's clean, simple skincare made right here in America with no ideological baggage, no nonsense, just products that work and align with my values. So you can visit nimiskincare.com today. Okay, let's jump into this. It was allegedly Tyler Robinson. He was allegedly acting alone on a rooftop, and it is allegedly supposed to have been the first time that he ever killed a human being. So I think most people who are thinking through this, we naturally would expect a little bit of adrenaline, right? Maybe even the thought of what he had just done for the very first time might have made him physically ill. Like we would expect him to maybe lose his lunch, not exactly pop over to a nearby Dairy Queen to have lunch, calmly have lunch and just begin texting his lover, which is why I was very surprised to learn of what Tyler Robinson did thereafter. Ready? Tyler Robinson, we can exclusively confirm to you all, drove 3 hours away from Orem, Utah, down to Panguitch, Utah. I hope I'm saying that right. A lot of the cities sound weird. I think it's Panguitch, Utah. I'm showing you a map of that distance. It is just under 3 hours to get there. And what was he doing there? You're probably wondering, did he meet up with somebody? No, he was alone. And what we can tell you that he did when he got there was that he pulled into the Cowboys Smokehouse on North Main Street. He grabbed himself a seat at the bar at this steakhouse.
Okay, you got camera footage.
More food. Specifically, Tyler Robinson ordered a steak, medium rare, with mashed potatoes and vegetables. There were 3 servers that were working that night. And then after news exploded the following day and people began obsessively
Is she going to show the footage?
The photo of the suspect, Tyler Robinson, having been captured after 33 hours. Well, one of the servers recognized him as the person that was sitting at the bar the night before. So they decided to huddle up with management and said, no, that person, Tyler Robinson, he was here. He was eating a steak. He was eating mashed potatoes. Management said, are you sure? Are you positive that Tyler Robinson said, yes, I'm absolutely sure. Well, they don't have any cameras at this restaurant. So what they...
How can you prove this? It's like she said, Lady Luck Club's going to ask for this video camera footage. And they don't have any cameras? What she just showed a photo of? Candace, if I go into Google Maps and I see this building has cameras up, y'all don't think it's cameras here? Y'all don't see a camera at all installed anywhere? Look at this photo closely. Look near the front door. You don't think there's not one camera anywhere along here? She's saying they have no cameras. How can she prove any of this if she's not providing any camera footage? This could be just a photo of the restaurant. No proof that he was there. And she's saying there's no cameras. Are you kidding? Cowboy Smokehouse. Where is this at? I'm gonna display while I go to Google Maps to try to see if there's cameras on this restaurant.
Are at this steakhouse, and he ordered himself some more food. Specifically, Tyler Robinson ordered a steak, medium rare, with mashed potatoes and vegetables. There were 3 servers that were working that night.
There's cameras.
And
I kind of figured
after news exploded the following day, and people began obsessively sharing, of course, the photo of the suspect, Tyler Robinson, having been captured after 33 hours. Well, one of the servers recognized him as the person that was sitting at the bar the night before. So they decided to huddle up with management and said, no, that person, Tyler Robinson, he was here. He was eating a steak. He was eating mashed potatoes. Management said, are you sure? Are you positive that Tyler Robinson said, yes, I'm absolutely sure. Well, they don't have any cameras at this restaurant. So what they decided to do was to verify that he was in the building, not by, of course, consulting outdoor video footage, which they didn't have access to, but rather just looking through credit card charges. Because Tyler Robinson, despite telling his roommate how he wanted to get away with this, remember the messages and like, oh, here's what happened. I don't want anybody to know. Make sure you delete this letter that's under the keyboard, but take a picture of it before you delete it, but read it and then destroy it. He's trying to get away with this crime. Well, he used his credit card. That's how they found it. And so what they did was the right thing. They contacted the feds. Now, that's interesting because I would imagine that after 33 hours, when they sort of gloriously come out and yeehaw, we got him, I would have.
You idiot. The feds aren't spearheading the investigation. It's the state of Utah's attorney general. Candace, we've been through this. You've already confirmed it yourself that the FBI is not spearheading this investigation. It is the state prosecutor's office. It's the AG. You goon. What's the city this steakhouse is in, you all?
And call me crazy. I don't know how this stuff works. I'm not an expert, right? We're not
Where's
experts.
the
But I would
receipt,
imagine
girl?
what they would do is that they would probably just try to figure out where he'd been. And maybe one way they would do that would be going through his credit card charges. I would imagine the federal government has
show us the credit card charge.
Instead, they were contacted days later by this restaurant. The server filed a report responsibly and said, yeah, he was here. We have the literal receipt. The literal receipt.
Candace is such a clown.
They explained that Tyler Robinson was not very talkative. He seemed absolutely fine and normal and was texting on his phone. Maybe that's when he was sending more messages to his lover as he was eating a steak. He was sure hungry is what I would say, but calm nonetheless. He didn't have the jitters. He wasn't scared. He was just hungry. Now, what's fascinating to me is what happens after, because again, I'm expecting that the feds would go, well, let us get down there. Let us get down to Panguitch. Let us start interviewing everybody. Let's start checking all these cameras around here to see if we've got them. No, that's all they did. They sort of were obliged to call them back and to say, okay, what happened? And then that's it. The trail goes cold. Now, remember, I told you guys that I spoke with the lawyer. This would obviously be Erica's lawyer because she's listed as the victim. And they asserted that at this part in the process, what happens next is that the investigators, separate from Erica, are supposed to be, well, investigating. They're supposed to be going around trying to gather more information to prove their case that this is definitely the shooter and he acted alone. I would expect that they would have gone down to this restaurant. I can tell you guys today, they have not. Nobody is interested in going down to this restaurant and speaking with these employees and speaking with people nearby and seeing what they saw and learning about Tyler Robinson's demeanor. Because it's not that kind of an investigation, guys. This is case closed. Giddy up. That's what he was. It was just, he went down and he had himself a steak after he had some Dairy Queen. Now, 3 hours is a long ride. I get it. He's probably hungry. And I get that he used his credit card because, I don't know, I guess he's Gen Z. He's never heard of like DVDs and stuff. They've always had the technological capabilities. He didn't know what cash is. He didn't even think about just going to an ATM and getting cash out to pull off this crime. He thought through everything else, how to scale the rooftops, how to make this happen, where exactly Charlie's going to sit. But everything else kind of falls apart afterwards. All he could think about was getting food, and he decided the best way to try to get away with murder was to use his credit card. Now, parking aside the fact that he's a 4.0 student with a perfect ACT score, he couldn't, that thought just never crossed his mind. It's just take cash out. So here is what our now updated timeline looks like from that day. It's been a while since we have revisited that. And I think that we also need to revisit, which we are, the Dairy Queen stop, because it had to have occurred earlier than we had initially documented. It definitely happened. But I think the time frame of the stop is wrong, because if we need 3 hours to get from Orem down to Panguitch, and I have confirmed that that happened, again, there was a literal receipt and the FBI knows about it and has that in their possession, then it's got to be earlier, right? It's got to be slightly earlier that he went to Dairy Queen, which would track for me, because if we know that he was throwing clothes out in the Dairy Queen, that's probably going to be a little bit closer to the shooting, and he's not going to hang around. So here's what we have. We have that press conference that happens at 5:30. At 5:59, Kash Patel tweets that the subject, erroneously tweets, the subject in custody has been released because, sorry, they had erroneously tweeted that they had him before that. And he says, our investigation continues. After 6 o'clock p.m. is when we are gauging the first correspondence to have taken place between Tyler and Lance based on the conversation that they were having. 6:38 is when we initially had when that photo was taken, that photo was captured at the Dairy Queen. And I will update that for you guys. I am going back and trying to be more precise, wondering if that needs to be adjusted by an hour. Maybe it was actually 5:38 p.m. and time zones were wrong. I'll follow up with you guys there. And now we can add that 8:45 p.m. That's the time approximately that Tyler turned up in Panguitch, Utah. Again, that is 3 hours away from Orem. He has a meal at the bar counter, and then he leaves around 9:30 p.m. Reminding you guys that he is fine. He's in a totally fine mood. And he appears to be, he is texting while he is eating, not speaking much to the servers. So when I spoke to the people who have reported this, they suspect, and I think this is a good suspicion, a good instinct.
No receipt, no camera footage, no evidence at all. Just some BS she typed up yet again. We're back to her typing up some bullshit. You can't make this up. It doesn't say that it's that far away either. So what is she talking about? Why are we talking about this? Candace, where is the video camera footage or the receipt to show proof that he was in this damn restaurant? What source told you this? You said you verified this. With who? She continues to lie and lie and lie because in the absence of evidence, I'm going to call you a liar until you start proving stuff. Because Candace is a pathological liar. You can't make this up.
9:30 p.m. Reminding you guys that he is fine. He's in a totally fine mood. And he appears to be, he is texting while he is eating, not speaking much to the servers. So when I spoke to the people who have reported this, they suspect, and I think this is a good suspicion, a good instinct to follow, that he may have gone to his grandma's house afterwards, because apparently that's where his grandmother is from, and she lives nearby. And if you guys recall, Tyler Robinson's grandmother was one of the first people to speak out, and she said, you have the wrong person. She said, my grandson does not fire guns. My grandson did not commit this murder. And so since I'm learning that she is from around here,
what about his parents?
And that she is a local and everyone's familiar with her, they know who she is, I would imagine that it's possible that Tyler Robinson could have gone to his grandmother's house for the night. Again, we don't know that as a fact. I am putting it out there because this is an investigation. And by the way, if you are somebody who is around the, or rather operates a business around the Cowboy Smokehouse, you may have footage that you're not even aware of. If you have information, maybe the feds called around, I don't know. Please, we are inviting you to send us an email to moretips@Candace.
Yeah, y'all go ahead and just flood her tip line and throw the hell out of her. Because her lazy ass won't even call the restaurant herself and get this footage. You can't make this up. Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, he goes to this restaurant out of nowhere. Of all the steakhouses, of all the places he could have went to. You know, what happened to that Mexican sushi restaurant? Why you just didn't go there and get something? Of all the places, he goes from Dairy Queen to the steakhouse and has a whole steak with mashed potatoes and all this stuff. Why waste time going to Dairy Queen? See, it doesn't even make sense because for someone like him, he doesn't look like he eats a lot of food like that. I could be wrong. I mean, maybe he does have a huge, healthy appetite. But I don't get the sense that he would go out and eat some Dairy Queen on the way to a steak restaurant. And who knows what he ordered at Dairy Queen, but at least we have video camera footage that places him there. She won't call this restaurant and get video camera footage of him being in the restaurant. She won't even tell us who the source is. No evidence at all. It's supposed to be, well, I'm putting it out here. You all get me the evidence. That's not how journalism works, you moron. Candace is the dumbest alien to ever crash on our planet. Y'all, this cowboy sitting outside this restaurant has got to be like, what the hell is she bringing me up?
Owens.com, but we can now officially plot that in our timeline. And it just
no, you should be able to do it yourself.
More, it's just unbelievable.
This is why I said she needs to stop impersonating.
Is what I would say. Nothing they are saying makes any sense.
They who? The FBI is not spearheading the investigation, you sitting duck. This girl, I promise you all, she's allowed her brain to wither away because all those yeast infections.
Also add this to the list of stories that we have broken, because one of my favorite things ever is how no matter how many stories we break, no matter how much information we provide, the haters will forever say she has presented no evidence. They're just going on vibes and a dream on the Candace show. That's it. She had a dream and now she's just blind.
But that's what she said. Candace, that's what you said. We're just using your words against you. Now you having an issue with it.
Pointing the finger at everybody. And so I actually decided while we were on break that I had time to put together a list. And this is by no means definitive. This is just a list of stories that we have broken on this show. So here we go. Charlie's text messages. That was a pretty big one, showing that he was, in fact, abandoning the pro-Israel cause 48 hours before he was assassinated, despite the fact.
Even though she met up with Erica Kirk and did not ask Erica Kirk to give her a screenshot of that so-called message or any of these messages. The one about someone trying to assassinate him the night before. Nope. I mean, Erica Kirk has his phone and you didn't ask her, can I get a print screenshot of that? Can you do like a screenshot and text that to me? Can you forward me the text? No, none of that. Can I take a picture of that phone, of that text in the phone? Then that way we would have seen the whole phone and the text message. Go figure. No, she didn't do that. She wrote this up as if this is evidence because she doesn't know what the definition of the word evidence is. Candace, you typing up this BS is not evidence.
Fact that everyone lied about that fact.
The ramblings of an alien.
The photo of Tyler Robinson at the Dairy Queen on the day of the assassination. Tyler Robinson, we are telling you today, then went to the Cowboy Smokehouse that evening and likely, I should put likely there, avoided traffic lights. We can also tell you that Tyler Robinson called out of work on the 11th. That's another story I'm breaking here. He was citing food poisoning. He called out of work very early in the morning on the 11th, and he also called out of work on the 10th, saying that he had to help his grandmother move furniture. That is an interesting data point that I would like to present to you. Again, he is using his grandmother as an excuse.
How can she prove that he avoided traffic lights? Y'all see number 3? Candace, you go out your way to prove to us more and more that you do not read. I'm surprised that I see words like assassination because it's more than 3 syllables. Candace, how do you go somewhere and avoid traffic lights? Even if you get by highway, unless the restaurant is literally sitting off the freeway next to a stop sign, which is not, because we see traffic lights in the actual photo itself. You just posted. We go there and avoid traffic lights. How does one do that? Maybe he's driving in a space car, because space cars, they're a thing on her planet. Candace, here on Earth, we don't have space cars. We can't avoid traffic lights in traffic. Like, we can't do that yet.
Excuse. I think that if I was the federal government and I had unlimited resources,
the federal government
and I had unlimited resources in the form of people's tax dollars, I would probably be wondering if he went to his grandmother's house that night.
Nope.
Just saying. Tyler's working at Wild Electric, by the way, in Santa Clara, Utah. I did not break that story. It was already in the news, but you may have missed that.
They're wondering why you don't produce evidence.
That was his excuse. He had to help his grandmother. I also broke the story about Charlie's Catholic considerations. I didn't even need to break that one, but then I had to present the receipts because people were asking.
Where's the evidence on this? Has the grandmother done an interview we all missed? You can't make this
acting crazy about him attending mass, praying the rosary, that he died wearing a St. Michael pendant, that he had a private Catholic funeral mass. I also broke the story regarding Terrell Farnsworth's strange behavior moments after the assassination. I broke probably the biggest story of all, actually. It is the only reason that we are still discussing this. It's the only reason that we realized the single reason, the first reason rather, primary reason that we recognized the feds were lying to us was because I broke the story that there was no blood on the back of Charlie as he went down, that the bullet did not pass through. I also presented to you guys the photos from inside Charlie.
No, you didn't show any evidence of that. No evidence on that. That's not evidence. You just typing this up because I said so. Candace, okay, so we can say that George Farmer is faking gay and he tried to essay another man. And you ought to be okay with that. You shouldn't have any quarrels with us saying that. She probably doesn't care, you all. Because Candace, we do, unlike you, have a photo of you hugged up against another woman grabbing her ass while you were pregnant. You know, because weird shit. It's so weird. Who does that? You put all that pressure on the baby in your belly to hug up with another woman, to grab her butt, to take a photo. Why would you ever need to take that pose to take a photo? Who would ever need to be in that pose? You know, because Candace, we could just talk about random things as well. At least over here is going to be funny as hell. You can't make
after the assassination. I broke the story that the feds did not impound that vehicle. Broke a story that the feds seized the cameras inside the hospital, that the feds blocked Dr. Trotter from returning to his operating room, and that a phone call was then placed to DC. We are still trying to figure out to who received that phone call, which allowed Dr. Trotter to go back into his operating room. We broke the story that Andrew Colvett lied about the Superman neck.
Break anything.
That quotation never came from Dr. Lee Trotter at all. It allegedly came from Erica.
You lied like hell.
We broke a story that Charlie texted Dan Flood and Andrew Colvett the night before saying that he was afraid that they were going to kill him. This has now been confirmed by Erica, or at least it was confirmed to me from Erica.
But she didn't get a copy of that message at all. Erica literally said, we gave her what we wanted her to know. They gave Candace the information they wanted to give her. It could have been fantastical. And she just walked away from that like, oh, okay, cool. And she's still not providing any evidence. I want to this restaurant, y'all. This thing has cameras on it. You can't make this
up.
The
story that Netanyahu called Charlie to make an offer to take Turning Point to the next level. That story is being disputed by Erica. That's
oh my God.
Turning Point on Turning Point fight. Okay. I don't know who to believe, but I will say that I confirmed that separately from Andrew Colvett.
You can
someone that does not have communication with Andrew Colvett, so I tend to believe that that offer did indeed come through. We broke the story about Fort Huachuca, and we're not done with that. We presented the military police report to back that up with evidence that Mitch was telling the truth about what happened on September 9th. We broke the story about the Egyptian planes, tracking Turning Point Faith.
Yeah,
that document we still have for you, which is coming forward. We will be proven correct on that as well. We broke the story about the bomb dogs failing to detect the recently discharged weapon on September 10th, and that it was actually the feds that then directed three rookie police officers to find it. We also broke the story of the massive check that was coming to Turning Point USA from Pierre. Is it Pierre Dupont? Is it Pierre Falcone? I think it's Pierre Falcone. I really do believe it's Pierre Falcone for a lot of reasons. We are still looking for more information. So when it comes to receipts and evidence, we have been presenting a lot of it. And we are getting no credit for it. We don't care. We don't want credit, actually. What I want is
want money.
This to be solved. I want to know who killed Charlie Kirk. I don't believe it was Tyler Robinson. And on that note, we should get back to the Fort Huachuca story, because this has proven to be a very interesting lead. We have a couple of interesting updates to add to that. First and foremost, I should say, for good measure, that Turning Point USA would like us to clarify that while, yes, it is true, the tent idea was initially brought up by Elizabeth McCoy, it was ultimately a group decision to move forward with the idea, a group decision between the events team and the exhibitor hall team. Now, the idea from them was that at future tour stops, people would use that tent to grieve and to share their thoughts about how Charlie had changed their lives.
Well, I mean, and isn't that the point? Isn't that the point? To have some memorial set up to do that, just like it would be at any other museum, any other memoriam. Isn't that the point? To reflect on that person's life, their influence that they've had on you, to grieve, to remember good times. Isn't that the point of a memorial? This is how soulless this alien is. Something like this is difficult for her to conceive. Why? This is absolutely ridiculous. She just made an allegation that this boy went to a steakhouse and didn't provide any camera footage, even though it was a camera. No receipts, nothing. Not even the name of the servers, nothing. Gave no concrete evidence to prove it. And then typed some BS up and said, this is my evidence. No, it's not. It's a crap you typed up. This is priceless. You can't make this stuff up.
I think, just as a
you don't think
spectator here,
you don't have a brain.
Are other ways to grieve, and you can still share stories about.
You can't force somebody to grieve the way you want them to grieve. You alien. No one cares.
Change your life. You don't need to be under the tent that he was murdered in.
They can have every right to go underneath the tent.
Second update, this time regarding Fort Huachuca as well. Erica has submitted another follow-up text regarding her whereabouts on the 8th. Now, you will recall, as I told you yesterday, that the issue with the first message that she provided, which was purportedly a conversation between her and Charlie about dinner on the evening of the 8th, was that the contact name was blocked on the message. It was blacked out on the message. I had received that, by the way, on December 28th. I immediately said, hey, could you unblock that or uncover that, rather? And I followed up about 4 to 5 times, just trying to get that before we came back onto the podcast. I just said, I just want to see the contact number shown. Well, when I got off air yesterday, I had a follow-up, but it unfortunately was not what we were looking for or what we had asked for. It was just a Charlie Kirk contact card, just like this is Charlie Kirk's contact card in my phone. Now, I should add here that I am obviously working through a third party, and they made it clear that Erica has been tied up with something personal. So that's the reason for the delay.
You don't have to give it to you
throughout the holiday. So there's just been a delay on getting that, but I wanted to let you guys know where we are at.
They don't have to give you that.
Brian Harpole, I've told you that several times. Or relatedly, Dan Flood. Now, Dan Flood was not seen at Fort Huachuca, but he does have communication with Brian Harpole. So I wanted to exhaust every effort to get to the bottom of where these individuals were, specifically Brian Harpole and Erica Kirk. Now, regarding Mark Amadei, you will remember that
just blowing over stuff.
Mitch had described a person who he was sure was a congressman. He felt that it was a congressman. And I told you that we looked up a congressman that fit the description of what he was telling us: 5'9", glasses, grayish white hair. And we came up with Mark Amadei, and he said that face looks familiar. Then Mark Amadei came out, and he had dropped a YouTube video of a live stream of him on a committee. And then X came back and said he actually missed the first 2 roll calls. This was a 12-hour House committee video. We certainly did not have the time to parse through it in our last episode last year. I did, of course, make that a priority during break. I did go through that 12-hour footage. And I would like to now state unequivocally that I think his story checks out. Now, I realize there's been some confusion because he does, in fact, miss those first 2 roll calls.
No, the cult members about to be mad.
In the comments that he does appear. You can see him on the screen early on. It is blurry, but that early on where he's sitting, it looks like in his chair. When I visually look at it, it looks like Mark Amadei to me before the roll call. Now, it's certainly by no means definitive, but I think it is indeed very likely that the person that we see on camera is Mark Amadei early on in the hearing. And I am not here to try to make someone fit into the story. I want to actually find the right person and eliminate the wrong people.
You.
And to be clear, like I said, Mitch initially contacted me about just Erica Kirk and Brian Harpole. Brian Harpole being the big one. This meeting, this hands-on meeting that looked like mission.
He lied about. No evidence on that.
Let's go. Break right before mission. That's how it was described to me. Now,
let me show you all how bad of a liar Candace is, because she's a liar. Candace. Right here, that's a camera. They also have a camera. I'm seeing it right like around this door seal. You camera here. You got cameras in this restaurant. Why she couldn't produce camera footage? This Cowboys Smokehouse Cafe, right? Is that the same one? Am I on the right one? Cowboys? I want to make sure. Cowboys Smokehouse, right? Panguich? Yeah, I saw a camera. This is ridiculous. She said there was no cameras. Where did she get that from? She said there were no cameras. Where did she get that from? Did she even think to call them to say, hey, do you guys have cameras? Hey, say, how you doing, honey? Hey, Diane, what's going on? Y'all, it's cameras here. It's cameras here. It's so stupid. She's such an idiot. Candace, you are bad at this. There are cameras here. You said there were no cameras? You have cameras at the doors. You have an alarm system code here. Y'all see the little alarm system pad over there? Like, you got, what is she talking about? She doesn't think that this restaurant would have cameras. I'm looking at one right here. Right on the window. So now the cameras might be hidden. Well, you don't know where they all are. And then oftentimes when there's a bar, they have a camera at the bar. And it might be situated kind of over the register to make sure people aren't stealing any money out the register. So there are cameras in here. Who told her there were no cameras there? She didn't even call to verify this. She wants people to hit up her tip line that she doesn't vet, once again, to give her evidence when her dumb ass is too lazy to just call them and ask them that. Candace, you are bad at this. You're bad at this. You would think as a, an independent journalist would know what to look for. We were looking for a camera somewhere. Certain spots, we just expect them to be. Over a cash register near the bar area because you're serving alcohol. At the doors, at all the entry, exit points. Maybe just one that captures the entire seating area. If they had a lobby, maybe one at the lobby. This is such piss poor. And they claim she's investigating. No, what she's doing is impersonating and can't even scan photos to find a damn camera. You cannot make this up. There's no bar. I thought I saw a bar. But maybe it was a drinking area. Where they do drinks. Hold on. Let me see. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, it's a drinking area. But there's a camera in here. I saw Coca-Cola. That's what I was thinking. And beer and stuff like that on tap. Why would this guy go to this restaurant again? I mean, of all restaurants, why this one? Why would he drive an hour away to go here? He wouldn't be hiding out. You do have cameras in here. You can't make this up. And then you have people taking photos. They have a camera in there, Candace. You're an idiot. You cannot make this up. This is ridiculous. You think she would just look at the photos? Who told her he went to this restaurant? That's why I want to start it. Who told her that? She just came up out of nowhere. She just kind of looked at the map. List of steakhouses. This is it. This is the one he went to. It's near his grandmother. I'm going to say he went here. And then people can debunk me and prove me wrong. No, you need to do research and then present the evidence as you speak. You dumb alien. You're sitting here coming up with nonsense out of nowhere, trying to make a narrative fit. No receipt, no video footage, no nothing. In this day and age, in the year of our Lord 2026, you really think you're going to be able to go to a restaurant like this where they have a camera and not be in the camera? They have cameras that can read your license plate. Why does she think he would be able to travel an hour somewhere, not go in through any traffic lights, and not be photographed on a camera? This is what happens when aliens crash land on our planet. Advanced technology is a foreign concept to Candace Owens. You can't make this up. It's a foreign concept. Look at all these photos she could have looked at. Moose heads, all the stuff. But there are photos here. There are cameras in here. And she didn't even bother. Good grief. Oh my God, this is pathetic of her. And she wants people to hit up her tip line. Yeah, okay, yeah, we'll throw the hell out of you, girl.
Regarding Mark Amadei, there is someone else that I believe that we should look into. Okay. Follow one lead, doesn't lead where we think it's going to go. We can pivot, and something interesting has come up. Now, I will start by restating I have never felt good about Terrell Farnsworth. Okay. Not since that very first phone call I had with him. In fact, the phone call I had with him, I can say, was the very first moment that I went, something's not right here.
God.
I told you guys, he just started lying to me. Repeatedly.
Candace,
weird. His energy was weird. I was like, what's going on? Why are you being weird? I'm calling you because I'm just trying to let the public know, like, you know, why you took the cameras out. I'm sure there's a logical reason. It is kind of weird that you're there. Why are you there? He's all over the place. And again, this is not in the immediate aftermath. This is not first 48. We've got the jitters. Charlie Kirk's killed. This is like a week past that.
Priceless.
And I expressed repeatedly to my audience that something was not right with that phone call. As soon as I hung up, I said to my team, and I'm quoting myself here, that man is guilty of something.
Thank you.
He's guilty of something. He's lying about weird stuff. I don't know.
If I make a mistake, I made a mistake. I thought I saw a bar. I saw the Coca-Cola thing, and I think there was some beer or something on tap. I saw that. My bad. It's not a full bar. But there's still a camera in it. That's why I went through more of the photos. But she could have done, Candace could have done the same thing. She could have just looked the restaurant up online. I did nothing special. And I looked at the photos, and because I know it's specifically what I'm looking for, in certain areas, I just expect a camera to be. Even if they're small and look more hidden, that's what I look for. There were 51 photos just for the indoor photos. There are other photos that she could have looked at too. You can't make this up. This girl doesn't even try hard. She wants everyone else to do the hard work for her. Candace. That's lazy as hell. That's not what journalists do, which you are not. But no. Hell no. You look it up. Where's your 4-member team? All of which who should be named as co-defendants in a lawsuit. Where's your team at? Where the hell is Boys Club? You know, the man behind the camera that's allegedly out here essaying other men. Where's he at? With his faking gay ass. You can't make
send a
this up.
file. What do you mean? You run an entire AV company. You know how to send a file over the internet. Well, I'm scared Google might hack me. What? You're scared Google's going to hack you to release more footage of Charlie dying? That makes no sense. Nothing made sense, and I will never pretend it made sense.
She's throwing up random stuff.
Terrell Farnsworth, okay? And I expressed my gut, not just to you and back at home, but I also expressed that to Erica and Justin Strife when we were sitting in the meeting. I said, I'm not taking my foot off of that pedal. No. I do think that it's worth stating before we get into this,
the troll,
that me finding the behavior and the conversation that I had with Terrell to be extremely suspicious is not, of course, an invitation to harass him or his family. I'm against that. And I'm saying that because apparently he is receiving death threats. That was told to me, that he's receiving death threats because people want answers. Now, not ever do I ever want that to happen. I don't want people to watch this show and partake in that. Nor do I think you guys are partaking in that, but I'm just saying that, like, on this show, we sent it.
No, your candy ass cult members are doing that. They're sending death threats. I got one. I'm about to call you the B word in a mighty way. They are sending death threats. They are sending threats of harm to people. They're doxing people because it's something you do. They're bullying and harassing people. They are doing that. And you're too much of a coward, you alien, to stop them. When you could literally say, don't do that. And if I find out you do and you support me, I'm going to block your ass from my channel. See how simple that is? You can't make this up. This is coming from the wench that does nothing but cyber dox and bully people. Candace is the mean girl who bullies. She hates people too. I mean, she says that so frivolously. I hate this person because they asked the question. What a dumb demon she is.
To truth, to more daylight. And the reality is that I don't trust people who lie repeatedly to me over the phone. I don't. He was acting guilty during a time when I had no indication one way or the other whether or not Turning Point people would be involved in a cover-up. And for clarity, I want to show you guys this as well exclusively, a still image of the much longer video I have that was shown to me of Charlie from behind. Okay, this is the video.
Exactly.
And you can see what we have there, that's Charlie's necklace that's hanging. There's no blood on Charlie. There was absolutely no blood on Charlie.
What is she blocking out here? Does she not understand this? This is blurred for a reason. Is she out of her mind? And never mind the splatter itself. What is wrong with her?
Not only did the bullet not go through, it didn't even cause any sort of destruction. And I follow that video until he comes down.
You can't tell that from that photo, you idiot. You can't make this stuff up. Oh, this girl is, oh man. This alien is a demon. She's a whole demon. You're looking at the back and you're saying there's no blood. Girl, there's splatter right here. What are you talking about? That's splatter right there. Candace, stop it.
Nothing that we would expect to see from a 30-06. And again,
I
have a close-up of this. That's his chain. There's no question that what you are seeing there is his chain. And the only blood that I saw was blood in his hand.
Girl, it's coming out of his neck. You can't make this up. Fuck's sake. Listen. Oh my God. Poor child. Candace, do you understand how unbelievably evil and cruel this is? He has 2 kids. 2 kids. He has a wife. He has parents. People that love him that don't want to have to keep saying this, and you sitting here trying to debunk it, and you're not a doctor. You're not a science. You can't pick out blood from a lineup, apparently. You said, I'm not seeing any blood at all except what's on his hand. You literally debunked yourself in the same damn statement. You can't make this up. This idiot just debunked herself. There's no blood except what's on his hand. It's blood. It's blood. It's a spray. It's like blood splatter. It's sprayed out of his neck because of the blood vessel that the bullet hit. You can't make this up. I don't even have to keep saying that because it's traumatizing for people. There were people who were there in person that saw this, that was standing in front of him, and they saw this with their own eyes. The video footage I was sent that I had was from a person standing in the second row. It was someone recording that was in the second row in front of this tent. That's how close they were. She is completely disregarding all the people that were there that saw blood come out. This is incredibly cruel and evil and sadistic. And it's just her narcissism on 1,000. She's willing to lie about blood splatter in the same statement after saying there was no blood except what's on his hand. There's blood. It was a lot more than that. You're just not seeing it in this photo. You can't see it. You can't make this up. I don't even know what to make of this right now. He's got 2 kids. It's hard enough Erica Kirk has to explain to the little girl why her father isn't coming home. And Candace is reveling in this. She's enjoying this. This somehow gives her some level of satisfaction. She's sadistic and sick. Evil. For someone that says they hate people so easily.
Question that what you are seeing there is his chain, and the only blood that I saw was blood in his hand, which was spurting forward, to be clear.
Sprayed out of his neck on the side.
This doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to the narrative. Doesn't make sense to anybody that knows anything about guns. It just doesn't. Okay, Charlie was in pretty good shape, except
she did not even an emotion, not an emoticon, a feeling, a thought, or nothing. Just trying to debunk something about a gun and a bullet. Why do we need to see that photo for her to debunk something about a gun and a bullet? That photo from behind, where she can't even see the entry point. To say there's blood is proof there's blood. That's it. You don't have to say there's no blood except what's on his hand. No, there's blood. And then you're looking at it from one angle. Let's all just thank God she's not an investigator or a journalist or a reporter, because she is bad at this. Candace, you are evil, soulless, cruel, and bad at this. It's like watching the Wicked Witch of YouTube relive this moment for her self-gratification.
For where he had the wound on his neck that we all saw, the graphic video that we all saw that was circulated online. Now, I'm going to add here that another person who I don't trust at all, for many reasons, because one of them being he's a sexual deviant. He's also been indicted for crimes by the state of Arizona, federal crimes, for which he was recently pardoned by President Donald Trump. I think it's fair to assume that a person who commits crimes in the past might commit crimes in the future, or I guess allegedly committed crimes. I think those court cases are still moving through. There's a perfectly logical assumption that a person who's involved in doing the wrong thing might keep it up. A person that seems motivated by money, a person who factually was in debt and was having his payments garnished.
Why is she laughing? What are you laughing about? How do you show a video like that and then start laughing about something?
He was in debt and
it's evil shit. Who laughs? I don't see how she can find anything funny after that. She is sadistic. This girl is evil as hell. I've been telling y'all she's an alien, man. She's a dumb demon.
Payments garnished at Turning Point USA, who then blinks and becomes a millionaire working for a charity, might be a little bit shady. I think Tyler Boyer, it is a logical conclusion that he is at best a very...
I'm just convinced Candace has something to do with this assassination. It's like her wanting to relive something because of her vindication. She wants to relive that moment over and over and over again. We're going into 4 months. And she's still reliving the moment he was shot. I'm starting to be more and more convinced that Candace Owens had something to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination. It is not normal or healthy for someone to obsess over the moment someone is shot over and over again, trying to see if you can see blood when you clearly see blood on his hand. It's disgusting. If she doesn't believe the investigation from the state of Utah, from the prosecutors and what they're going to present to the court, and she's already said she does not care about that investigation. I snipped the words on the screen when she said it. She said, I do not care about that investigation. Why is she trying to even look at something regarding a bullet or gun? She already said she doesn't care. This is just sadistic. It's sadistic.
Shady character.
Oh my God.
10 toes down.
We're standing down with
now,
you
because I was
part
hyper
of this
fixed on Tyler Boyer. I decided to ask Erica in person during our sit down how she met Tyler. It was actually, I had 3 questions when I went in there that I wanted to get the answer to. That was actually my number 1 question, because I don't know much about the story of how Tyler met Charlie Kirk. And I now desperately wish, but I remember that I could remember what Charlie told me about that. How did they get linked up? And I felt that me asking Erica that question, she might be able to provide a lot of insights to who
Why did
Tyler
he hire
was during the time he was with Charlie Kirk, why, maybe even before he was with Charlie Kirk, and why he got involved with Charlie Kirk. And of course, as we know, Erica knew Tyler for years before her and Charlie began dating.
Why did Candace Owens want to work with TPUSA? How did she get hooked up with Charlie Kirk? How did that happen? I'm asking. Anybody know? How did this all start with Candace working with TPUSA? Because she claims to be a Mason founder. No, she's not. No, she's not. As far as all I've heard, she used a credit card to go book a flight to the UK. He probably didn't even want her to do that, and she did it. Sounds like she just did whatever the hell she wanted to do and said whatever she wanted to say. And they get mad when people fire her for her dumb BS. as if they're obligated to tolerate her when they're not. Candace cannot stand rejection. She's a narcissist who has a problem with being told no and being rejected. How did she get caught up with TPUSA? How did that happen? Because this is crazy. Charlie was in love. Candace was in love with Charlie Kirk. She was. Dave Rubin. Hey, Jill. Dave Rubin introduced them at a party. Oh, wow. And Charlie Kirk, man, he actually thought he saw something good in Candace, the dumb demonic alien. And it's like, it makes you wonder whether or not she was plotting and planning this whole time for something like this to happen, for Charlie Kirk to be assassinated. I've never seen anybody rebel in this in all my life. You expect evil people to do stuff like this. You expect people who aided and planned in this and they have no soul. This is what they wanted. And then they relive it because that's part of their narcissism. Makes them feel good. But you see how she acts when she's told no. When people ignore her. When people deny and reject her of whatever she's demanding. Then she acts like a spoiled brat. Throwing a tantrum. This is so crazy.
Right? Both she and Tyler have been honest about that fact, particularly citing Trump's 2015 presidential rally as an event where the two of them attended together, right? Standing behind Donald Trump in Arizona at his 2015 July rally, which I should mention also her mother, Lori Francevy, is in the background. So the three of them have known each other since at least July 2015 publicly. So I asked Erica how she met him. Her answer was that she met him at the 2015 rally because they were both standing behind Trump. And I immediately corrected her. I said, that's not possible. It's not possible because Tyler discussed knowing you already at the, if we're calling it funeral rally, do people, I don't even know if that's kind of what it was, like a funeral political rally. Tyler got on stage and he
Why is she laughing about that?
Erica
A funeral rally. Why is she
asking
laughing
how she could get involved, and that he then made a decision to put her behind Donald Trump. Here is Tyler making that statement in his own words at Charlie Kirk's memorial.
At his wedding, I told the story of talking Charlie.
She called this a funeral rally. This is so evil. This is what I mean. Candace, just, you're convincing us more and more that you have something to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination. Period. People need to start asking her this question. What are your dealings with this? Because you're sitting here throwing more wrenches in this investigation than anything else, bringing up false narratives that don't even have evidence to support it. And she calls this a funeral rally.
Arizona.
Oh, there shouldn't be a memorial for a tent.
Boy, I needed to break that. Selfishly, I wanted him to love Arizona because I had recently convinced him to move Turning Point USA to Arizona. It was a hard sell at first, and that was until I hosted the first Trump rally in Trump rally history right here in Arizona in 2015. I got a call. From Miss Erica Kirk, Miss Arizona 2012. I just want to help, she said. So naturally, I put her right behind the president at that first rally.
Okay. So she called, she said, I wanted to help, and he put her behind the president. So I'm sitting with her, and she doesn't remember how she met him, but she said that she would look back through old messages because, like me, she never deletes any of the messages.
It's irrelevant. No one cares.
She said that they had a connection in politics via a senator or a congressman. That's what she said. Now, in hindsight, after that meeting, because I have continued to prod the narrative on Terrell and Tyler, I believe that's accurate. I thought, that's interesting. Who were the congressmen? Who were the congressmen that Tyler maybe knew? Well, I should tell you guys that Terrell Farnsworth and Tyler Boyer go back. They go way back. I'm talking generationally back, okay? Terrell Farnsworth's parents.
Yeah, that's another person that I hope to God sues the hell out of her. For every person she brings up, she's automatically insinuating that they had some involvement in a murder, which is a crime, with no evidence, because she just wants to piece something together. And these people do not ask her, what is your involvement in Charlie Kirk's assassination? You called this memorial service, a funeral rally, and then you're upset about him having a memoriam tent set up. And you keep reliving the moment he was shot over and over again, claiming there was no blood when there was blood on his hands. Said Tyler Robinson went to some restaurant, avoided traffic lights, however that happens, and that there were no cameras in a restaurant with cameras.
Went to high school with Tyler Boyer's parents. They're all from Chandler, Arizona. And then Tyler Boyer and Terrell Farnsworth went to high school together. They graduated, it looks like 2 years apart from Gilbert High School. So these two are thicker than thieves. They are overtly political, obviously. In fact, at that very same Trump rally in 2015, Tyler Boyer introduces himself as the youngest chairman of the Republican Party. He's very involved in Arizona politics. And like he said, he's telling the truth. He was the reason that Charlie decided to put Turning Point USA's campus in Arizona. Charlie's from Chicago, right? That's where they first started Turning Point USA, in Chicago. Tyler has been driving this bus and, like I said, hiring the people around Charlie Kirk. Except for me, that really just I was the anomaly. We really just met, and I wonder if it would have happened if Tyler was there. Anyways, the point here is that Tyler Boyer was very well acquainted, obviously, with Terrell on a familial basis, and he was very close with Terrell's family, particularly Terrell's uncles and cousins. Terrell's father is a man named Dwayne Farnsworth, and his first cousins are longtime Arizona Congressman Eddie Farnsworth. I believe he left office in 2022. And also his brother, Eddie's brother, is David Farnsworth. So just to reiterate that, you have Senator David Farnsworth. He's still in office. You have Eddie Farnsworth, who was the chairman of the state House Judiciary. And those two men are brothers and first cousins with Dwayne Farnsworth, who is Terrell's father. And they are extremely close to Tyler. In fact, Eddie has actually been sued in the past with Tyler. Like, they're on the same side. They are being sued together. You can go back and you can mine all of this. He has known that family for a very long time. Anyway, in 2014, Senator David Farnsworth introduced Erica's mother to the House floor with concerns over EMPs. Okay. At the time, David Farnsworth was actually sponsoring the bill, a bill which would involve introducing Lori, who was then the CEO of G Tech Industries. And Eddie Farnsworth is also listed as having voted on this particular bill. They got it passed through. So the three of these people knew each other, Eddie, Lori, and Dave. And you can see here at the top, when you look at the members present, it says E. Farnsworth, Mr. That is Eddie Farnsworth. And then if you scroll down, if you see here, it's telling you who's sponsoring this bill. That is David Farnsworth. And it says that he became concerned about a potential for an EMP event a short time ago. And he got support from Congressman.
This is what happens when you get all of your information from your tip line, where the conspiracy theorists are trying to piece something together. What does this have to do with Tyler Robinson pulling the trigger on the gun? What is she talking about? Why do we care about these? We don't care about these people. This heifer called that memorial service a funeral rally.
Trent Franks, and it then tells us that he introduced Larry Ginta, Chuck Lee, and Lori Francis.
This has nothing to do with Tyler Robinson.
Tech Industries. Larry Ginta, by the way, or Gwinta, I don't know if I'm saying that right, is Erica's stepfather. So they've known each other. The Farnsworths, the Boyers, and the Francis have known each other. At least since 2014 on paper. We could keep looking and go backwards, but it is very...
So now all these congressmen are going to get harassed and bullied and doxxed by her cult and the bots and the sock puppets because Candace is an idiot who wants to keep digging this whole thing deeper to make as much money as she can. And Erica Kirk has not sued her already because why now? Because at this point, I'm tired of people saying, well, she wouldn't have a reason to. No, she got plenty of good reasons to sue her. Erica Kirk and TPUSA needs to sue Candace Owens, period. And Boys Club, because he's sitting back watching all this crap go down and behind the camera. Get her whole team, get all her LLCs, Georgetown Inc., sue all of that. This is pathetic.
Likely, obviously, given how close Tyler Boyer is to these men, that they all knew each other going back to 2014. I think
that doesn't have anything to do with him being involved.
I have an indication that it was actually earlier, but this is on paper. So let's stick to the facts. Anyways, Eddie Farnsworth is an interesting character.
Facts, but she lied about cameras.
The year prior, in 2013, Eddie Farnsworth was, as I said, the chair of the House Judiciary Committee. And he caused a bit of a kerfluffle in the state because for some unknown reason, he blocked a hearing on a bill to prevent child sex trafficking. And he was the wrong person to do this because he had been in the news years earlier because his nephew, Albert Farnsworth, had raped a 13-year-old. Okay. Now on this topic of this child sex trafficking bill, which he didn't bring it down to the floor for a vote. And it had support from Democrats and Republicans because it is a problem in this state. Child sex trafficking is a problem in the state of Arizona because the border is there. And they were trying to do something about it to make it so that it was less easy for people to traffic children. I think specifically ages 15 and 16. And I want to say that never in my life, in my political life, have I worked on a single story where
you don't work on anything. You just run your damn mouth. You present no facts, no evidence, no nothing. You didn't even verify if a restaurant had a camera and could send you footage. To which they probably would have. You got footage from Dairy Queen. Why you couldn't get footage from this damn restaurant, this steakhouse? Like, this is so stupid. All of this is just a distraction from the investigation itself.
Theme of child sex trafficking has emerged more. I've never seen it in my life, okay? Whether it's the people who own the planes. Remember the 888 plane? They run an anti-child sex trafficking charity. Also in their profile pictures, they're wearing a t-shirt from another child sex trafficking charity, Operation Underground. And you will recall that following the assassination, Phil Lyman was speaking to the guy that used to run, blanking on his name, Tim Ballard. That's his name, Tim Ballard. He used to run Operation Underground because he had gotten donation and support from Glenn Beck for Operation Underground. He was involved in that. I remember because I interviewed Tim Ballard about Operation Underground. Fort Huachuca Base, which has randomly come up because of Mitch. In general, they also are caught up in a child.
Candace, if it's random, that means you're trying to force it to connect. It doesn't. It doesn't connect. It has nothing to do with it at all. And you keep bringing up Erica Kirk's mother and her ties to military, blah, blah, blah. Stop it. That woman is ill. She is sick. She's having to go to the hospital to get treatment. The last thing she needs is to be stressed out by you and your dumb bullshit. This is what she's putting Erica's mother through. Erica Kirk could sue the crap out of her on so many angles. Her and her mother would have a good case. This is nothing but harassment at this point. It is utter sheer harassment. And she's intentionally harassing these people. 2 kids got to be distressed to no avail. And they still going to grow up and see her video.
Porn ring. That's a real story. That has been an issue at Huachuca Base.
And
I'm showing you this article from CBS News. U.S. Army missed the red flags about a civilian leader who led a child porn ring.
It has nothing to do with Tyler Robinson
security.
pulling the trigger on a gun.
Name was David Rodsham. He was a top civilian commander
she just name dropping
at
people,
a U.S. Air Base in Afghanistan.
Okay.
You can go on and you can see that it says that after he left his post, he returned to Fort Huachuca, which is a major Army installation in Arizona. Blah, blah, blah. There is
dropping
also
everybody
Fort Huachuca Base, which gets involved in a scandal relating to child sex trafficking.
Has nothing to do with Tyler Robinson.
Turning Point USA has their base where they actually decided to put the campus, if you will, Turning Point USA, just outside, literally across the way. There's a place known as Arizona Mills, which is like the #1 place for child sex trafficking, just like across the street.
Why is she so obsessed with this? Erica Kirk and her mother needs to sue Candace Owens. TPUSA, they got to stop playing around with her. They need to stop doing this. Then they need to remind her, okay, here's why the Macrons are showing us how it's done. Take heed to that. You can't make this up. Because it comes to a point where it's no longer an exercise of free speech and expression. It is flat out harassment. She is trying to emotionally damage these people to death. The mother is ill, and this is what she's got to deal with. Candace saying something stupid online. And now she's going to be bullied and harassed on that. Why this woman has to go get treatments just to maintain her health. This is so disgusting.
Very clear here. I'm saying that I'm making no connection there. I am not suggesting that Turning Point USA is trafficking children. I just want to be very clear. I'm just saying that everywhere I look in this story, themes of child sex trafficking come up. Okay.
It's
anyway,
irrelevant.
I am wondering
Has
regarding
nothing to
Eddie
do with Tyler
Farnsworth, if it is
Robinson.
possible that Mitch saw him because he's a dead ringer. A dead ringer for Mark Amadei. When I saw this, I was like, whoa, doppelganger. This man looks like Mark Amadei. He just, and I sent it to Mitch and he said, yes, this man looks very familiar. Again, these are not the people that he contacted me about, but I would like to find out if this could be a connection. I'd like to see if it's possible because the Farnsworth family has deep military ties as well.
She just said, I'm not trying to make a connection, but then she just said, I would like to make a connection. I'm not trying to make a connection, but I would like to make a connection.
Story, themes of child sex trafficking come up. Okay. Anyway, I am wondering regarding Eddie Farnsworth, if it is possible that Mitch saw him because he's a dead ringer. A dead ringer for Mark Amadei. When I saw this, I was like, whoa, doppelganger. This man looks like Mark Amadei. He just, and I sent it to Mitch and he said, yes, this man looks very familiar. Again, these are not the people that he contacted me about, but I would like to find out if this could be a connection. I'd like to see if it's possible because the Farnsworth family has deep military ties as well. I legitimately do not know. I am not making an accusation here.
Yeah, see, I would like to find out if this could be a connection. Why? You just said there's no connection. You're not trying to make a connection. She's not trying to form or create a story, remember, or force a narrative, but she wants to make a connection. Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger on the gun. He's in jail. Point blank. She can't even prove someone ate at a restaurant with a receipt or camera footage. And yet she wants to make connections between people who are serving in Congress and something with a military base and that pathological lion ass Mitch Snow. Unbelievable.
I personally think he looks a lot like Mark Amadei. And as a final point, interestingly
we don't
enough,
care. She's so
final
evil.
dot here. Arizona politicians happened to travel down to the Davis-Monthan base for their annual Commanders Summit, where Arizona community leaders meet with military men. This is very close. This is about, Mark, what is this, 40 minutes away from Fort Huachuca?
It's a little over an hour north in Tucson.
Okay, in Tucson. They happened to travel here for their annual Commander Summit on September 9th. That happened. You can see this. We're pulling this up.
We don't
on the
care. It
Davis-Monthan Air
doesn't
Force
connect,
Base website.
Candace.
It says that they kicked off their Arizona Commanders Summit on September 9th, which provides an opportunity for military commanders and Arizona community leaders to discuss topics impacting military installations. Again, that could obviously just be a coincidence, but it's interesting. It would give them an excuse to be in that region. And so I'd like to know more because the Farnsworth family is coming up too much. Terrell Farnsworth's wife, by the way, people on the internet discovered this. And I'm going to get the name. I don't want to get
that family didn't come up until now. She's just not bringing them up. This is unbelievable. No, it's coming up in her tip line because of her cult base, trying to tie and connect things together and then trying to force something. Oh, yeah, this did happen. That's just like saying we saw a white plane in the sky, so it must be something involved with this white plane. And then we saw American Airlines, so that must somehow be an American airline white plane in the sky, and they must be involved. That's how they're connecting this. Then we saw a yellow school bus, and then it just so happened to be the numbers 489 on it. So somehow that's involved because somebody was wearing a badge that had 489 on it as well. They're just forcing random dumb things together, trying to say, look over here, look over there, look over here, look over there. No. Candace Owens obviously has something to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination. And she's going out of her way to distract people from the bottom line, from what they truly should be looking into. Who lies about cameras in 2026 in a restaurant? Who lies about that?
This name right. I'm going to get this name right. I mean, I don't want to get it wrong.
Or blood.
His father-in-law is Thomas Burt, who ran Duncan Aviation. The FBO, I told you, that rented the cars for the feds. He actually ran Duncan Aviation as the executive vice president and COO for 22 years. Now, he did retire. He retired in 2019. There's just a lot of connections here that I think should be explored more about the Farnsworth family and the Boyer family. And I want to put this out here.
So they're going to be harassed and bullied.
Like I said, rubbed me the wrong way when I spoke to Terrell, and I can't let that feeling go. I think that Terrell knows more. Yeah, that was my vibe when I got off of the phone.
We don't
Anyways,
care.
we're going to take a brief
We're going to
break
harass
here,
that man for nothing.
and throw it to our sponsors. All right, you guys, Nimi Skincare is one which is in your pocket. Best time is right now. Has been casting people. I actually don't know at all what they were thinking, but it got them some attention. And I guess we're very confused. Normally, we do this show at 4 p.m. Eastern, and it looked like the Daily Wire was teasing something on my channels, which they brought back, and then they released stuff on my old Instagram channels. And I guess it was supposed to be like a clever way of I don't know. I actually don't know at all what they were thinking, but it got them some attention. And then we were able to very quickly determine, because the tips box is just absolutely savage, that what's been in the works is that Daily Wire has been casting people for a show that's designed specifically to make fun of me and also Tucker Carlson. Okay.
Yeah, you being made fun of will actually be delightful. Candace, you're being trolled in your tip line by your own dumb cult base because they can't read. And you don't care at this point. To the simplest things that can be verified, you don't even verify it. You lie about it, and then you get mad when people debunk you and say there are cameras in this restaurant. Where the hell are you going to go where there are not cameras everywhere? How do you go somewhere and avoid traffic lights? Like dumb shit. It's no reason to lie about that. Candace, where were you on September 9th and the 10th and the 11th of 2025 when Charlie Kirk was shot? We want to know your whereabouts. We want you to give us alibis. We want to see your security camera footage. We want to talk to your security team. We want to talk to Boy George. Because Boys Club knows more than what he claims to know. Yep. We want to know your whole alibi. We want to know what you did for 3 days and 2 nights. Because we got a vibe. You know, it's a feeling that Candace Owens might quite possibly, I don't know, but we know, and we don't know, but we know, you know, because she knows it's no good, might be involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. We want to make sure of that. So we need you to send us everything. And unlike you, Candace, I will post up documentation. This is absolutely disgusting of her.
Now, in general, I would say the Daily Wire has been in a casting rut, trying to find the new Brett Cooper, probably for well over a year now. Not easy to find raw talent like that. And I think really at long last, they found someone that they think might work. Except rather than being bubbly and kind, the idea is she's going to be a bit manic, over the top, and of course, a little bit bitchy and mean, right? Because if you're noticing, that's kind of the new Zionist bent, sort of this, and we've shown you clips in the show, like, you can't sit with us, we're cool. Like, you're broke if you don't like what we do, and we're hot, and you're not. Like,
Candace acts just like that. She acts like a global elitist, just a mean girl, bully bitch. That's it. That's how she acts. That's exactly what she is. Except she's a lot more soulless and evil and sadistic about it. Because she is.
You know, the Hampton Summit, and they're like talking about how much money they have. Another brilliant PR ploy from a country that's mass murdering innocent children. Like, you can't sit with us. Never occurs with them that we just don't want to sit with them. That's kind of the whole point of what we're doing. Anyway, before Maddie, they apparently tried out other people for this role. They had considered a show, putting together a show that would make fun of me and Tucker Carlson. They tossed around 3 other people. They even considered doing a combination show with a person who had played the bailiff on Matt Walsh's Judged. And that didn't wind up panning out. Now, Maddie was then landed upon, and they decided, because we're really going to stick it to Candace, we're going to have her name the show In the No-No. Haha, get it? Candace says we don't know, but we know. Ben's on stage saying that expression is retarded. And now we're just going to bring this show to life and give it sort of a Nickelodeon iCarly vibe, but it's the Daily Wire, but they don't have a kids department anymore, but this kind of feels like Nickelodeon, but it's iCarly meets politics, which is just kind of wrong. And the idea is we're going to take Candace clips out of context to make it seem weird. And I'm going to show you it. I'm going to show you guys so you can see it.
They don't need to take anything out of context. They can just repeat what the hell you're doing. We'll be the judge of this as the viewers. You can't make this up.
This clip up, she is going to really dramatize me discussing the history of Utah's state flag. Now, I don't know if I'm getting old. I am actually. I do know I'm getting old. in my ripe old age, I'm interested in history. I'm interested in learning about flags and the history.
She won't even read
of
laws.
The beehive flag is what I presented on my show. And Maddie in the no is really gonna mock me. So let's take a look at it. Idea that the Utah state flag is a hexagonal beehive.
All right, let's try this. Let's really try this, okay? Chronologically. Utah adopts the beehive symbol in 1948. Fast forward 175 years later, people start using bee language as codes. And I communicate with them by dancing. People that use the code are clearly communists because communists work together. They follow a hive mind. Yes, queen. Underground. Communists. Mormons live in Utah. I watched The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. I know what's going on here.
They've always been known as the beehive state. And to be clear, it's not because they make honey. It's not because they have a high presence of bees. In fact, in terms of making honey or bee-related products, they rank number 24. It's actually the beehive state. It relates to the Mormon Church, the Church of Latter-day Saints. Early Mormon pioneers founded that state, and they liked the idea of a beehive working toward a common good. Now, if that sounds vaguely familiar or communist to you, the idea of worker bees.
Y'all look at her face and she gets laughed at. Lord, I knew there had to be a silver lining in the cloud, y'all. This show is going to be brilliant. Y'all, look how mad she looks for her when she sees this girl laughing at her about these damn bees. Did I see a pregnant lady dancing around?
They use the code. They're clearly communists because communists work together. They follow a hive
Wait a
mind.
minute.
Yes, queen. Underground. Communists. Mormons live in Utah. I watched The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. I know what's going on here.
They've always been known as the beehive state. And to be clear, it's not because they make honey. It's not because they have a high presence of bees. In fact, in terms of making honey or bee-related products, they rank number 24. It's actually the beehive state. It relates to the Mormon Church, the Church of Latter-day Saints. Early Mormon pioneers founded that state, and they liked the idea of a beehive working toward a common good. Now, if that sounds...
Oh, this is priceless, y'all. She starts to scowl up a whole lot more as she sees her laughing at this BS. Candace, we are all laughing at you. You don't get to infringe upon freedom of speech and expression either. So we're going to keep laughing at your dumb ass. Oh, this is good.
Or communist to you, the idea of worker bees. Yes, that's where it's from.
Did the Mormons know that the bees were commies in 1948? Did anybody watch that South Park episode? You know what? None of this matters. Let's get to her conclusion.
I want to be in an episode. Somebody tell Bishop Shapiro I don't even need I don't need no audition and none of that. Just give me like 3 or 4 good lines to say, and I'm in. You can't make this sound. Oh, I want to be in an episode. Oh, he needs to do an episode where he gets all the content creators that I hear debunking Candace's dumb ass. Get us all together in one episode. Oh my God, that would be epic. Oh, clown the hell out of Candace. That's exactly what we need. We all need this. We all need Daily Wire to go full-blown max on these episodes. Go Candace max on these episodes, okay? And give us like a good new one every 2 or 3 days. We're going to need it. You can't make this sound. Y'all, this is an awesome idea. I love it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Y'all, please, 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 please. The Daily Wire is still spearheaded by Ben Shapiro, right? Am I naming the right person? Whoever's coming up with the show. Oh my God. Thank you. Yeah, Manny. I appreciate it. Y'all. She was sitting here so mad. Oh, her face started scowling up. You can't make this up. Those Superman. Oh man. Hey Pat. Listen. Who child? Candace. Carol. You heifer. They put me in the episode. I have to say you heifer. And Candace, you're bad at this. I mean, that's the staple. And the word of the month, which is hypocrisy. Candace, I would torture your ass in an episode. I promise you. I will show you no mercy. You can't make this.
It's really good. It's really good. It's really sweet. So funny. It's like very original.
We know it is.
Say she's clever as a fox. Plus, teach her why we use that particular simile. But I can tell that facts about animal symbolism and history are obviously not her thing. So I guess the idea is Candace is discussing the state flag, and she's using that as proof that Charlie was murdered or something. And it's interesting.
No, just making dumb ideas fit together. That's what you try to do, even though you have no evidence. You can't make this up. Candace, don't sit here and be offended. It's free speech and expression, girl. Come on, you heifer. Laugh with us. Oh, we'll just keep laughing at you. We don't care either way.
It's a vibe. Anyway, wanted to show you that because the Daily Wire continues to exhibit stalker vibes.
No, it's not stalker vibe.
I am now telling people that Ben Shapiro is my psycho ex-boyfriend because that's what this feels like. None of this is normal. We don't have to pretend this is normal. Nothing that has happened.
It's all normal. It's hilarious as well. It's called free speech and expression, Candace. It's the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. You can take your dumb ass up out of here if you don't like it. Because at this point, we don't care what you think or how you feel. We just don't. We don't care. We're going to laugh at you, okay? And we're going to make sure we debunk you when you lie like hell. Such as restaurants not having cameras. That was easily debunkable. They're easily debunked. Just pull up some photos of a restaurant and show the whole camera. You can't make this up. No. You had this coming, girl.
Since I've left that company is normal, not how I left the company, not the glorious town hall,
She's
slave,
so
hanging, teach everybody a lesson. Like, it's psycho ex-boyfriend. It's the ex-boyfriend that breaks up with you.
Girl, bye.
Blasts a message to all of your friends. Says, come look, here's why I did it. Here's why I hate her.
She's slurring speech.
I guess this is over. That's fine. Move on in my life. And then you try to move on in your life. And like he's sliding into the DMs of everybody saying you can't deal with. Don't speak to her. She's terrible. I'm going to smear her. I'm going to tell you what she is. I hate her.
We love these episodes. Candace is a demon and she deserves all of this and some. We will not spare you, girl. Nope. Go full max, Ben Shapiro. Go full max. Bring some of us content creators that she can't stand into this. Yeah, Candace, you're bad at this.
It's like, okay, fine. That's okay. I'm happy to move on in my life. I'm going to sue you. I get everything.
I want to be in the show.
The apartment we share, the car you're going to leave, you're going to have nothing. Okay, that's fine. Take it. I'd like to just move on in my life.
The Macrons are going to mollywop you.
Because I'm upset about something else. Okay, fine.
What
I
is
really
she
just like to
talking
move
about?
on and close this chapter in my life.
They're going to keep making the shows.
Then all of a sudden, he's like jumping onto stages.
Yeah, giving an
trash about me. He sees I moved on. I'm like, okay, I'm just doing my own show here. You don't know, but you know, like, why do you care? Are you good?
You're lying on people. Are you good, you dumb demon? You want to sit here and say you didn't see blood and then you see blood on somebody's hands. Are you good? We're going to keep laughing at you. It'll spare us all from having a headache, being mad at you. So we might as well laugh at you, Candace. Trust me. You want us to laugh at you. That's what you want us to do.
Good. Can you move on in your you're designing shows after me? This is not normal. This is not how employers
this is very normal.
Are supposed to behave.
It's called mocking.
I'm being so serious. There's something about it that's like, and parking aside Maddie, she's just the latest pawn, you know.
So she doesn't know satire when she sees it. Isn't that what like Mad TV, Saturday Night Live, whether you like these talk show hosts or not, that's the whole point of what they do. Satire. It's comedy. We're here for it.
Now they just got to find someone who really desperately wants to be famous, stands on a couch, pay whatever, thinks she's going to be the next it girl. That's fine. There's nothing to do with that.
Oh, okay, cool. So she shouldn't care about me being in an episode.
I am speaking about an employer that can't move on. This is not, this feels...
Nope. He moved on. Ben Shapiro, please email me at ladyluckclubllc@yahoo.com. I would love to be in one of your episodes. That would be absolutely funny as hell. Candace, I'll be another person you hate, mocking the hell out of you. Oh, the satire. It's going to be awesome. Girl, bye, Felicia.
Dangerous to me. Like, we're getting to a stage of obsession that is dangerous. You have to go create a show that's interesting and compelling that people want to watch. It's not based off of somebody that you fired because you didn't want them anymore. That doesn't track with the public. I just feel like this is getting very creepy. It's making me uncomfortable. And there should, in fact, be laws to prevent this from happening. There just should be laws that prevent employers from sending interns to stalk you at events, from trying to get you.
Stalking laws. It's called anti-stalking laws. You have to prove you're being stalked. It's satire, Candace. It's satire. He's not going to stop anything. We will not allow him to stop a comedy show from being put in place to mock the hell out of you. How about, here's a thought, Candace. Candace, here's a thought. How about you don't watch it? There you go. So if the Daily Wire puts out a show mocking Candace with satire comedy, Candace doesn't have to watch it. She just tortured herself watching that. And for what? Don't watch it. But it doesn't mean it is not going to happen, because the earth does not revolve around you, Candace. You dumb alien. It just doesn't. You're going to have to get over it and kick rocks. Now, he could do that, or he could just sue you for all the lies you've told on him. You would rather he do the show. you much rather
events or buying your friends. Like, oh, that's the next step of the crazy ex-boyfriend. I'm gonna.
What's she big mad?
Reach out to everybody you know and offer them money.
Mad.
Yeah, I'm gonna pretend I was. Charlie. What are you doing? Why? Why are you doing this? Why are you so inside of my life? Please just move on. This is not mentally healthy for you, Ben. I want you to be better. I want you to get better. Seriously, move on in your life. It's okay. Let go of people that disagree with you. It's okay. Also, leave Megyn Kelly alone, because I see you're eyeing her too in a weird way. You seem to be gunning for her now.
Don't nobody give a damn about Megyn Kelly. She can kick rocks, child. We don't give a damn about her. That wannabe former litigator that won't tell you anything because somehow when it comes to you, she doesn't have a spine. Child, please. People handle her accordingly. This is how you should be handled, Candace. A whole satire comedy. Come on, Ben. Email me. I want to be in a show.
Let it go. It's not healthy, and I'm asking you to leave this alone in 2026.
No.
Go do a show that's based off of that girl's talent and something that's interesting, and don't just use her like a pawn. That's what I.
Did you just say 28,026?
Be healthy for you, Ben. I want you to be better. I want you to get better. Seriously.
Yeah, he's gonna do a show.
Move on in your life. It's okay.
Let
go of people that disagree with you. It's okay.
We're gonna have fun.
Also, leave Megyn Kelly alone, because I see you're eyeing her too in a weird way. You seem to be gunning for her now.
Irrelevant.
Let it go. It's not healthy, and I'm asking you to leave this alone in 2026. Go do a show.
28,026. She said it. She said 28,026.
That's interesting, and don't just use her like a pawn. That's what I would say. Anyways, if you guys want to know the no, head over to Daily Wire, support Maddie. Show's gonna be great. Or you can just watch my show.
No, we're gonna watch hers,
and we can keep talking about state flags, actually, because then I got more interested in more state flags. Never mind, I'm not going to tell you about the Pelicans and Louisiana, but we were looking into that, and it's kind of interesting.
No, we're going to watch her show.
On the flag of Louisiana.
That's what it is. Candace doesn't want competition. Candace, I heard you dropped down. Y'all said she dropped down out of what? From what place? Oh, child. She went from 28 to 57? Candace. Y'all give it up for the loser. Candace, the alien, who's dropped from 28 to 57 because she's not a reporter either way. Oh, man. She just said, oh, y'all can just watch my show. No, we want to see something funny. What's up, Candace? We watch you to debunk you and to laugh at you. What better way to top that off than to have Daily Wire do a show where they mock the hell out of you with satire comedy? We can do both, as a matter of fact. But we'll watch Daily Wire show get higher ratings than yours. Because see, that'll be the true test of whether or not you have an actual platform of 5.78 million people, or if they're mostly bots and sock puppets. Because you have 5.67 million subs on YouTube. That's nowhere near an accurate reflection of the number of people in the United States of America, the majority of which can't stand your guts. She's pissed off the conservatives, the Republicans, MAGA, the White House, the military, including the army, rich people, poor people, black people, Jewish people, French people, Australians, whole countries like Angola. Like, it just pissing people off, countries at a time. Candace, it is going to be hilarious when they put out the satire comedy against you. Even the people who worship the ground you walk on will be watching the Daily Wire. You know why? Because it'll give them something to talk about. That show is going to do very well. There's nothing you can say about it. It's comedy, girl. She's so bigly mad. Y'all, Candace is big mad.
Let's take 5. Moving on, you guys, to other psychopathic things that are happening. I did not realize that Brigitte Macron is having those people who like retweeted things that she deems to be harassing.
Oh my God.
The truth, right? Brigitte Macron believes the truth about his gender is a form of harassment. This is very chilling. They are sentencing these people to jail. I did not realize. I thought this was like just the fine. I think I read it too quickly. I thought it said, oh, it's $10,000 fine. No. 8 men and 2 women between the ages of 41 and 65, okay, who she is accusing it's harassed me, it's harassed my family. My family's testifying. It doesn't matter whether or not I did these things to Emmanuel when he was 14. It doesn't actually matter. What matters is that you're hurting my feelings bringing them up. You could just imagine this argument in court. Like if Jeffrey Dahmer was alive,
they
and
lost.
you're like tweeting at Jeffrey Dahmer, and you're
It doesn't
like
matter.
you're a sick cannibal pedophile, and then he's like, that actually doesn't matter because you hurt my feelings. That's really mean. I don't want you. That's harassment. You can't just call me those things. That's the vibe of what's going on in France right now. It doesn't matter if it's true. It matters if it hurt Brigitte's feelings. And so what has happened here is that they testified that these tweets were malicious. They were degrading. They were, quote, insulting. They were intentionally harmful to Brigitte.
She won her
case. Of the 10 defendants, 8 were given suspended sentences between 4 to 8 months. And the 9th was sentenced to 6 months in jail because that person just didn't even attend the hearing. That's what's happening right now in France. Okay. 3 of the individuals were described as the instigators, and they were then ordered to have their social media accounts suspended for 6 months. Retweets. She feels harassed by the truth. You can harass people with the truth now. And to be clear, all of them were ordered to attend an online course
can't harass anybody
regarding hate speech. Hate speech can also be true speech. If they just feel, if they hate it, that's it. And they have to collectively.
Candace, that's the issue. It's not true. And it's irrelevant. Even if it is true, it's still bullying and harassment. You don't have the right to intentionally and willfully harass people. And then they provide no evidence on what they're harassing her about. The same with you, Candace. That's why she's going to mollywop you in court. She's bringing scientific evidence. You're screwed. And then you continue to double down on it. Like the idiot that you are. As opposed to probably listening to your 3 attorneys and leaving her alone. I hope they get sanctioned in court. On January 9th, Candace has to turn in her reply to the court regarding the Macron case. That's what she should be focused on. Not sitting here showing us that she's actually scared of litigation. Because she is. She's a coward. Candace is scared of court. She's scared to go to court. Especially if she knows she's going to lose. Of course she is. That's why she's trying to have it dismissed and not actually get to the discovery phase. You know, like she told everybody she wanted to do. And the cult members, they don't care. They didn't even ask her, why did you file the motion to dismiss? Because she's a coward. She wants to say what she wants to say and do what she wants to do with no accountability. Don't think that it's absolutely useless to file a lawsuit against Candace Owens. No, it means something. Regardless of whether the Macrons mollywop her financially and take all her money, it's irrelevant. It's the principle. It's the fact that there are anti-bullying, anti-harassment laws in place, anti-defamation laws in place for a reason. And for whatever evidence they presented, whatever they done, a judge in a court found that these 10 people were liable. Bottom line. And so we have laws here in the U.S. against bullying and harassing people. People should be able to live and exist in peace and not have to worry about a bunch of dumbass bots that don't read and they continue to spell Candace's name wrong, harassing them on social media because you said something they didn't like. But she doesn't want a satire comedy show to kickstart because she wants to say that someone's stalking her. And she would never be able to prove that when her dumbass can't even look up whether or not a restaurant had a camera. Y'all see where we are with this? That's what makes this so epic. Candace, you're going to lose horrifically in court. And I hope they take every penny you have. And then I hope you get more lawsuits so that you can understand these people are not for play. Perhaps you should start looking at evidence and doing some real research. And since you refuse to do that and you want to lie and bring people into some conspiracy about a criminal matter where someone was murdered, this is what you get. You get sued. And if criminal charges need to be filed from that, so be it. That's it. So be it. This is what we are now. I wish Charlie Kirk would have addressed all of this when he realized that she was out here spreading all this nonsense about Jewish people, about Israel, all these things, because what's happened is this yeast infection has become more infectious. And now it's just like a pus-filled bomb that's exploding slowly. And everyone is being, infected that's standing around it. And it's spreading. And the best way to get a bully to understand not to F with you, drag their ass to court. Put the evidence before the judge, before a jury, so they can understand, here's what you're not going to do with me. You go pull that stunt with somebody else. Go pull that with your mama or your grandpappy. But you're not pulling that with me. No one deserves that. Don't care what you think about Brigitte Macron. If you don't have any evidence to scientifically prove she's born a specific gender, then why would you harass her about it, knowing you can be sued about it? And those 10 people, guess what? That's proof that these people that are out here on social media parroting Candace's talking points, their profiles can be uncovered and they can be named in lawsuits as well. All her little simps and wimps online on Twitter X and all of that, they can be named as co-defendants. And now they get to see case law. They get to see an actual situation where this has happened. And these 10 people lost like hell. Yep, it can happen here in the United States of America as well. So, sue the crap out of her. Don't be scared of her.
Pay Brigitte Macron what's known as moral damages, around $12,000. Moral damages. I am telling you that because you need to fully compute what they want to do here. Okay, that's the purpose of this lawsuit.
I ain't gonna
never forcing a lawsuit against me. is that evil people are getting caught doing evil things. And
Oh
those evil
my
people
God.
still have enough power to pass through legislation and to establish new laws to make it so that they never get caught again. Or even when they do get caught, you have to shut up about it. This lawsuit that Brigitte has brought against me matters deeply. I am telling you guys, this lawsuit, everyone should be paying attention to every single filing pertaining to this lawsuit in Delaware, a place where I'm pretty sure France has been running the game since the Revolutionary War, because I believe that the feds are colluding because they want to introduce new speech laws.
The feds don't care about you and your baseless accusations of an assassination attempt on your life. You present no evidence for it. Why should they care? So if they don't even respond to you with that, what makes you think they care about a civil proceeding between you and Emmanuel Macron and Brigitte Macron? All because of what you said about her. She wasn't bothering you. You think her children and grandchildren asked to be bullied by your dumb cult members? No, they don't. They want to be left alone as well. But since you people exhibit no control, the law is the best way to put your ass in check.
Laws in this country and make people fearful to tell the truth about the things that they have actually
You're not
done.
telling the truth.
Why?
You're lying.
I just felt like I needed to fully present to you what was actually happening in France. Prison.
Why?
65-year-old person. Maybe they just retweeted. Who knows? We have to get into the documentation. But this is not.
Yeah, tell your coat, your simps, those wimps and simps in your coat, they could be named as well. And they could get in just as much trouble as your dumbass.
Defamation. She's not making the argument that these things are untrue. She's making the argument that her feelings are hurt because you know that she was born with a penis.
Candace, once again, won't read the
Wild
court
times,
docs.
guys. We'll be right back after a brief break. All right, guys.
No. Where we at with this?
Arrest on your own, waiving your
girl. Bye.
I am in total.
Is she reading
Yesterday's
comments?
episode is from Lori Gallio. She writes, having that tent at Amfest as a
okay. No, I don't go over her comments because it's just her, self-grandizing moment. It's her safe space. She wants to, read stuff from people who are kissing her ass, and we're not doing that. So hell no. Let's see here. I want to go to the video about that, where these people won their lawsuit. Milk Bar's got some videos up. We're gonna be going over these fake degrees with Rashad Ritchie. Oh man. Let me see. Oh, we got the other Turkey Tom video to go over. We're gonna go over that. Oh, where's the video about that? I saved it. I think I did. You guys send me videos and stuff, and I save it over here. Okay, here we go.
While none of the sentences involved.
Hold on. Let me go back. Because we got to go over this. And I don't think the reply has been posted, but I'll pull up the court docket in the meantime. But let's check this out. This is from, what is this? Times Entertainment? This is from E-Times. Okay. And it says, of course, the Macrons win big. Born a Man theory collapses. Paris court convicts 10 in Bridget smear case. Because, harassment and lying like hell can cause you to be held liable. And I mean, at the end of the day, it's the principle of the situation. Whether they need the money or not is irrelevant. It's the principle. It's the idea that you're going to sit here and go after somebody's gender that's causing them more damage and more stress. Nope. They're coming for your ass, Candace, and I'm going to be here to report on every second of what happens. Can't make this up. All right, y'all. Let's check this out.
A Paris court has delivered a clear message. On Monday, 10 people were found guilty of cyberbullying France's First Lady, Brigitte Macron, over false and deeply offensive claims about her gender. Claims that suggested she was a transgender woman, allegedly born a man. Rumors that the court described as particularly degrading, insulting, and malicious. The group, 8 men and 2 women, aged between 41 and 60, were accused of repeatedly making abusive online comments about Brigitte Macron.
Between 41 and 60, they too damn old to be doing this. That means they had nothing to do with their free time but to sit here and to smear this woman about whether she was born a man or woman. Candace, you don't live in France. Why do you care either way? It's the question. That's the one question she won't answer. Why does she care about what someone was born as in another country? Candace, France is a country, not a continent. So dumbass doesn't know the difference.
Macron's gender and sexuality. Some even went as far as equating the age difference between her and President Emmanuel Macron to pedophilia. The court rejected these arguments outright.
Right, as they should, because it's not legally.
The penalties handed down ranged from mandatory cyberbullying awareness training to 8 months suspended prison sentences. While none of the sentences involved immediate jail time, the ruling itself marks a significant legal win, not just for Brigitte Macron, but for public figures targeted by online harassment. Notably, Brigitte Macron did not attend the 2-day trial, which took place in October. But speaking on TF1 national television on Sunday, she made her position clear. She said she pursued legal action to set an example and to push back against the growing normalization.
I love it. What I tell y'all, set an example. It's the principle of the situation, y'all. It's the principality of the situation.
Of online harassment.
Yes.
Then I have another issue with the 2 women who are playing with my genealogy by pretending that I am a man. There are 2 versions. Either I was born a man or I was born Brigitte, died in 1960, and it was my brother who became a woman. Needless to say, no one will touch my genealogy, and that's simply impossible. A birth certificate is no small thing. It's a father who one day, or a mother, goes to declare their child, declaring who he or she is. You don't mess around with that. And then I have the United States, and in the meantime, I also have people who broke into my tax website and changed my identity. But here I am all the time wanting to help teenagers fight against bullying. But if I don't set an example for you, it's going to be difficult.
And Candace doesn't care that someone hacked into her tax information and changed her identity. And then she tried to report that as news, as if it was a fact, as if this is something that's so implausible that someone could hack into something and change her gender identity to make it appear as if she's a male when she's a female. It's just stupid to keep harassing her about this. Candace, this is what you get. It's called karma. She's going to mollywop you in court. And I hope whatever 244 million you think you and George are worth, she takes every bit of that and some. Preferably, Candace, you'll have to actually work just to earn a living to be able to pay her first. We're here for it. So you might not want to mock Daily Wire from doing shows about you, because that could be material you could use on your show. You can't make this up. Boy, God has a way of getting your attention.
Among the convicted defendants, one name stands out. Delphine Jagous, 51, a self-described medium who goes by Amandine Roy online.
Damn old.
She is considered to have played a central role in spreading the rumor after posting a 4-hour-long YouTube video in 2021, amplifying the false claims to a much wider audience. She was already facing a defamation complaint filed by Brigitte Macron 3 years ago.
Yeah, I will sue her too. Sure would.
Other defendants included an elected official, a teacher, and a computer scientist. Several told the court their comments were meant as humor or satire and claimed they did not understand why they were being prosecuted. The court, however, did not accept that defense. During the trial, one defendant, Jerome A., 49, was questioned about posts he wrote and reposted alleging that Brigitte Macron was a man or had male genitalia. His response? It was just a joke. He described the posts as satirical. The judges were unconvinced.
Nope. They were not convinced.
Arrests in the case were made in December 2024 and February 2025. All 10 defendants denied wrongdoing. Yet the court concluded that the comments formed part of a coordinated pattern of harassment, not harmless humor.
Yep.
The case follows years of conspiracy theories, falsely claiming that Brigitte Macron was born under the name Jean-Michel Trangnu, which is in reality the name of her brother. These claims have been repeatedly debunked, yet continue to circulate online. In recent years, the rumor has also gained traction.
Yeah, because Candace thinks if I just say it over and over and over, it's going to be true. No. You're still lying. You're just lying like hell over and over and over. You see, Candace, you heard what she said. The judge was not convinced. Because that's what you would have to do in this civil proceeding. Your burden is a preponderance of the evidence. You're not convincing on a show. You get to control and dictate. You're definitely not going to be convincing in a court of law. She's going to mollywop you in court, and she's bringing scientific evidence at that. Candace, you're done.
Outside France, particularly in the United States. Far-right podcaster Candace Owens has repeatedly amplified the false claim online, bringing it to an even larger international audience. In response, the Macrons have now filed a defamation lawsuit in the U.S. against Owens.
Good.
For Brigitte Macron, this ruling marks a major legal victory and a warning that online harassment has real-world consequences.
Yes,
As the case reverberates beyond France, one question now lingers. Is this just the beginning? And could others be next?
I love it. These people are 40, 50, 60 some years old doing this. Ooh, I like that coat, girl. Yep. Candace, you're screwed. Oh, Candace, you're so screwed, you moron. Oh, man. Girl, you better make sure here's the court docket, you all. Candace, you got to January 9th for you and your 3 attorneys to turn in that reply. Turn that shit on in time. We're tired of you all getting extensions. They needed to add 7,500 words. For what? They had to prolong this out for nothing. They better be lucky that the Macron's attorney agreed to this stipulation because they didn't have to. Candace, the Macron's attorney did not have to agree for your attorneys, your 3 attorneys, to come up with 7,500 words for a reply. Where 3 attorneys should have been able to knock this out within a couple weeks. You're not saying anything any differently than what you've already said in your motion to dismiss. This is what's so crazy. It's like they're incompetent themselves. You can't make this stuff up. 3 attorneys needed additional time to state 7,500 more words. And for what? And the Macron's attorney is being nice about it. They didn't have to stipulate to this. When you see stipulation, that means the parties talked about it and they worked it out without the judge having to have a hearing on the actual request itself, on the motion. So they decided, okay, cool. We'll give you we'll agree for you all to get this additional time. Now, imagine if the Macron's attorney asked for additional time for something. What you all think Candace's attorneys would say? Because I have a feeling they would not reciprocate this. If it were the other way around, her 3 attorneys would not reciprocate, this leniency with giving additional time to the Macron's attorney at all. Nope. It will be completely one-sided. They're wasting time with this. They won't just turn in the responses and replies. It's so crazy, y'all. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. There are a few videos I want to get to, but I'm gonna do it separately because there are the videos that were posted up by Nicholas Brooks. As a matter of fact, we're gonna do the 3 Milk Bar has done 3 videos because they're not long, so we'll check those out. There's 3 videos I haven't seen. I want to see what's going on. Why can't it? Hold on. It won't let me move this up. Okay. All right. Hold on. All right. So let me share this tab again. All right, we'll go through the to the 3 Milk Bar videos I haven't seen yet. I don't know about you all, but I want to see them. And they're relatively short. His videos are ideally short, but they're very good and to the point. Oh man, shout out to Milk Bar TV. And big ups to him for winning his case against Andrew Tate filed against him, rather. The motion to dismiss was granted. So, that's a huge win. Andrew Tate is just suing everybody and their mama because his feelings are hurt, I guess. I mean, it's just the dumbest things. It's like you're being accused of doing some heinous stuff. You've been charged. So they're criminal charges to go along with this. And then you sue someone because they talked about it. It's the biggest, simplest thing to do. What a simp. So we're going to check this out, y'all. Let's get to it.
Something very disturbing is happening in America. I feel like AmFest or what it did for me was it contributed to my realization that the future, the dark future that everyone's always predicting, like the AI future, it's here. We're actually here. I think that we are fighting machines. I think that these people are not humans, that they're sentinels that maybe look like humans. That's how I feel. I feel like it's the single solitary event that contributed to my realization that the future is happening right now. Leading people into AI, I have always sensed this demonic because I'm telling you, I don't even think these people are human. Like I look at Elon Musk and Sam Altman and Peter Thiel, and I'm pretty sure they're hybrid. You know what I mean? Like they just look like an Apple software that I should be able to download at night, like my phone's getting an update or something. It's something in the eyes. Like, I don't know. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I stabbed you if you bleed, I'm not.
Candace, just because you're an alien does not mean that the rest of us here on Earth are. Unless these people came with you from your home planet. You're the one that's the alien here. It's the stuff that she says is so dumb. Oh my God, and she knows it's stupid. She just gets mad when people call her out on it. She knows that she's saying the dumbest, most ridiculous stuff because it's like, hey, I got to get some attention on me somehow. Intelligence is not doing the trick anymore. So Candace has to come up with the most dumbest conspiracy theory ever.
An update or something. It's something in the eyes. Like, I don't know. I'm like, I don't know. I'm human. I don't know if I stabbed you if you bleed, I'm not going to stab them.
That's a horrible thing.
But I don't know if they bleed all the way. I think a battery would fall out. You know what I mean? But the gap that's between us and the rest of them is essentially they don't know how to behave like humans. You know what I mean? Like we're fighting an algorithm, a computer code that is presenting as a human being, but
that would be your bots, Candace. Those sock puppets and your bots. That's what is happening here. Your bots are the computer programs, and you've lost control of them. You can't even stop them from harassing and bullying people in your name. You can't make this stuff up. And she doesn't think this stuff will be used against her in the court of law. She's an idiot.
Actually, it can't comprehend real human emotion, and the programmers can't quite write the code specifically enough to emulate real human emotion. And so in response, they're just multiplying the sentinels. Like they're sending more of them to say and do things that are obviously abnormal, that are obviously inhumane, and they're hoping that with enough of them pretending like it's fine, they can override our humanity. I don't know if I stabbed you if you bleed, And I am long gone from the
alien. Candace. Oh man, when are you gonna go back to your home planet? That's nothing but aliens speak. Oh God. Anybody speaks Ewok? I need a translator.
Or the history books are not going to tell the truth about the things that I did. They're not going to tell the truth about my contributions. But I want to be clear that I want to be remembered as the person who was holding the internet back. Last year, I was in earnest holding the internet back. Everyone was coming at Turning Point USA and all these allegations. I was like, no, chill. Just give them some time.
You weren't holding shit
differently.
back.
Just give them some time. It's just different.
She came out day one demanding stuff. You weren't holding anything back, Candace. You can't even control what the heck comes out of your show. Girl, bye, Felicia. You can't make
believe that people within that company betrayed Charlie. Yeah, I'm putting the fire here right at the feet of Turning Point because I am disgusted. I am genuinely disgusted. None of you guys are behaving in the way that you should be behaving. But I'm starting to think that the assassination of Charlie Kirk was something akin to a regicide, right? The assassination of a king to install a new ruler who the king would have never approved of. The way to honor him is to give money. I don't know. There's just something really sick and demonic about the entire thing. We just know. We just know that he was truly betrayed in one of the most egregious ways that I think I've ever seen. It has made me lose faith in politics. It has made me fully lose faith in Trump. And my heart aches for the fact that he gave so much of his life to Trump and to politics. And they just were like, nope, that is it. And he was back at headquarters. I am told it's business as usual. And it's kind of giving me like, I don't know, LBJ when he gets sworn in that famous picture. Unfortunately sworn in. Unfortunately, of course, he's sad in this photo. Gosh, he's obviously not wanting to be the president of the United States. JFK was shot and killed. And now LBJ has to step up, unfortunately. But I gotta be honest, I wasn't there. I don't think LBJ was at.
Oh, Lord. Y'all, this girl, this alien started from day one. One day after his memorial on September 23rd with this nonsense.
Within that company,
I gotta go back.
Betrayed Charlie. Yeah, I'm putting the fire here right at the feet of Turning Point because I am disgusted. I am genuinely disgusted. None of you guys are behaving in the way that you should be behaving. But I'm starting to think that the assassination of Charlie Kirk was something akin to a regicide, right? The assassination of a king to install a new ruler who the king would have never approved of. The way to honor him is to give money. I don't know. There's just something really sick and demonic about the entire thing. We just know. We just know that he was truly betrayed in one of the most egregious ways that I think I've ever seen. It has made me lose faith in politics. It has made me fully lose faith in Trump. And my heart aches for the fact that he gave so much of his life to Trump and to politics. And they just were like, nope, that is it. And he was back at headquarters. I am told it's business as usual. And it's kind of giving.
She's using the death of Charlie Kirk to say, I'm not supporting Trump anymore. Because what does one have to do with the other? And even if you don't like Trump, just ask out loud. What does Trump have to do with the assassination of Charlie Kirk again? Because it's like she's trying to use that as fuel to say, I'm no longer supporting Donald Trump. Why can't she just say that on her own separately? He has nothing to do with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And she is literally trying to use that to say, oh, well, Trump betrayed him too. So, reasons, the end, I'm not supporting him. But then still wants to sit here and to say, this is how Republicans feel. People can't even believe that she's a Christian anymore, let alone a Republican or conservative. And you guys remind me of that. I don't need to be political to see what the majority of conservatives and Republicans are actually saying. Most of her bots aren't even real people. So the sock puppets are multiple accounts by the same person. So you might have one person with 20 accounts. Who knows? That doesn't mean that person is conservative either. It's overwhelming that Republicans or conservatives are disowning Candace Owens and saying she's no longer representing the conservative Republican Party. She clearly does not support Trump anymore. So why not just say that separately? Like she knows that she doesn't care. It seems like she ever cared. That's just my 2 cents on this. I don't get the sense Candace ever really cared about being conservative. She used it as a way to catapult her career because who gets fired? Think about this. From 3 different companies that are conservative based because you're saying the opposite of what they believe. So being fired from the Daily Wire, TPUSA, and PragerU, and these are primarily conservative based companies. Correct me if I'm wrong here. PragerU is conservative based, correct? Because she's full of crap. Is PragerU conservative based or it's just what are they? It's just a school. Y'all let me know. Yes, it's conservative based. Okay, cool. So PragerU is conservative based. Daily Wire is conservative based. And TPUSA is conservative based. And she says the opposite of what they believe as a conservative based company or organization. And she gets fired each time for it. That should tell you that's a pattern of behavior. That should be all the flags that anyone needs to see for it to happen back to back to back 3 times in a row. Was she saying the opposite of what they believe? And that's what she's being terminated for, breaching contracts for. You can't sit and say what the companies don't reflect and what they don't believe and stand for, and then force them to keep you on their payroll. It's so crazy. Jewish conservatives, thank you. She was saying, this is what she's doing. So how could anyone just outside looking in see that and they see she does this 3 times back to back with these companies? She's missed out on making decent money from 3 different organizations because her views don't even line up with what they believe in. So how is one to believe that she was ever conservative? Who does that 3 times in a row? Deep down. It's only so far that you can fake it. I guess fake it till you make it. This is the epitome of fake it till you make it. Candace faked it until she got to the point where she could do her own platform and now has over 5 million people on YouTube alone. That's not including X, Instagram, or Facebook. Or her book club that's making money, her supers, none of that. She faked it until she made it. And now it's this whole, well, Trump betrayed Charlie Kirk, so I don't support him anymore. You can't even say what he did to Charlie Kirk. She can't even connect Trump to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. It's like she's using that to say, I don't want to support Trump. I don't want to support conservatives. Now I'm apolitical. Candace, you're not fooling anybody. When your pattern of behavior is this obvious, you're not fooling any damn body. And I don't need to be political to see that. It's a pattern of behavior. Trump loved Charlie Kirk. Yes, he did. He gave him the Presidential Medal of Freedom posthumous. His wife got it. She didn't even say anything about that. Candace never even sent out a X message or anything about Charlie Kirk receiving posthumously the Presidential Medal of Freedom. She never said anything about that. She didn't say congratulations. She didn't say, I'm happy to see and hear that he got this recognition. She said nothing. Nothing. It's crazy. And she wants people to believe that she's a Christian and she's still conservative somehow. And somehow it's still a voice in conservatism when she's not. She's been fired 3 times for not even being able to maintain the morals and the integrity and the standards that these conservative-based, Jewish-based companies follow. That's how much she's shown her true colors. You can notice it after the second time she was fired for this, but 3 times in a row, Candace. Girl, bye. You're not fooling anybody. It's so crazy. But she'll say she hates someone, though, with ease, that she doesn't even know. She was seething it even exactly. Now, the wars of recognition was proof that that's what she said. She said, oh, they're giving him awards of recognition, naming streets after him. That's proof that they assassinated him. That's what she was saying. That's how evil she is. Candace, you're the worst. All right, let's get back to it.
Me, like, I don't know, LBJ, when he gets sworn in that famous picture. Unfortunately, sworn in. Unfortunately, of course, he's sad in this photo. Gosh, he's obviously not wanting to be the president of the United States. JFK was shot and killed. And now LBJ has to step up, unfortunately. But I gotta be honest, I wasn't there. I don't think LBJ was actually that upset. It's looking to me like the apparent plan was to assassinate Charlie Kirk, who had at long last faltered on the pro-Israel cause, and then to stage a hostile takeover of his brand and of his legacy. I want to know why the decision was made to murder Charlie Kirk. A decision that very clearly had to be approved by Charlie's friends. Cam Higbee is on the payroll of Turning Point USA beginning in August of this year. So in theory, Cam Higbee, who was laughing off the idea of an assassination attempt, is being paid by the very organization that just had its leader assassinated in broad daylight in front of the entire world. Obviously, for this to have been pulled off, there had to have been multiple people involved. There had to have been people at Turning Point that were complicit in having this happen. Put it at a percentage that you saw that the girl in the ponytail matches the description of Erica Kirk. What percentage would you put that at?
That's 95, 99%. Once I saw a picture of somebody in a ponytail with those eyes, that was that person. They were there.
Everyone was coming at Turning Point USA and all these allegations. I was like, no, chill. Last year, I was in earnest holding the internet back.
She's such a liar.
And
okay, this is the last one here with her smoking gun witness. Who lies like hell himself. I mean, agree. 2 pathological liars having a squabble.
It's legit. This is a legit story that I'm about to share with you. He's being 100% honest, and you're free to look further into this. I am certain he is going to probably be doing a lot of interviews in the near future. I think that this is God operating. I really do. I think, bless this man.
She was so
wrong. On that morning, she was loading up the vehicle to go for this meeting.
You can't make this up.
She came out and acting real kind. She took my keys, she took my phone, she went back inside and forced me to go back in and find out what was going on. Lures me to the garage that she pre-set up to be like a little prison. She broke the garage.
Simple stuff like that. Cam Higbee was not on their payroll. He's an independent journalist. Correct me if I'm wrong. He is an independent journalist. There you go. He does freelance work and has worked with them once or twice. But he's not on their payroll. You can't make this up. LLC, what do you think of CO's claims that DW are bringing a girl up to troll her on their channel? Oh, the Daily Wire. I'm all for that show. It's satire and comedy. She can't do nothing about it. They're exercising free speech and expression. Oh, I believe that Candace Owens should be trolled like hell. It don't even have to be harassing. It just be like one message to her so-called tip line and a good video that'll send her seething. She already hates the Daily Wire. She hates everybody. So what, people should not tiptoe around her. That's how you strip people of their power. Remind them that they don't have any to begin with. Candace, I am all for them doing a satire comedy show after you. Oh, yeah. So you can see and hear how stupid you really sound. That show is a reminder to Candace of how dumb she actually sounds to the rest of us. So now she's forced to face herself through these satire comedy episodes to see how absolutely ridiculous she sounds when she's doing a show and has no evidence. And they obliterated her ass with it. Oh, I am here for it. As a matter of fact, I would love to be in one of the episodes. I don't even need the audition. Just give me a small role where I'm in the background and I can just laugh and giggle and say, Candace, you're bad at this. I'll be good with that. Oh my God, I'm here for it.
She went back inside and forced me to go back in and find out what was going on. Lures me to the garage that she pre-set up to be like a little prison. She broke the garage doors. Hoarded stuff was stacked against the windows and the other doors. And she lured me in there and attacked me.
Catch that Mustang.
I just cannot see how
Not
this
hit my Mustang.
would lead to anything other than a full confession from the government about the military's involvement in his assassination.
My keys to anybody.
You're the one who asked him to mess with your car. I haven't touched this car in forever. It's been in my way. I'd like it out of the way. I have no idea where the keys are. Would love to know. But that's not what we were doing today. But you have to do this. You have to don't
ask you a question. I can defend myself all I want because you're being insane.
You want to video record shit?
You want to threaten to hit my car with a hammer? God damn it! Marriage over, bitch. Goodbye. Don't.
Then you stop it.
Was he gonna hit her with that
Do
hammer?
all you want. Go ahead.
I don't want to. I want you to fucking.
Did y'all notice this? Did you raise that hammer to her? Is that what he did? Because it looked like you put it down, like you raised it up to her.
Goodbye. Don't.
Then you stop it.
You can't make this up. I gotta slow this down. Did it look like he raised that hammer to her?
Marriage over, bitch. Goodbye.
Oh, he raised it and hit the car again. Look at that. See, you're gonna hit the car again. I was about to say, I know this punk ass was not raising that hammer to hit that woman. He was gonna hit the car. It's still her personal property. Still her personal property. So he was intentionally gonna hit it again and smash the crap out of it, look like.
Then you stop it.
Oh wow.
You know what? Do it all you want. Go ahead.
I don't want to. I want you to fucking start treating me better than you treat this car. This is how you treat us. Take it. Everybody pan around. My wife neglects us, ignores us, and then screams at us on Saturday mornings about things that are completely unimportant to her. Blames me for losing things I haven't touched.
Tried to ask you if you knew where they were.
I did, and I told you I don't know.
No, you never said that. You had to give me a little asshole answer.
I didn't give you an asshole answer. I gave you a smartass answer. It's Saturday morning, and it's okay to be a smartass. You do it all the time, Monet.
What the hell? God.
What is so bad about being a smartass?
This
I used the hammer to go ahead and.
This is the asshole that does not want to give his estranged wife a divorce and just sign the divorce papers after 10 years of holding her hostage in a marriage. He won't sign the damn divorce papers. The courts need to now, what needs to be created are laws in place to keep that from happening. If you're filing for a divorce after 3 good years, you still wanted to go through the divorce, then it should not be a matter where the person is allowed to stall crap. It should just be an automatic grant. If they can't, after 3 years, either you're not going to work it out or you are. 10 years she's been trying to get out of this marriage, and he won't just, let's just settle out of court because we got to get through this. He's holding her hostage, and the courts are allowing that.
Break the door handle to get back in, to get to my keys, get my son, get my phone. And
this is
I
insane.
called for help.
Yeah, I've never done crap like that, Mitch.
Yeah. That's the thing. You do it all the fucking time.
No.
That's what you do.
You just beat our door in with a hammer.
Why are you videotaping me?
Why are you acting crazy? You want me to let you in and that's what you do?
Oh, and you hear kids in the background.
He's being 100% honest, and you're free to look further into this. I am certain he is going to probably be doing a lot of interviews in the near future.
Candace, you are full of shit. And I want you to know that. You can't make this up. Y'all heard them babies in the background? Oh my God. Exactly. You wanted it's the same thing I said, wow, Miguel. His voice changed, the mannerisms, the way he speaks and acts. That's why it was so hard to believe he was the same person in the beginning. It's like a drastic change. I mean, I get it's been some years, but it's like a drastic change. Like that, man, good grief. Oh my God. Y'all will hear me be my voice raspy, but my mannerisms, the tone and the vocal patterns, stuff like that shouldn't really change drastically in 10 years. You go to one of my earlier videos and see it's about the same. It should be. This idiot acts like a totally different person. That's so crazy. Let's get in some comments, you all. Yeah, listen. What today has been a day. We finally at least caught up because, man, I predict the rest of the shows this week with Candace is just going to be a bunch of crap. As she continues to blame the same old people like the feds for something they're not even doing. They're not doing the investigation. They're not spearheading it. It is the state of Utah's attorney general. The prosecutor's office there in that district is bringing forth the charges to court. That's where everything matters the most. All this BS Candace is doing is nothing more than her setting herself up to be sued. Her and her simps and wimps and gimps. Because they're parroting this nonsense and they're really having a ball over here on Twitter X where they're going after people relentlessly. They're just going for people. I mean, Jay Witt, my brother in Christ, he doesn't even use profanity and he couldn't live stream for 24 hours for some reason. This is how they're attacking people. They're trying to get people shut down. We don't have to agree with her. She's not our Lord and Savior. We owe her nothing. And Daily Wire, definitely within their rights to do a satire comedy show. At some point, we got to start laughing at this idiot. At the very least, we can get some enjoyment out of it from another show. Trolling her ass. This isn't stalking. What is stalking is what she's trying to do with Erica Kirk by demanding an alibi. Oh, I've been reaching out to them to try to figure out if they can send me some messages or a screenshot. They don't have to send her anything. They should not have sent anything to her to begin with, and they need to stop. TPUSA, Erica Kirk need to stop. They need to treat this heifer like she does not exist on Earth until they're ready to sue her. And the only response they should be giving to her is, we will see you in court. Leave us alone. We're not sending you a letter. We don't owe you that either. We'll make sure you get this complaint. Kick rocks. And be done with it. All these people she bringing up, just sue her ass. These congressmen, like random people, she just throwing in. Sue her. Be done with it. The Macrons are showing us all how it's done. And I've been saying this for months. It is the principle of the situation. At some point, they're going to have to defend themselves. Or else this thing will get out of control so bad where it is going to affect them financially. And that's what she's trying to do. She wants people to stop donating to TPUSA. She don't give any money to them. Candace doesn't donate to TPUSA. As a matter of fact, they should sell Blexit. I've been saying that as well. This whole thing can get far worse if they don't put measures in place to help her understand here's where the line is drawn. Cross it if you want to, heifer. Hop your little ass over here if you want to. We dare you. Just like she's scared of Alex Jones coming after her and blasting her ass out, her and George Farmer. She should still feel that same type of fear when it comes to TPUSA and Erica Kirk. And she doesn't because they keep catering to her nonsense. They need to stop. She don't want Alex Jones coming for her though. And if anybody really is, able to just go toe to toe with her, and he's not scared of being doxxed or anything like that, it will be him. At this point, I mean, is there any way to dox him? He's not scared of any of that. It doesn't scare him. Oh, well, now they got Alex Jones coming for me. Yeah, okay. You deserve all the exposing out there. So, of course, this week we got to get in the other Turkey Time video. And of course, we're going to check out the videos dealing with George Farmer and his association with this Bully Down Club thing. And then, of course, we got to get into Nicholas Brooks videos because he kind of goes over some, just some general things to look out for when the court proceeding starts to pick up. I will be checking the court calendar to see if there's a hearing scheduled for after next after next week, because the MLK is coming up. So I don't know if the court is open on MLK, but hopefully, seeing that they're supposed to turn over a reply by the 9th this week, that we should see something put on the court calendar. If not next week, the week after, we should be seeing hearings scheduled, because this thing is just being dragged out in court. Oh my God. Let's get in some supers. Oh my God. Thank you, Job for 9, for becoming a new member. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you, Job for 9, for the $5 super. Collecting ball sacks. I am dead. All these simps want to sit here. It's like they just donate me ball sacks at this point. He's like, yes, Candace, do you want the right or the left scrotum? Which one do you want? They being some real cowards right now. It's terrible to see. And these the same men, these grown adults that want to walk around talking about no one shows me respect. Kind of hard to do that when you just giving up a ball sack or two to Candace Owens. They're not even trying to earn the respect for themselves. I mean, good grief. Simping on level 1000. Oh my good God. Oh man, thank you so much for the $5 super. I appreciate that. And we got Pat Brooks. Thank you so much. You're just a constant sponsor of the live stream. So that's where we are. Thank you so much. I appreciate your support and your generosity. The $19.99 super. Hey, Lady Luck. Ma has to chat while he's nuts for Cocoa Puffs. Y'all. Too funny. What's going on, Camille? How you doing? Caleb up in here. I see how you all up in here. Daily Wire did try to ignore and be more mature, but others keep her alive. Yeah. Candace keep herself alive, it seems like. She keeps coming up with these new angles. I've got more stories for you all. Candace, stop telling us stories, okay? If you can't even call a restaurant and verify a camera is there, we don't need that story associated with it. We don't need it. You're going to abandon it anyway. So if you're going to abandon the story anyway, then why even bring it up? Look how fast she tried to distance herself from, Mitch Snow. She still wants him to be relevant because he's about to get $250,000. Let's not forget that money is still being raised. That Give, Save, Go Now, whatever it is, it's still operating. They haven't paused it. It has not been reported or anything. It hasn't been taken down. They're still raising this money. So he's set to get all this money. And guess what? She'll let him take it. For his trouble. Paying him would be too easy, I guess. Like she did with that simp Tim Dillon. Like, you can't make this up. And for him to even say, I need to pay more money for this. So you're getting paid money. You just didn't get paid the amount you want. Got it. Because who says stuff like that? It's so crazy. Y'all, these simps are getting worse. They just telling on themselves left and right. Oh, of all the women to simp, they simp for Candace. Exactly. Hit the like button. You guys, make sure you're subscribed to the Lady Luck Club. I appreciate all of you guys and your support. 2026 is going to be fantastic this year for the content we're releasing. Yes, we're going to start diving into Scientology. I do want to still go over the Karen Silkwood documentary. one of the more authentic, true, independent journalists that was also like a whistleblower, and started reporting on her company, which so happened to be, aligned with the it was like the Department of Energy, um where they started testing with nuclear energy, nuclear power. And she started reporting on what was going on after she was exposed. And then next thing you know, she had a car accident. And it's crazy. But these stories out here speak to a bigger message about being able to research and bring information to the public that the public has the right to know and that they need to know. And you have people who kind of pioneered the aspect of being independent journalists and whistleblowers, even before it was popular, even before it was, laws in place, even to protect those individuals, protect whistleblowers in their employment that are reporting issues that could be illegal or a violation of ethics or policies or standards, regulations. There was a Karen Silkwood. So people like that are definitely worthy speaking about and researching on Scientology, because this John Mappin person is the biggest simp of all for Candace, and he's associated with this crap. So it's important to understand why he's like an easy target. He's already part of what sounds like a cult. But it's like, why does he feel like he owe her something? Who knows? We're going to find out. And hopefully Alex Jones does expose Candace, because that needs to happen. She needs to meet her match. And that's what Alex Jones would do. He would help her meet her match in that. So Nick Fuentes didn't do it, but Alex Jones should. Somebody should. And then, of course, we're going to do a little deep dive into information related to George Farmer and his ties with this club thing, because Boys Club, it's crazy, y'all. This club is like almost affiliated with some backhanded. It's like they just keep evidence on each other to be able to blackball each other. And I looked at a couple documentaries. I said, all they do is, threaten to blackmail each other every other day in every situation. That's how they ensure that they come up the ranks. You see these people, it's kind of like the Eastern Star or something like that. Just one of these type of organizations where they real close mouth about what goes on. And it's just like they find ways to keep dirt on each other so they can hold that over each other's heads. Hey, if you don't give me this job, I'm gonna release this tape. It's like you're in it as well. It's ridiculous. But this Bullying Don Club is a club that is very old. It's been going on for decades. And it's some crazy stuff that goes on that needs to be spoken about. And help people understand this whole George Farmer thing. Because Boys Club is out here with allegations of him essaying other men. Yeah, if you read about this club, you'll see why. So, yeah, I appreciate you guys' time. I thank you all so much. We're definitely going to get into some of this stuff here. It's crazy. Candace podcast scheduled September 2025, the 11th, 15th, 17th, 25th, 30th. Wyoming Gal says, I watched the movie Silkwood with Meryl Streep, Cher, and Kurt Russell. Excellent movie. Yes, I started on it. I got to finish it. It's so good. I wonder what blackmail they have on George. Oh, man. These dudes have some crazy parties. Let me just put it like that. Biblically, a dragon is evil. Yeah. I agree. LC, you are right. She said nothing. Exactly. Bullying Don Club. Thank you, Caleb. I couldn't get that out to save my life. Bullying Don Club. And it is something else. Something else. It's like a fraternity, except for the global elites that Candace keep dogging out that she's actually one of. She so happened to marry into this. I don't think it's by an accident that Candace somehow went to TPUK and met up with George Farmer. Of all the people, and when we start diving into that, you start to understand. It's so many people in this club. Of all the ones, that's who she picked. I don't think that's by coincidence. Not at all. It's just not a coincidence. Because she could have theoretically picked anyone else. So why George Farmer? That's my whole thing. It's more than just two people in this club. Candace. Either way, somebody's gonna release a lot of information on you, girl. You're not gonna like it. And it'll be real information with evidence to support it. So you keep lying on others, somebody's gonna start telling the truth about you. Can't make this stuff up. Thank you for tuning in. Hit the like button on your way out. Thank you all so much. I don't think Candace loves Charlie or is a Christian after this. Oh, yeah, no. I think she has some vendetta. She's mad because they fired her. And it's if she truly felt that she was wrong, she would have said something, did something while he was still alive. And then, maybe talk to him about it. But she waits till something happened and he's assassinated. Now, he's not here to be that buffer. He's not here to kind of put a block in place to keep her from just going on the deep edge. And look how she's just letting loose with her evil ass. Going after his pastor, he would not have allowed that to happen at all. And not only does she go after the pastor, she goes after the pastor's son and the son's wife. She goes after all of TP Faith. And they dog it out like it's a demonic group or something. No. It's the faith-based sector of this organization. She would not be able to do that if he was still alive. And sometimes it just, we have scriptures to support us rebuking and correcting each other when we're wrong. And this behavior like this, he didn't have to shy away from that. And for some reason, he did. He was trying to maintain peace, but this isn't peace. Look what's happening now after death. This is what's going on. She's making money and weaponizing it. And he's not here to put her in check. And that's the sad part about it. And his wife and children are being greatly affected. And he would never want that for his kids or for Erica Kirk. He won't want that. He won't want anybody going after his wife like this. Or his organization that he created. He gave her a chance to come in and work and earn some money. She got fired. Wasn't even there for 2 whole years. 19 months. Candace, you weren't even there long enough to make this big of a fuss about anything. Being the loudest person in the room doesn't make you right. She was just loud and wrong. 19 months with TPUSA, all she did was make some fuss and some noise and bring some extra attention on herself and made sure she flew out to TPUK to meet George Farmer. Because how does he serve as chairman of TPUK and Candace Owens makes it seem as if she didn't even know who he was? But she's supposed to be, think about this. She claims to be some sort of original founder, a Mason of Turning Point. And yet, the chairman of TPUK, being George Farmer, when he was, somehow she didn't know that. Somehow she didn't know who he was. He was affiliated. He was interested in TPUK. It's crazy. It's so hard to think that I just so happened to fly out and I just met him. You mean you just flew out to the UK and just met him randomly? Of all the people that were there at the event, you somehow just met, you even in being introduced to him. Why him? Why him particularly? In 18 days. Come on, y'all. That don't make no sense. So once we dive into this bully dung club, things probably will start making sense. All right. This is how independent journalism goes. Candace, allow me to show you how it's done, you heifer, because you're bad at this. You're bad at this. So we're going to get into that this year. Great things coming from the LLC. So hopefully you guys are able to still support it. Even just watch and hit the like button. Hype the videos if you can, please. That kind of pushes them up in the algorithm. I appreciate all of you all support. I am going to do a live about Umar shortly, but I appreciate you guys so much for tuning in. Hit the like button on the way out. I still have to check all my emails, so give me some time to catch up, and I will do so. We will go live tomorrow, y'all. We will go live tomorrow. It's going to be something else. All right, so I will see you all tomorrow. And those that can tune in to the Umar live stream, I will see you there in a few minutes. But until the next one, Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.